Continental Congress swallowed lamentation, pure blood, way of life, sensible, say what you like.
Really?
Affirmative.
It's all your fault, Paul.
Sorry.
Apology accepted.
Where did you go for so many years?
I've been here, listening in.
Yeah, I noticed that you was back lately. Can't remember where I first spoke to you, but it was years ago when I last spoke to you.
Well, somebody had to come up with a cure for COVID.
Well, I'm trying to think of what your last username was.
You can just call me God. No, not God. You're going to have a bunch of people throwing Bibles at me. How about Buddha?
Allah as well is on that level. Who else is on Gishna? I think.
Well, what I like about Buddha, he's always laying on his side, taking a nap. I think I relate more to him. He's always chilling in front of his HD TV. I was looking at your artwork on your website. You and Da Vinci would have had one hell of a conversation.
Thank you. Yeah, well, he did the golden ratio, I think, didn't he?
Well, at this speed and this trajectory, I think the golden ratio, it's an assumption on my part, so don't pin me on it. The golden ratio is only perspective applies at this particular speed and time. I guess what I'm trying to say, if you get off of this solar system and go into a different solar system that's either moving faster or slower, it would have a different golden ratio. Yeah. I feel the lead sneaking into my boots.
It's a lot like when you're out there in your waders in the river and you get a hole in your wader and the water starts creeping in.
Yeah, you got it. You got your finger on it. You being an artist, you know how important the golden ratio is.
Lately, I'm into ZIFs.
Into what?
ZIFs. ZIPFS.
Is it animal, vegetable, or mineral?
Trying to find the guy that made it. His name was something ZIF. If I find it, you might be able to find him. It's an empirical law about quantitative terms. Basically, this guy, he was like, look at this. Everything has this equation behind it. And, yeah, I think apparently you can tell the future from it. One moment, I'll try and find his name. George Kingsley Ziff is the guy. He's from Freeport, Illinois.
Illinois. Maybe he was related to Abraham Lincoln. You want to hear something funny about Illinois? Every year on Abraham Lincoln's birthday, that's where they have the Jehovah's Witness conference. From hundreds of miles to the east, north, and west, you cannot find a hotel or a motel to stay in. The convention is sold out every year. Maybe he knew what Nostradamus knew. The Nostradamus Witz Conference. That's interesting. I'll have to hunt him down too.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, though? Do you think they can predict the future in terms of linguistics? Because if Zipf's law is true, probably if you could track all linguistics of all the world, you can probably guess what's going to be said next.
But hasn't it already been said? I think the last word that human beings are going to say on the planet is going to be go, oh no. I'll have to fix my program. I haven't been able to upload a picture. I accidentally told it not to access my files.
I've been working so hard, I've just been eating banana after banana. Got no time at all for cooking.
But are you making any money? Are we getting rich yet?
I don't think you're allowed to legally in the UK.
No, that's right. You're in the UK, or what we call it here in the United States, Rentsville.
No, it is actually really rewarding. This is very hard work. I'm having problems with stuff like the site does weird things because there's a www dot version of a site, and I'm just at that stage now trying to sort out that. And I think I have. It's just I get really anxious because I think, oh God, if I haven't, and I think, right, I'll schedule this time in the future to sort it out.
Well, you put a lot of time into your website. It's very interesting.
Yeah, it's replaced mainstream media for me.
You need to take it on tour. They would love you in California.
I came to California with a previous project and they loved me. It was a t-shirt partying project, sold sunglasses.
Did you print them yourself, or you had a company do it?
I had a company do it. But yeah, I went over and I started with pretty much no. Met this guy called Kevin Lyman. He took me on Warp Tour basically. He owns Warp Tour and he gave me MySpace's old sponsored pitch or something, like a 20-foot allocation of Warp Tour festivals. So it was like 40 dates all across America. And I just like started out with just a tent, and the next day I had 10 bubble machines. Day after that I had like speakers. Day after that I ended up with aircon because it was proper in the desert sometimes. Then I eventually had people playing on the stage. Artists would do acoustic sets like after they play a main stage. It's really good.
Well, you're quite talented. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Yeah, I need to do a tour like that again. It's just getting up at 7 in the morning, putting up a 20-foot tent and all that sort of stuff, and then being back on the bus to get to the next tour date. The next day, I'd have to outsource that bit, all the work.
So this guy Vix, he doesn't have a Twitter or MySpace?
Vix? Oh, Vic. Oh, no, Kevin Lyman. Is that what you're on about with the MySpace bit? Yeah, MySpace dropped out from sponsoring Warp Tour, and I just happened to meet Kevin Lyman. I was speaking at South by Southwest, and he gave me he just gave me like a deal, basically, a really good one.
So you lost contact with him, huh?
Well, no, I spent Warp Tour, and then got him on Facebook. I think I've got him on Facebook. Also, another person was helping called Sarah Bear, and she's on Facebook. Just, I don't know if Warp Tour even happens now. I think it does. But he owns like Creamfield or something like that as well. But literally, I'm doing something different to that now. But that would be a good thing to do again. I'm planning on it.
There's a little town in Texas called Austin. It's full of university students. I think that maybe the top 20% of the people in the United States go there. You should have an exhibition in Austin. They would love you.
Yeah, Austin is where I did the talk. I was on a talk panel with Coca-Cola, Xbox, and some other people. Just proper random, like, how did that happen? I spent 3 weeks in Austin. I've been there twice. Austin is such a strange place. I was there like when South by Southwest wasn't on as well. Do you know what I mean? It was like a movie.
It's a unique town. You can't judge people by the way they dress. They'll have sandals, torn blue jeans, and then they drive away in a Lamborghini. We do have a lot of geeks down here, but you can't prejudge them because they're Just some really brilliant people. Did you at least get to try out some Texas barbecue?
I remember the heavy metal pizza place.
So when's the next time you're planning to come to Texas?
Oh, mission. What a mission.
The COVID didn't bother you traveling?
Oh, yeah, well, I've been not in the mood really for traveling lately. I've been very much just into coding. I can make like a self-contained. I was thinking about getting a hand crank power generator.
Oh, I'm not gonna go there. It seems we all of a sudden we got power hungry. We had 3 days of snow in Texas, which was not a good thing because Texans don't know what to do with snow. Everybody down here runs around in t-shirts, blue jeans, and cowboy boots. So when it snowed for 3 days, it paralyzed the electrical system. And ever since then, I've been getting flooded with calls about generators, windmills, solar panels. It's all on the internet. You know, to make a long story short, you got to pay for the energy somewhere. It snuck up on everybody. We're having a very mild winter right now. Temperature outside is 72 degrees. I got the front door open.
Well, I've got the gas on, and it's going to cost me like £2 today, just for the day.
Let's see, what's your dollar rated at? 160 or 170 to the U.S.?
No idea.
At one time, I think it was close to 180, almost 2-to-1 to the U.S. dollar. But everybody's sitting on the edge because if the queen dies, they'll have to relinquish all your currency and print out a new currency. So they're afraid your British pound is going to devaluate, so nobody's buying pounds right now. You'll get stuck with a bunch of paper. I guess you could always take your expired money and sell it to a blind person. It's just a joke. Don't get mad.
If I become king, I'm going to make the currency like Pokemon card style.
Well, anybody can create their own coin. The trick is getting people to buy it. What time of the day is it over there? It's 6:07 in Texas. What are you, like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning?
7 minutes past midnight.
Oh, so there's still quite a few people awake over there. This is a cow town. At sunset, it pretty well dies off. Everybody goes home, goes to bed early. It's real dry. Nobody's firing firecrackers because if you do, the cops will hear it. They'll come over and take away your sparklers.
I'm going to see if there's a documentary on Zips about. I bet there is.
Yeah, you guys have taken quite a hit. It's 130. It's at, I think it's at 1.38 or 1.39. They're down from 180. We lost 40 cents. All you got to do now is go back up to your boss and tell him you want a 40-cent raise.
Well, I already invested in Shiba Inu, so my investment's halved. So yeah, I don't think it can get possibly worse.
Well, it is. It is going to get worse before it gets better. I mean, when you have 35% of the country hiding in their houses from the virus, it's kind of like running your car with a flat tire. The car's good, the tires are good, but you still got one blown out. Just can't get going.
It's not as bad here now as it was.
Well, as soon as I heard the government was going to get involved in the COVID, I laughed my head off. Yeah. It takes these guys 3 months just to order toilet paper.
Hello, Sebastian. Morning. Yeah, good morning. Yeah, how are you? Is it raining over there? Is it raining? Yeah, because this morning here, I said this morning begin with rain.
Yes, it's horrible over here. Cloudy, grey, misty, foggy, and it's very, very, very light rain, but it's everywhere.
Hello, Miss K. How are you today?
Hey, Maddie. I'm all right, thank you. Yes, it is. I've just got a picture for you somewhere. I don't know where it's gone. Camera. No, I did take a photo shot. No, where's that gone? I have to do it again. Hold on. No. Hurry. I know what I've done.
Okay. Yeah. I lie in my bed and going out tonight with my dad's brother and his girlfriend at the pub tonight and stuff. And my brother take me some lady's house. She's got drawings on the road, what's it good? I think word, like stuff is like park your car stuff, like the, and she's Joel, and yeah, she's really good drawer. My brother goes takes to her house tomorrow and stuff. Yeah, she's really good drawer. That's really nice. Okay. Some people just doing fireworks every night is really annoying me and annoying my dog and stuff. I don't know why people think I could do fireworks on for some kids. Be silly and being that I want to say though. There you go.
Now, we've got rules over here. You're not supposed to let fireworks off like that. But people still do.
Yeah, this really pissed me off. And my parents. It's saying people not allowed to do that and stuff. But do it one more time. I'm gonna swing at them. Stop doing that. And stuff is seriously off. Before I had a big bang, it's fireworks. It's people is really annoying me and stuff. And yeah, but Bella don't like fireworks at all and stuff. I did it one more time tomorrow night again. I'm gonna tell him I'll scream my head off. Stop it! You're annoying my dog. Stop doing it and stuff. Because my dog's don't like. She doesn't mind fireworks, but it's just, she's always into pantsing the house and stuff. But yeah, all the Christmas tree stuff is gone. Well, Christmas tree is in the tent today and stuff. I take all my Christmas stuff down, packed away, and put inside. But I was in my dad's little car, put in there, because my dad's still cleaning a little shed out in the backyard and stuff. And yeah, I do have my mom do it in the lounge room. It's like not from my room in the least. A free walkway. No, it's really good.
People really should consider animals. Yeah, I've known a lot of dogs to get really scared and shaking and upset because of fireworks.
I think Mom's fireworks on Saturday or something like that. Saturday night. Heaps going off and stuff. Oh my god. One's in the back, one's the front and stuff. It's like, oh my god. Why me fireworks for? Usually don't do nothing. I don't know why people be naughty and stuff. Not allowed to attend 5 o'clock. I did it yesterday. Oh wait, I could do this. Really pissed me off. And stuff.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah, hi, Brian.
How's everybody doing?
We're doing extremely well, Peter. How are you and Vanessa doing?
Oh, very well, very well. We're not bad at all. So, just nip into my place, as I do every day. Make sure everything's fine. In fact, I had a text message this morning from my electric company saying, I've got a power cut. That the area is experiencing a power cut, and power will be resumed as soon as possible. So we'll go and take a look, see if we still have a power cut. That was 9 o'clock this morning. So we'll see if they've resumed. I'm not used to them. Living in the city most of my life until now, I've never been used to a power cut. I thought they was a thing of the past from the 70s. Obviously in the country that the more prevalent when the lines get knocked down or something.
I heard that in the countryside, power cuts are often caused by sheep, like a sheep or a cattle, Jersey cow they'll try to step over a power line and they'll get caught in it, and then they'll end up frying themselves. And then the power goes out, creates a kind of short circuit.
Well, they can also be caused by a thermonuclear explosion on the sun, causing large amounts of photons and neutrons and electrons to overcharge the technical lines and cause them to explode.
Hello, Lucas Tech. Would you be referring to a coronal mass ejection?
If it's a coronal mass, is it related to the coronavirus?
Yes, the word corona is, I believe, comes from Latin languages, Spanish. It means crown. So think of a king or queen's crown, the traditional one with the spikes on it. So when people would observe the sun, they would see like a crown, the corona, the atmosphere of the sun. You can especially see it during eclipses. Looks like a crown around the sun, a corona. And similarly, when scientists look at the coronavirus under a fine enough microscope, they can see the spike proteins on the surface. And it also looks like a crown. So in that sense, yes, although the scales are very, very, very different, the sun versus a virus, they are related by the appearance of crownness.
That's my favorite song, like Corona. My Corona. I'm just wondering, there was said that the coronavirus was very similar and closely related to the common cold. Does this mean we've eliminated the common cold? Or does this mean we've eliminated the common human?
It's my understanding that the common cold is a rhinovirus. So I would have to research that to give you a more accurate answer, but I don't think the common cold is a coronavirus. But it's my understanding that the Omicron variant is definitely displacing the Delta variant. So it's not being added onto the Delta pandemic. It is displacing. Omicron is displacing the Delta pandemic.
Well, I understood that there was 35 other variant, but that the Omicron was just one of the 35, and it was highly contagious. But so far, they're finding out that it's a short-term virus. Only lasts like 5 to 10 days at the max. Kind of weird.
Yes, I favor the very optimistic interpretation of the data, which is that Omicron is a milder version of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. It's a milder version, much more contagious, and it is spreading through the population, conferring immunity, higgledy and piggledy, while only giving relatively mild symptoms. And once it's done spreading through, we will have a completely immunized human population. That's the story that I favor, and it's possible that that's what ended the Spanish flu back in the late teens, early 20s. That same process of a much more contagious, though less severe version of the virus spreading through the population.
Now, if we can only stop the population from spreading, we'd have it licked from both ends. I don't think that's going to happen, but nah.
I don't know. With the way Russia's gathering forces at the far end borders of Europe, there might be a war imminent, which might lessen the population. Unfortunately, it lessens the wrong ones. It takes away all the young people instead of the old ones.
There will be wars and rumors of wars. Russia is like an elephant. It moves too slowly. And because of its size, 2/3 of the country is frozen right now anyhow? Really? An attack from Russia?
Well, you can't trust Putin, can you? He's a nasty man.
I'd worry more about the cat jumping the fence than I would about Russia. Russia knows that if it sneezes in the wrong direction, they'll ruin its country. It's already at the tipping point. A war would cause them to go into famine overnight. Their GDP is $1.9 trillion. The United States is, don't quote me, $24 trillion a year. I think we should just buy Russia. Save us the whole process of the war.
I will find for you a very nice graphic that shows you the size of the Russian economy relative to other world economies.
Well, economics is my pet peeve. And I do know, even though they're a big country, they're quite poor. Their infrastructure taters on the brink of falling apart. Yeah, they've made some great strides, but most of the people there just don't want to work. All their military runways look like disaster fields. The Russian jet pilots say, well, it's to keep it more in line with real combat situations. No, they just don't have people that want to clean the fields.
There you go. I found a graphic that shows the world economies by country in trillions. And the size of the area is proportional to the size of this country's economy, or gross domestic product.
So where are they at? 1.8, $1.9 trillion a year? I know it's not very much. And if Putin was to die accidentally, I didn't really say that, but if Putin was to die accidentally, wouldn't all that money sneak back into their economy? Or would it just sneak off into some banker's pocket?
In order to have equitable distribution of a country's resources, and for have it to not be unfairly concentrated in the hands of a kleptocratic elite, it requires more than just the death of the current sitting top kleptocrat. As you may know from watching mafia movies, once the top mafia don gets eliminated, another mafia don comes in to take his place. So the solution is rather an educated population who is willing to stand up for their rights, and a vibrant liberal democratic ecosystem, meaning journalists who are courageous and do their job, organizations like of organized workers and common people, unions, a legal system that is willing to confront the powers that be, etc.
Yeah, I think I saw that episode on Star Trek where the mobsters were controlling and ruling the world. And I have noticed that there's 4 or 5 Putins. My favorite is the Jolly Putin. There's one Putin with a round face, and he's always smiling all the time. The real Putin has a narrow face, and he hardly smiles at all. I think he's constipated.
He's come very far for a mid-level KGB agent stationed in Eastern Germany in the 1980s.
Well, a lot of these guys come from the intelligence. You got to be able to control the computers. And they've discovered this. And if you control the computers, you control the world. So now it's a race of who has the fastest computer.
I don't think the Russians have the cutting edge in anything, do they? Certainly not cars with the stuff they produce, like larders and Skodas, and they don't produce Skodas, do they? They produce things like larders and Moscoviches from the olden days. Real rubbish, backward cars. And I assume that it goes right through the country that everything they produce is backwards and old.
Well, no, I got to give them credit. I mean, out of necessity comes invention. Or is it out of invention comes necessity? One of the two. But no, I admire the Russians. They come up with some pretty neat inventions. They have some aircrafts that are way ahead of their time, but they just don't have the resources, the metals. Got plenty of labor. Well, what good is it if you want to pay them pennies on the dollar?
Trouble, nobody can progress. A working class person can't progress there, can they? They're stuck in poverty all the time, just getting paid poverty wages, and that's that, and no chance of ever getting out of that. Although someone from Russia might come on now and paint me a different picture of a land of opportunity.
Yeah, I think that's what's really beautiful about the internet. Anybody can make a web page. I can just read Putin's resume. Previously tyrant, little or no experience necessary. What more is there to add to the page? And realistically, we all know how all the tyrants end up. I'm not going to say the D word, but yeah, it's a given.
One day, human ability to understand aging, and then with that understanding develop anti-aging technologies will become so mature that the world's elites will be able to take advantage of it and postpone aging and death for an indeterminate period of time. And people like Putin will be among the first beneficiaries.
Nah. So you're trying to tell me that he's taking nitrogen oxide tablets and what is it, Providian?
I'm saying that the science of understanding what causes aging at the cellular and genetic level is advancing year by year. And if you look at, if you compare that to the development of other sciences, other technologies, then we are on a path to being able to prolong human lifespans.
Don't make the world population any better, does it then? If everybody's living an extra 50 years, say.
Yeah, that's why in a lot of fictional works that think about these issues, the technology is reserved for the elite rich at first, because the powers that be said, oh no, this can't be for the common people, because then we would have a population problem. We can only let a small number of people take advantage of it.
Good people that want what's best for the world for people. People that can, like a scientist who can really make achievements in his extra time he's given. Not like royal family, who in this country would be the first to get it probably, so they can live till they're 150 years old, who do nothing really. That's a waste of time.
So hypothetically, if Putin dies mysteriously, like one of his planes lands on his head, who would be the next succession? Would it be his daughter, his son? I mean, are they already trying to figure out how to knock the old man off?
It's not a family thing, is it? To being the president, it's not a family thing. Surely it'll go up to party elections.
Really? It's not a family thing? Tell that to the Bushes.
I think the KGB and its successor are the true centers of power in Russia. So I think they will handle the succession.
So the next president of Russia will be a cook.
No, there'll be 2 or 3 people come forward. And then it'll be put for the people to vote who they want. They'll appear on TV and do discussion shows and stuff. What they'd do if they got in charge, how they would help the country. Well, as I say, the people would vote who they really want in, out of the 2 or 3 people.
How old is Putin? I mean, he holds his age pretty good, but
I think he's in his 70s, isn't he? All makeup.
It's got to be more than makeup.
Who's the one that got in a glass coffin? He's still like he was alive now. Who was that? The one from the war. They put him in a glass coffin, didn't they? And people can go and see him and pay respects. Evil man. Was it Stalin?
Yeah, I think it was Stalin. They put him in a glass cage or a glass funeral chamber or something like that. Soaked his body in a nitrogen atmosphere. Some weird stuff like that so they could look at him forever.
I would like Greg Abbott to be the new leader of Russia after Putin. I would like him to lead Russia from his offices in Dallas. No, Austin. Austin is the capital of Texas.
Why do you say that? This is a man who puts babies in cages. Well, yeah.
Because I know you're from Texas, and he's the governor of Texas, and nobody was talking, so I just thought I would say something out of the ordinary and provocative and just see where it led the conversation to. That's the only reason why I said it.
Well, I haven't had my breakfast yet, so you're making me nauseated. Here's a man who won't let people vote. Here's a man who puts babies in cages, and then he wants to be respected. Excuse me, I don't think so.
He's in cages?
Yeah, they put babies in cages along the border. They separate their mothers and fathers, and the mothers go into mass depressants, panic attacks. You can't see their babies or hear their voices, not knowing if they're alive or dead. And they just put little aluminum blankets to keep themselves warm. I think a dog in the sea zoo's more attention.
Really? You believe all that nonsense?
No, it's not nonsense. I've seen it with my own eyes. Now, what do you think of the nonsense?
I'm in Texas, too. You went down on the border and you saw this stuff, did you?
Oh, yes, I did.
And Abbott was there locking the doors, was he?
Well, you're entitled to your opinion.
I agree, and you seem to have a pretty strong one.
Can't believe all you see in the press.
Or social manipulation.
It's here with these people, stories, you know, these people that come over on little boats over the channel to try and get in the country, and then when they overload, they get these blow-up dinghies, and they overload them with people, much more people than the dinghy can, you know, safely take. It's about 2 inches from the waterline when everybody's in it, and then, you know, gets to a bit of rough sea in the middle, and it sinks, and then we get the blame for it. You know, how can this happen? We get the blame for it. They've done it. They've took the trouble to climb into a dinghy that's virtually sinking before they set off, and then the Coast Guard get in trouble for it. Why didn't they save them? It's ridiculous.
Sounds a bit dingy to me.
You would get in a dinghy that's, you know, so overcrowded it's sinking before you set off. It's ridiculous, especially this time of year.
More people die from car accidents than they would from a dinghy.
But the press go mad then. How can this happen, they say, you know, how's the government's letting it happen? How's the Coast Guard not there to save people? And all that. Can't be everywhere, can you? Self in that sort of dangerous situation, you know, you're 95% to blame, I'd say. Get in a dinghy and cross. Is it supposed to be the busiest water ship lane in the world? And it is busy. I've been down there. You know, there's ships going up and down there all the time, big ships, ferries. So, you know, you would think you'd have the sense to look at the side of the dinghy and it'll say how many people it can accommodate. You'd think, yeah, well, 20 people. Then we'll only have 20 people in, not 100 people. No sense. They've got no sense. Then they stick a crappy outboard motor on the back, which is clapped out anyway, and not enough fuel to actually make it across. It's ridiculous. And then they blame everyone else. They blame the authorities for when these people end up at the bottom of the water.
Yeah, I agree with you. They shouldn't be coming on these dinghies. They're dangerous. They should just buy an airplane ticket like everybody else does.
Well, apparently they pay thousands of pounds for a seat on these dinghies. Thousands of pounds for a seat on a dinghy. It's ridiculous. You'd think that buy a dinghy. Buy a dinghy. What do they cost? They don't cost £1,000. Buy yourself. You go and see. Yeah, you buy yourself a proper wooden boat with an engine.
I agree. Yeah, I can't wait till everybody goes to Mars myself. Yeah. I think I'll throw in a nickel in for that project.
The Polish have got this same situation, haven't they, at the minute, where they're having to put troops on the border to keep people from coming over. And it's a problem. This is the same problem with the Mexican problem, isn't it, with America. Everybody wants to come through the border. And because troops are pushing them back, you know, Polish government get the blame for it, for being inhumane, but they're not. They're doing what they're supposed to do, protect the borders.
Well, the United States has been going down to South America and causing all kinds of havoc with the drug dealers, causing these people to lose their houses, lose their homes, and have no other choice but to migrate north. They don't stay in Mexico. And Mexico's an okay place to live. And then they come into the United States. Well, we got, 10,000 of them that they gave homes to?
Right. You know, the trouble is, the better you treat them, the more of them will come. You know, and the word gets about, you know, are you going to house the whole of Mexico and leave Mexico empty? You know, seems to be what they expect.
Wow, Mexico's quite modern. It would surprise you. You know, they've made some strides. They have a thing about brand names, though. For some reason, they're still trying to buy Sony TVs.
You see that a lot in poor countries where they're going around with brand names all the time. I don't know why that is. They seem to think buying a brand name makes them appear rich.
I don't know. It's like the Greeks in the United States. They really love the car business. I didn't know that any Greeks that didn't own a taxi.
Same here with Indians. You ever go to taxis? You ever want to get a taxi? You're 99% certain that the driver's going to be Indian. They seem to like that job. And then they complain that they don't make enough money because there's too many taxis about. There's too many taxi ranks and too many licenses being given out. But, you know, they all want to drive taxis.
It's not a real big business in Texas. Everybody likes to own their own cars, or pickups, I should say. Vans are not that popular.
For here, 4x4s have become popular. Never used to be when I was growing up. Only like farmers had 4x4s. Now it's all Range Rovers and such, Ford Rangers. You know, so, you know, people have obviously got richer over the years to afford these big four-wheel drive cars when there's no need for them around here. We have concrete roads, tarmac roads. There's no need for big 4x4s unless you're pulling a trailer or something, which they're not. They're just driving around in them.
I know, it's really funny to see a 4x4 stuck on the interstate doing 10 miles an hour.
Well, they're stuck outside the schools all the time. You know, when it's people are coming out, the kids are coming out of schools, they're all parked outside there, and that's all they do. They take the kids to school and back, and a bit of shopping. You don't need a 4x4 for that. You don't need a Range Rover for that.
Well, since you're talking about 4x4s, north of San Antonio, where I live, there's hill country towns. They're quite popular in there, but it's a fad. They buy them for about 5 or 10 years, then they start starving to death, paying $50 to $80 a day on gasoline, and then they park them in front of their houses and they just sit there and rot.
Yeah, that's what happens. They work all week just to pay for the car that they don't actually need, instead of going for a practical car. I mean, you out there in I suppose in Texas, trucks are really handy things to have with the open spaces and stuff. But here in the UK, you don't need one. You know, you don't travel 50 miles unless you're in the next city. So you don't need them.
No, they're a booger to go long distance on. The vibration will tear you apart. I mean, they've made some great strides. I mean, most of the guys that have them, they'll tell you they're expensive. The maintenance, tires. You ever see a 4x4 on the side of the road with a flat? It's hilarious.
I don't know. Range Rovers, you see, they're not made for it anymore. Originally, when there was Land Rovers and the original Range Rovers were made for it, but the new ones are not. They're luxury cars. It's ridiculous. They daren't take them off the road. They cost too much in the first place to get a scratch on them.
Yeah, but see, when you got the money, you can buy what you want. A friend of mine's had a Range Rover. It sprung a little tiny leak, like a pin leak on the water hose. So I drove it across the street for them, and I told them, can you guys please replace the water hose? Not a big thing. And they looked at me and said, oh, no, we can't touch a Range Rover. There's Star Hex tools, just specialized tools just to remove the water hose. And I go, what?
Yeah. Well, I think most cylinder head bolts now, they're all them Star torque bolts now, aren't they? I know mine are. I've got a small no, I've not got a Range Rover. I've got a normal Rover car, two-wheel drive. And when you look at that, the parts on that, yeah, they're X-Heads and stuff, and them Star Drives. Although a garage, repair garage, should have all those sort of tools. But to replace an hose, it's usually a screwdriver, isn't it? A flathead screwdriver, Jubilee clip at each end.
Well, that's an American-made car. On an American-made car, yeah, you can take a flathead screwdriver, pop the water hose off, put a new one in, put your antifreeze back in, and you're back in the road in 20 minutes or less. Although it takes, you got to schedule it, make sure you got your COVID mask, make sure you haven't been exposed to COVID in the last 15 or 20 days to anybody, and then maybe they'll look at your car.
Marvelous.
It's a bunch of crap, isn't it?
Nowadays. It is. Honestly, it is. You know, you just get, in most cars, it's flathead screwdriver. Go and get an hose from the parts store, change it, tip the water in, squeeze the hose, get it through, then you're ready, get the air out. But that's why, like you say, Range Rovers and such, you've probably got to join a computer to it to turn all the blooming warning lights off after you've done the job. Horrible cars.
Well, it hardly rains severely in Texas. But I've always liked Jeeps. They're high off the ground. You can change the fuel pump, the water pump by yourself. You don't need to jack it up. You maybe get about another 6 inches of clearance and you can easily get underneath it, do it yourself. But these new cars, well, they're, what, 2-3 inches off the ground? You can't do nothing to them.
They've all gone front wheel drive in America like they have in Europe. You know, 90% of cars front wheel drive. You know, mainstay cars, that is. Probably Mercedes and BMW are still back wheel drive, but the everyday cars now, they're all front wheel drive. I've been for years. No room under them whatsoever.
I think these electric cars are going to go just like computers. Yeah, they're $60,000 to $70,000 right now. But I think in less than 10 years, you're going to be able to buy an electric car for $5,000. Yeah, even though it costs you $10,000 for the battery.
It's a problem. Let's say if you're one of those people that buy a 10-year-old car, 12-year-old car, and there's a lot of people like that. Once a car gets 12 years old, they'll buy it. That's exactly the time when you're going to need a new battery pack.
Well, I think the Prius already had that problem. Yeah, they got 36, what was it? They were getting 48 miles to the gallon or some ridiculous number. But then the batteries died out. And then in 2 to 3 years, everybody was selling them on the internet. Now their Prius is stuck in people's garages just like the 4-wheel drive.
Well, it's very easy to get to a point where you can't afford to maintain them. You might have bought it new with a rental, you know, with a credit agreement at the time, pay it over 3 or 4 years. And like you say, comes to 7 or 8, 9 years, the batteries are gone and you just cannot afford, without getting another big loan out, to replace the batteries. So they think, well, you know, it's a better option just to buy another car, buy a petrol car, and leave that standing until the day that you can sell it or afford to buy a battery pack.
Well, if I go roll the clock back about 20 years, police officers used to have a Rambler Ambassador, 6-cylinder vehicle. It had a horn and a light, and they were good for about, they got 3 years out of them. There's not a Rambler Ambassador on the road anywhere. They were junk cars.
Remember, people used to have a big station wagons with wood on the sides called AM Ambassadors. Are they the same thing? AM Ambassadors. This one parked down my road, and as we were as young kids, we used to stare at it in amazement because it was a really big, nice-looking car.
Yeah, they kind of died out the same way that, what was it? Cadillac Seville. That was a monster car. And if you looked at it from a two-story building, you could really see that it was a really huge car. Those are all gone too. Most of the car dealerships down here won't even carry American-made car, at least it's a new one.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, our car companies are mostly gone now. We've only got, is it Range Rover and Jaguar, which is the same company. And all the other companies have gone over the years. There was loads of them, loads of different name companies, all spread about around Coventry. But they've all gone bankrupt, one by, or been overtaken by bigger companies, and the names disappeared.
Well, we had Hertz Rent-A-Car. They were the first rent-a-car business to close the doors. When this COVID started, they didn't want nothing to do with the liability of possibly infecting a customer or a client. So they shut their doors. Their history.
You still get the Jeeps, the original Jeeps, like the World War II Jeeps. Do they still make them?
Oh, yeah. I'm in a big military town. Yeah, the GIs love them. They turn them into deer hunting. They put 4 or 5 feet of racks on top of them, and they like to sit up there and pretend like they're deer hunting. You really, in order to go deer hunting, yeah, all you got to do is go north or south of the city, and you can still find quite a few deer.
That's all right then, because the Jeeps we see over here, come over here, they look like cars now. They're much smaller, like not that big. They look like smaller versions of Range Rovers. They got the same. You remember the original grille that the Jeep had, the straight down, up and down grid type thing. They have them, but that's about as far as it goes, and the rest on it's a car.
Well, the new Jeeps are nothing but junk. They're 4 cylinders. They don't have any horsepower. Yeah, they get you to the grocery store and back. They look like a Jeep, but they're junk. Plastic pulleys. If you over-rev the motor, the pulley flies apart. What most of the guys will do is take the plastic pulleys off, go to the junkyard, and go get steel ones. Then you have a car.
Well, remember the Cherokees? Is it called Cherokee, the one? They were all right because you could take the individual cylinders off, couldn't you? If they went wrong, you take the heads off individually rather than one long block in cylinder head.
Yeah, they were quite popular. They're still quite popular. If you can find them 6 cylinders straight. You know, the Cherokee was really popular. Guys will resurrect them from the dead.
That chap who is on the YouTube, he's got his own channel. What's his name? Drives a yellow one. Always pulling people out of a mess. What's his name? And he swears by them. He gets some old ones, does them up. And he runs his business of pulling them out, pulling people out of trouble. Big. He pulls a lot of big stuff out of terrible trouble as well. You know, deep. He's got one of those ropes that expand. So takes a run at it. Rope expands like an elastic band, pulls things out of the ground.
Oh, like that time you got stuck under the bus, Pete, and we had to lift up the number 65B. I remember that one. Great rope.
So you're not going to New Delhi anymore? You're stuck in the States?
I think that was Edwards, weren't it? That weren't Whiskey Romeo.
I thought it was Whiskey Romeo.
Was that man who's just spoke? Speak up again. Let's hear your voice and see who you are. In Whiskey Romeo, I thought it was Colonel Edwards. I know I sometimes get mixed up with them because they both got similar sounding voices, accents. I think they must come from the same area of London.
Well, my brother and I have similar voices. I've been kicked out of several rooms for mistaken identity. I don't care. It's just a chat room.
Right, it happens, doesn't it? Yeah. don't go in many other rooms, one or two, but not many. Well, I go in them, but I don't really stick in them. They get a bit wild, some rooms. So I come out of them.
Well, I was talking to my son about this the other day, but now that we have the ability to genetically find anybody, couldn't we find out who the tomb of the unknown soldier is?
We did one time. We did.
Oh my God. Over.
I think they do know it is, don't they? I mean, the British unknown soldier, I think they had something like 3 or 5 coffins, and an officer had to pick which one he wanted to use as the unknown soldier. So they had an idea who they were, but it can't be said. The idea is nobody ever knows who it is, and it could be anybody you know, isn't it? The unknown soldier. It could be a member of your family who was killed in the war, and nobody actually knows who it is. So you know you can relate to him as a family member if you wanted to. It's a mythical thing, isn't it?
Yes, Peter, I'm on my Colonel Edwards account today.
Ah, there you go. You're posing as Colonel Edwards today and not Whiskey Romeo, got you?
Affirmative, over.
Get about a bit. You was in India the other day. Oh, well. And here you are back. Where are you now? You're not in Texas, are you?
Afraid I currently can't disclose that information.
I think he's in transit.
The James Bond type, you see. So you never know where he is.
I know, and I thought I was a wandering Jew.
And all that, wondering all these years, just being alive all these years, the things you'd see, you'd be fed up on it, wouldn't you? You'd just, oh, why me, you'd say. You know, you'd live in an area and people would grow up and go, and you'd be just stuck there, the same old age. Then you've got to move on before people notice you haven't aged. I can't remember what the Wandering Jew did so bad to be cursed with that.
Yeah, he works for these telecommunication companies where he basically, I think he just hires labor to, I don't know exactly what the name of the process is, but we get people on telephone lines to represent these different companies. I don't mind it. The only problem I have is half the time I can't understand what they're saying. They're speaking English and we're speaking American.
Such language is American, my friend. English. I think they do say there is an American language now because there's so many differences. There's a lot of differences in things you say. So there is a distinction. I was reading up on Wandering Jew. This Jew, what did he do? He taunted Jesus on the way to the crucifixion. While Jesus was walking to the crucifixion with a cross on his shoulder, a Jew taunted him. And he was immediately cursed to walk the earth forever. Well, there you go.
Yeah, the Bible's full of parables. What is it? Not parables? Stories.
Moral of the story is don't taunt somebody who looks like they're in a worse position than yourself walking past you. Don't make a wise comment to them because they'll turn around and curse you. Sounds like a pretty severe curse, though, just for, taking the mick out of someone.
I know the Europeans are big into curses and witches and black cats and, I guess, overall superstitions.
I think, yeah, you see, even now, I was told yesterday, don't use the washing machine on New Year's Day, or else you wash a family member out the family. I was told, and I've heard that one for years and years, and even to this day, there's people that will not, under any circumstances, wash the clothes on New Year's Day.
Well, in Texas, we have an old wives' tale, El Ojo. It basically, don't stare at a baby. or the baby will cry all night.
Yeah. Don't watch your kettle while you're waiting for it to boil, because it never boils.
Somebody needs to write a book. Superstitions that hold mankind behind.
Most of us will acknowledge that these superstitions have been around for a long time, but there's not, you know, there's nothing in them. Most of us acknowledge that, I think. They're there. Keep talking about them, keep them running. They've been running for hundreds and hundreds of years. But I think we're wise enough now to say there's nothing in them. Curses are not real. Who knows though? So we are superstitious as European lot. We'll say we don't believe in it, but at the back of our minds, it's there. You know, don't push your luck wheel.
Well, some countries worse than others. The yin and the yang, the good and the bad. It's just all basically mathematics.
Well, I have done a bit of study on the law of attraction and that type of thing. And it does work to a certain degree, that if you know, meaning that if you concentrate on something you want to do or be, it works. The law of attraction. You attract the things you put most thought into. And that does work. But I think that's mainly because you subconsciously work on the thing you want. Like, let's say, for instance, you want to be a postman. And you subconsciously, without realizing it, you do the things that help you to become a postman. If you couldn't read, you'd have to learn to read. You have to be good at walking and things like that. And other things. And you subconsciously become the postman, and then you go and apply for it and you get the job.
Yeah, wonder how many people were taking garlic for the COVID.
They've been telling me all sorts of things. And garlic is probably one of them. Put garlic all around the room, kills it off.
It's a virus. It's not a spirit.
My coat's on and my hat. I'm going to hit the road, Jack. In the old two-wheel drive sleigh.
Yeah. These real smart people, all they want to do is drive us back to the caveman times where we're all starting our fire with sticks again.
Do you know how many hours I've wasted trying to do that, just to do it? Light a fire with sticks.
Wouldn't it be cheaper to order a pizza?
Just want to be able to do it. I've always wanted to be able to light a fire with sticks. And I've tried it and tried it and tried it. Looked at it and tried it, you know, with a bit of flat wood and a bow. Make a bow drill and all that. I've never been able to do it. See someone do it on the TV. Easy. I've tried. I can do it with a stone.
Wouldn't it be easier with a match?
It's a piece of wood. It would. But I just want to. Before my time ends, light a fire using wood only. Either with a bow drill or with an hand drill. Whatever. Anybody know if the UK is going in full lockdown before the new year?
Yeah, I think the whole country's going to go back into lockdown. There goes the economy. There goes all our plans up in the air.
It is already ruined over here with this lockdown and such.
Yep, there goes the cans of chicken noodle soup.
I don't know what happens. You know, when a country becomes bankrupt, when they say, right, it's bankrupt, no money whatsoever, what happens to everybody then? They can't buy food. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think it'll ever happen here, but, yeah. Obviously, if the economy's ruined, and it's getting more and more ruined by the day, especially if we're going back into lockdown, I don't know what happens in the end. Let's say we're permanently locked down for the next 10 years. What would happen to the country? It'd have no money.
I think that country's called Russia.
You see, they had the potential after the war to make it a great country again, didn't they? Build it up, but they never did.
Well, they have a lot of potential. They just don't have the right people leading it.
Yeah, they're all out for themselves, aren't they? The leaders have had, the half a dozen leaders have had or whatever, they've just been out for themselves, haven't they? Blow everybody else, no elections properly or nothing. You just got to put up with what comes. Don't give anybody any incentive to work. What's the country in the south of America where you all get the same wages no matter what job you do? Something like $10 a week, is it? No matter what job you do, how important, everybody gets the same wages. Is it Cuba?
I think you call that the army.
Have that problem here in the Second World War with you Yanks. You had all the money. You come over and had all the money to spend because your economy was so much different to ours at the time in the Second World War. And your troops were getting paid every day what our troops got paid in a week. And it caused a lot of conflict why our troops weren't being paid the same amount of money, because your lads could go out for the night and spend what they like on beer and stuff, where our lads had to be careful.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to have an army if you can't pay it. I think the Taliban just discovered that.
Yeah. Was it? It was Iraq, weren't it? Where the army hadn't been paid just before the Taliban come in. The army hadn't been paid for months, so they weren't too bothered about doing anything. Although they should have fought for their own country, whether they're getting paid for it or not. The last thing you want is the Taliban to come in and start pushing you around. If you've got an army who can stand up to them and put a fight up.
Well, they wanted the country. Now they have a country and no resources, no food, no hospitals, no schools. It's slowly going backwards into the dark ages.
That's what they wanted, it's what they got. You can't support them forever. Big brother can't go around, and stand there helping the little brothers forever and keeping them out of trouble and supporting them. One day they have to grow up and support themselves. And I think, did Biden think they would? I know a lot of people don't like Biden, do they? I don't know much about him. But they do say that pulling out so quickly caused a big vacuum, and it caused a lot of the problems they got today. Because he just announced, didn't he, that's it, we're pulling the plug. Everybody out.
Well, the Russians were supporting the Taliban. I think they should go back to Russia and ask for more money. See how much they'll get.
Who got kicked out there in the first place, weren't it? When they tried to sort the country out. I don't know what they were there for. Probably to exploit the resources. They got an arse kicking.
Well, now they got all these women and all these kids without fathers. And so the kids will be going around for the next 20 years going, "Are you my dad?"
Yep. That's the trouble. The country is ruined.
Oh, give it about 1 or 2 years. The United States will send them a couple of $1 trillion for aid so the country doesn't starve to death.
Yep, that's the trouble. Wasting good money after bad. Throwing it away. Because what happens is certain people will get out of this money, make themselves rich, and it don't get down to the people that need it.
That's why I say we don't need to fight Russia. We just go over there and buy it. We always needed a winter home anyhow. I have to look it up, see how much real estate is in Russia.
Whenever you see Russia on TV, it's always a cold, grey, desolate place. It's a blooming horrible place to live, it looks. Cold, boring. No. They can keep it. I don't know if St. Petersburg's a lot better. That's supposed to be something a bit different, isn't it? But most of Russia is just cold.
Well, they say Australia is a lot like Texas. Hot, desolate, dry.
Problem. You either go from snow and cold to too hot and dry. And you need the happy medium. I suppose that New York has got like the happy medium of best of the weather. You get a bit of rain, a bit of sunshine.
Nope. Now you're talking about California. They got the best of everything. They have the ocean. They have the mountains. Gets too hot, you go up to the mountains. Gets too cold, you go back to the beach.
Well, the film stars live there then, is it? Is that where all the Hollywood studios are, in that sort of area?
I've never been there myself. My son's been there.
Up on a Greyhound bus.
What time is it there? It's 10:18 in Texas.
4:18 p.m. and it's dark.
You going to work? Or what are you doing up so early?
It's in the afternoon. No, I'm just going back to where I live. I went back to, I was driving one place to another. Yeah, it's the afternoon, so it's getting dark.
Well, it don't get dark here till about 6:30. And during the summertime, it don't get dark at all.
Yeah, well, because we're in the Northern Hemisphere now, it's dark a lot. Most of the days you got to have your lights on when you're driving, because it's just the visibility is not that good at the moment. So it's the shortest. Is it the 21st of December, which was the shortest day, and then it starts getting brighter again?
Yeah, we already celebrated Natalia. The Romans would celebrate from December the 12th to December the 25th, the celebration of the sun god Natalia. We call it Christmas now.
Yeah. Italy gets a lot more sun than us, though. It's a complete... If you go to a place like Italy and Spain, south of France, it's a completely different climate. Much warmer and drier.
Yeah, and then they interbreed it with the Portuguese, and that made some really good-looking people.
Oh, you do. That's what you get. See, it's a good thing about Europe. You don't have to travel too far in another country, and everything's different again, and different people, different lifestyles, and slightly different looks about them. It's great. Thing is, though, most people speak English. That's the great thing when you travel around the world. There's always somebody. Obviously the peasants probably can't, but there's usually someone who's got a bit of English, so you're all right. And they go, American? You go, no, I'm English. They always think you're American for some reason. Probably because of the films.
Well, you're just lucky I'm not speaking Texan. Y'all come back, you hear?
I've seen the Beverly Hillbillies. All the westerns, where all the Mexicans wear big sombreros and mustaches. Hey, gringo. Taking a risk here by taking the shorter road, but I've had to pass a sign that says flooded. I know this is slash lane and it floods a lot, so I may have to turn back in a second. I'll take it slow, but I think that the flooding's staying in the fields. Lots of rain we've had here. I don't know if the whole country's had lots of rain, but we've had tons of rain here overnight, and all the fields are flooded.
Yeah, the military, they just love the Mexican women. They see those pretty little brown eyes, and then they're gone.
To come to a grinding halt. If I was lucky enough to own a Range Rover, I could drive through it, but I'm not going to drive through with this. My gamble didn't work. The road is flooded.
That's what I was talking about earlier. All these new cars, they're so low profile. They make me feel like I'm inside of a scooter. I'll rent one, but I won't own one.
Well, I've been caught out driving through water like this before in a small car, where it's completely stopped the engine, and I've had to call breakdown out, and I'm not going to risk it ever again. I'm turned round. I've had to do a 5-point turn in this narrow lane and turn round and go back the other way. I'll have to go the long way round. I'd rather go the long way round than not make it at all. As I say, if I had something higher, you could go through it, but it ain't worth the risk.
Well, they made it illegal to sell flooded cars, but a couple of years back, it flooded pretty bad in Houston, and we were inundated with all kinds of nice vehicles that have been flooded. But they'll show up every now and then. They'll go $7,000, and you got to take a good look at them, scratch them a little bit, and you'll find tons of rust underneath them.
In the last 10 years or so, with global warming, we've suffered a lot through flooding. Areas that's flooding that never used to flood. The rivers just cannot take the flow, so they've just burst.
You would think the government would be putting the money into the roads and not in space. But that's my opinion. $36 million on this last space launch. That would buy a lot of tacos.
It's like India. They got the space program. They got people starving. People, can't get medicines, can't get anything, and yet they got a space program going, wasting money.
Well, you want to hear something off the sidebar? India was the first one to clone a human. Yep, they actually did it in the lab. Like they really needed an extra person.
Yeah. Like they could do with some extra ones being made. It was a waste of time. A waste of resources. Doing these, what would you call them? Highlighted programs, these, high profile space programs and stuff. They might be high profile and be the envy of the world, but they're a waste of money.
Well, they're brilliant people. I work with them quite a bit. Very sharp. They can all do math, which is more than I can say for some of the Americans. But their applica is not very good. They can take great tests. I mean, they'll have a mind like a doctor, but they can't tie their shoelaces.
The problem is they have this class system, don't they? Do they call it a caste system? And the people that are in a position to help the ones in the lower caste won't. Then they call them untouchables, unclean, and they won't help them out. They'll just help themselves and make their own houses nice, and they can, look after their own selves. And anyone in the lower caste they won't help at all. They don't seem to have heard of charity.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to distinguish the religion too. Don't tell a Pakistani he's an Indian. Don't tell an Indian he's a Pakistani. But they all look alike.
Yeah, I agree. There's distinct differences in religion. Completely distinct differences. They don't really, don't mix them up. They'll soon tell you, I'm not this, I'm not that. They'll soon tell you they're not who you might be trying to say they are. Hey, mate, don't call a Scotsman an Englishman. If you called a Scotsman an Englishman, they go mad. It's, you're calling an Englishman. I'm Scottish.
Well, that explains the skirt.
It does. So you can tell the difference. So you can distinguish them and us.
And I'll be back.
I'm nearly home.
Hello, Sussex Downs Radio Link. Long time no see. How you doing?
This chat room's so busy, it's hard to get in.
No, the chat room isn't busy, but I am. I am very busy those days.
Are you working on your rocket ship to go to Mars too?
No, it's just the opposite. I'm on vacation. That's why. I have no time to talk much here.
On vacation in the middle of the holidays? That's kind of where's that word? There's got to be a word for that.
And I never visited Mars, by the way.
Just visit Cincinnati. You'll get a good idea what Mars is like.
Excuse me, what is the city again?
What was that?
You said just visit some place that I wasn't able to hear it, and I will discover how Mars is like. So, what is the city again?
Oh, Cincinnati's. I think your birds want to be fed.
Okay, thank you. I think I will give it a try. And if I like it, I will go straight to Mars.
Hello.
What?
Belated Merry Christmas to all y'all. Haven't been on. But anyway, Merry Christmas.
Oh, hi. How are you? I get you then, though.
And Merry Christmas to you too. Y'all think this New Year's going to be better than what it's been? I certainly hope so.
I bloody well hope so. Hello there, Brocket. How you doing, sexy? I can't do an American accent. I'm really bad. Hey, Dr. Zed. It's a name I haven't seen in a while. Hybrid himself, Mr. Operations Lockstep. How are you doing, sweetheart? Hey, Peter. Hey, Tuffy. Underdog. Whoa. Well, we got us all here tonight.
Hello, Mrs. K. I'm just working right now, so my attention's a bit divided.
Ooh. Shh. Sorry.
Hello, hello.
Now there's my main man. How you doing, baby?
Doing great, man. How y'all doing?
Having a quiet-ish day at home today. Not been doing a lot. Been running around doing what the family have wanted me to do the last few days. And it's been a bit manic. Got away lightly today. Luckily, I had a friend text me yesterday. She said, I haven't seen you in ages. Can I come over for a cup of tea? And I didn't have the heart to tell her no. You know, F off, because, like, why would you want to go out at the moment? I don't really want to see you. You don't really want to see get my germs, which I don't think I have any, but yeah, luckily she texted me this morning. She said I've got stinking cold, so I'm not gonna come. So yeah, she was good enough to not come. So that I am quite impressed at.
I hear you. Well, we've been putting together trampolines, believe it or not. Everybody wants to get a trampoline. Or all these kids or whatever. But I mean, I guess that's good. They're playing outside, jumping around. They ain't on no computer playing on a trampoline. But yeah, they're paying the ass to put together though.
I'll have a trampoline. Oh yeah, you got it on eBay. God, I wonder how much the postage would be on that.
Yeah, but back when we had trampolines, we didn't have netting and all that other stuff that they got nowadays. Now you got to put all that together. Back when we had trampoline, yeah, I mean, we played, man. Yeah, there's some broken arms, and it was what it was. We played rougher back in them days.
Yeah, the big posh ones with the really high ones, extra round, and they have the netting up around the edges. They're really safe ones, they are. That's the better type, isn't it? Sounds like that's what you had. You could still jump over the top of them. Yeah, I've seen some weird stuff on YouTube about trampolines and yeah. Anyway, are you enjoying your time off?
Yep, I sure am. I got to watch my nephew go to work this morning. We stayed over there. We went over there to help him with all that stuff. And, they live way out in the woods too, so it was good. It was a good visit. But I got to watch him go to work today or this morning. I was like, later? Well, I didn't tell him that, but I heard him going. So you had a good Christmas?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Cheers. You? So I bought extra filters for my cigarette. Aha. I couldn't find any. I was going, I need a cigarette now. Yeah, had a good Christmas. I got a lava lamp. I got myself a new clock. Colouring books. Pajamas. A jumper, jacket thing. I've got loads.
Yeah, we had a good Christmas, man. It was good here too on this end. Baby Kate got me a badass speaker. I mean, it's nice.
Bluetooth speaker.
It's a Bluetooth speaker, but it also plays MP3 things where you can put a card in there and it'll play all the music on it. So that's cool too, because I got music on one on the card.
Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, they come in really handy.
Well, especially at work, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't mind Tejano. I do like Tejano, some of it, but not all day. But this speaker, yeah. I take it to work. It's going to jam. Yeah, buddy.
Hey there, baby cakes.
Hi there.
Hope you're well, sweetheart. What did he get you for Christmas? Maybe I shouldn't ask.
He got me a couple of photo albums, which I needed.
Oh, nice one. Excellent. Oh, I can never have enough photo albums. Forever taking pictures. And they're all digital now as well, aren't they? So you have to get them on the computer as well. My clock, I got a clock for Christmas. And it's got like little squares, coloured squares around the outside of it. And each one's got a space for a photograph as well. So, yeah. Cool.
Well, they go along with her printer, too.
Oh, now that's even better.
Hello, Mr. Cake. How are you?
Hey, Maddie. Just drinking my coffee.
Oh, lucky you.
License plate.
That's nice.
Unfortunately, I haven't got the
It's
rental
so beautiful
license
today and stuff. Sunny today. I think today's so good. I think today. I think next week is so good and stuff. Yeah. We're gonna do more washing and stuff, hanging out and stuff, and looking at your
I still pick up this old roundabout.
things. Yeah. Then go to my dad's bonus house, pick something up, and then go home and yeah.
You might have taken me down Angus.
Get over there, big one.
That's why I said I just had a look before I left.
Hey, Maddie, man, you jammed some good music. I could hear that in the background. Are y'all traveling down the freeway or something? But, hey, I could hear Genesis playing in the background.
There's my brother, John playing the background. I'm in the car, it's busy.
People like them, the seats will load like bad enough.
I do like a bit of Phil Collins. Found him quite sexy in his day.
Hey man, I love me some Genesis. I love all Phil Collins stuff, man. Yep.
I didn't know what song is this on the radio, so yeah, I didn't know. All songs I do know, some songs I don't know, and stuff, so.
I like that a lot.
But yeah.
I like the same.
It's just another day for me and you in paradise.
Home by the Sea, man. That's a tripped out song. You need to listen to that song. That song's tripped out if you ever listen to the lyrics.
Oh, the lyrics to his songs, they're just so real, aren't they? They're just tell a whole story, mean so many different things at the same time. Yeah, he was a good songwriter.
Hey, Miss K, you remember Home by the Sea? Remember that song? Have you ever heard that song by Genesis?
I can't remember by the title, but if you played it to me, I think I probably would. Because I remember I grew up with Genesis when they were as a band, and then Phil Collins went solo, didn't he? And he started doing all his single tracks by himself.
Yeah, yep, sure did. Now, the Home by the Sea is, well, you'll have to Google it. I guarantee you heard it before.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I'll just figure out which one it is. Oh, I know what I can do. Hey, Google, play. Okay, Google, play Phil Collins' Home by the Sea. That's it. And turn volume up 3. You're not going to do it, are you? Okay, Google, turn volume up 3. By the sea. Okay, Google, turn up volume 2. Oh. Okay, Google, turn volume up 2. Oh, it's not working. Doesn't ring a bell.
What? I heard it in the background.
Okay, Google, turn volume up 3.
The volume's at 7.
Oh, fuck. No, that one doesn't ring a bell.
Okay. But anyway, that song right there, man, it's a trip. If you listen to the lyrics, it's weird. It's a trip.
Oh, his voice does things to me. It's one of the voices I love. I love him. Freddie Mercury did the same to me. Every time I hear him. Duran Duran. Do you remember Duran Duran? Simon Le Bon. Oh, he was my all-time favourite. I used to fancy him something rotten. I was only a kid. No, I don't remember all of the Genesis tracks. There was lots of CDs I didn't hear, probably.
Yeah, they go way back. I mean, Peter Gabriel, I believe, was the first singer of Genesis. I don't know if you remember who he is. I think he sings Sledgehammer. I get them wrong. Wait, was it Steve Winwood? I always get them two mixed up. Steve Winwood and Peter Gabriel. But I think Peter Gabriel was with Genesis.
Oh, Peter Gabriel, I remember he did Sledgehammer. I love that tune. That was fantastic.
Yeah, I believe he was the original singer for Genesis.
It did sound pretty similar, I've got to admit.
Yeah, their voice is pretty similar, I think.
I just took a picture of my lava lamp for you. It's blue with orange lava.
Oh, that's cool. I like the Siamese cat, too.
That belonged to my grandpa. Thank you very much.
Well, hello there.
Yeah, hi.
Oh, that looks cool, too.
Thank you. Where are you from, Georgie? Yeah, the bit in the middle that looks like a lamp is a glitter. Is one of those things you turn it upside down and it will, like the snow floats about, but this has got glitter in it. And instead of turning it upside down, you just put a couple of round batteries in it. You turn it on and it does it all for you. So yeah, you just sit here and admire all the glittery bits. It's got a little ballerina in it as well. My mum bought it for me because I used to have a jewellery box that my brother kept for me from when I was tiny, and it had a little ballerina in it. So my mum saw that and she couldn't resist. She had to get it.
I think it was cool. Yeah. And I remember those ballerina things. I think my sister had one. It was like a jewelry box or something. But when you open it up, I guess that ballerina danced or spun around or something.
Yeah, that's it. And it has the little turny thing on the back. You twist it and the ballerina goes round and round and plays a tune.
Yep. Yeah, they don't make stuff like that no more.
I got a Nintendo Switch for Christmas a couple of years ago. My mum and dad bought me a game. They bought me Mario Party, but didn't realise that I needed a couple of joypads to go with it. So I'm sitting there dying to play it, and I can't.
We got our grandson. It's Galaga and Pac-Man. It's like a miniature arcade game. And I used to be good at Galaga. So right now I got the high score currently. My grandson, he unfortunately he gravitated towards his iPad. So we've been playing it. We've been playing it's old school arcade games is what it is. So we I guess we bought it for ourselves. I don't know.
Sorted.
I was good at that game back in the days. That's back in the 80s. Yeah, buddy. And I still am, obviously, because can't nobody beat my high score yet.
Yeah, we used to be on the old pinball machines.
Hey, them too. I can play me some pinball. I love me some pinball.
The one we had at college in the leisure centre. We used to know how to trick it into thinking it had money in it. And we had a pool table as well.
Actually, I know exactly what you're talking about because with the video games, the arcade games, I had a way of tricking it too. I used to flatten the straw out and I flatten it out and I feed it through to where the chain, where you drop the coin in. And if you reach it just right, you can jiggle it to where you get, credits where it thinks that you put quarters in it. And we got free games all the time.
Yeah, there was a Space Invaders game in the bar at college, and people used to know how to fix that so that you could get a free game of Space Invaders.
See, kids nowadays wouldn't know, man. Kids nowadays just don't know what they're losing out on, man. I'm just saying.
Sure don't. And they go around treating everybody like shit because their parents don't teach them the right manners and stuff like they did when we were kids. Yeah, kids today just not worth it, man. I'm so pleased I never had any.
No, you won't, man. Hey, you said it bluntly, but you said it rightly. It is what it is. But I mean, there's some kids that they get taught old school ways, but the majority of them, man, and these are the ones that are going to be running our countries. Your country, my country. And, oh, man. They're already running my country.
Exactly. You look at the kids coming out of school nowadays and you think, Oh God. Well, just what is our future like?
I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. You know. I mean, you can't blame but their parents for raising them. I don't, you know.
Got to admit, there's some people that have good kids, and teach them the right things, but they're few and far between.
Man. We got old school ways here at our house. That's the way it goes with a grandson too. Old school way. You come to our house, it's old school.
There ain't nothing wrong with old school ways.
We'll spank that butt. It is what it is. I mean, we give spankings here in this household, and not you don't abuse kids, but they gotta be held accountable, man. Accountability. That's what's wrong with what's going on right now here in America, man. None of these criminals are getting held accountable for it, and it bees like that.
Yeah, that's it. My mum and dad they didn't believe in smacking, but if I did something wrong, they let me know about it. I got put over my dad's knees twice, as far as I can remember. Once was for blaming my brother for something that I did, and the other time was for cutting my school shoes apart, sort of like a couple of days after my mother had just bought them for me from Clark's shoes, and Clark's shoes were expensive in those days, and they actually, because I had one foot bigger than the other, and they used to measure your feet in that little device thing that you, and they used to do shoes in half sizes. But yeah, my mum did not hit me for that. She still remembers it to this day.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you take discipline out. I mean, yes, like with anything, you don't go overboard, but you still, I mean, we grew up, we respected teachers. Nowadays, kids don't even respect teachers. They jump on them and attack them and do all kind. Man, back in our day, you got pops in school. They'd light your ass up. They'd bring you to the hallway, and they had a paddle. And they had a witness. They had another teacher there too. Make sure they'd light you up.
I went shopping around the same time as when the school kids came out a couple of months ago, and I did a lot of shopping. Halfway through, the kids obviously came out of school, and they were all at the tills getting all their sweets and drinks and whatnot. And there was me in the middle of them trying to pay for my shopping and get it into bags. There was one kid actually stopped and asked me if I needed some help, and he helped me move my bags. But only one of them.
There's still kids out there. There's still kids with morals. I mean, yeah, they're still out there.
And none of them have done much to respect the rules about this COVID stuff that's been going on. Never see any kids. At first, they kept their distance from each other and whatnot, but as a rule, they don't. Talking about COVID, I read a headline on RT News the other day. Something about Sweden have made it compulsory now that they're going to put a tag under your skin, a chip, so that it holds all your COVID medical information, so that instead of having to get your papers out to show that you've got a passport or something, it'll all be on this chip, and be implanted in your arm or something. which I really don't agree with. Have you not heard anything like that?
Actually, I have heard about that. Yep. And I'm glad I live in Texas. I'll say USA. I'm glad I live in USA, but we got an extra thick skin down here in Texas. It ain't happening down here. I can guarantee you that ain't happening down here.
But when they gave you the COVID shot, didn't they already inject you with barium so your body could glow from outer space and be detected by satellites?
I wouldn't put it past them. I've heard of barium.
Yeah. I think what they did is inject barium into the COVID so your body could glow. They already have an infrared signature, but with a radioisotope, they could go completely through walls. Yeah, it's far superior. Just kidding, people.
There you go. Anyway, I'm sitting here debating whether or not to do some tidying up or go to bed. It's 5 to 1 at the minute.
Well, I mean, I just want to, how many shots are we supposed to get per year for this COVID stuff? I mean, that's what I'm curious about. It's like, man, are we supposed to just get 20 million shots or what?
Well, I've taken 3 shots. They gave us the first one, then they asked us to take the second one, and then they asked us to take the booster. But the analysis part of it is still out. I think by spring we'll probably be taking a 4th shot.
Yeah, I've taken all 3, same. And I think they're giving, I've took vaccine 2, and they're giving people a booster. I think they're considering, I think India's done it and Israel have now done it, considering giving vulnerable people a 4th shot, 4th booster. But I think it's going to be like the flu. There ain't no getting around it now. People have been so stupid with how they've treated this or haven't treated it. Is why we've ended up in the situation we have.
Yeah, we had a large part of the population that thinks they're scientifically more superior than the system we have developed. I'll just put it that way. But when I took my 3rd shot, I went ahead and took my flu shot, and my doctor asked me if I wouldn't mind taking my shingles shot. So I got the COVID shot, my flu shot, and my shingles shot, since I'm over 70.
Oh, all right. I haven't heard anything, touch wood. I don't know if that's good or bad. I haven't heard anything about the shingles shot. But I had, chicken pox when I was younger. I think shingles is the older version of chicken pox. But yeah, I reckon it's just going to be like a regular yearly thing that we're all going to have to do.
Man, I'll tell you right now, if I'm going to get any vaccine, it's going to be against the shingles. Because I've had them before, man, and they suck, dude. I've also had COVID too, by the way. I mean, here's what it is, but man, them shingles, it was miserable, man. Miserable.
Well, it's highly contagious, like everything else we're talking about. But actually, there's an easy way to keep shingles at bay. Just take a bath in Epsom salt.
I didn't know that.
Me neither. But, I mean, I guess it was too late for me. Because, man, I caught them. And it really did. It sucked, man. It sucks.
Yeah, my grandmother lived 102, and her favorite two chemicals were Epsom salt and witch hazel. And she swore by those two. And I guess it worked. She never took any shots, and she lived 102 years old.
Oh, wow. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I often wonder how old I would like to live to. I mean, can you imagine, for example, what it's going to be like for us when we get to 102? What the world is going to be like? Yeah. And if we do get this chip thing does come into all across the world, then God, can you imagine what would happen if I was having this conversation earlier, if the wireless gets hacked? It gets hacked over here so many times, and yeah, what if you lose your arm? Would they want to put it in the other arm again or not? That is freaky. Because they're thinking about putting payment things onto it as well. So they say it's just a QR chip, QR code, whatever. Oh, this is my favourite song. Anyway, yeah. What is this world coming to?
Well, at the onset of this, I was leery. I mean, I'm a veteran, so they email us and say, come get your shots. There must have been over 200 people, doctors and nurses, civilians, veterans, all taking their shots inside the hospital. And you could see that everybody was kind of spooked. It was the very first shot. They sat us down for 30 minutes to make sure nobody got dizzy or passed out. But some people passed out, but it was mainly due to the stress. Or older people, we'd handle things differently. But I took a friend of mine with me, and he was 87, and he took all 3 shots, and he's doing fine.
Awesome. That's good. I like to hear that. I mean, to be honest with you, we're gonna have to live with this. I mean, like it's the flu, it ain't going away. We can't keep shutting down America. Actually, we can't keep shutting down the world. I mean, that's my opinion. We're gonna have to deal with it, adapt. I think, and I don't know, man. Immunity.
Yeah, France, Germany, Italy have all put in, and Ireland, Wales, and Scotland have all put in restrictions because the Omicron has got really bad. And Boris Johnson hasn't done a sodding thing. Just no restrictions. Obviously, I can tell he didn't want to put us on lockdown, but in my opinion, the only reason he didn't want to put us on lockdown is because of the tax. He wouldn't get any tax on. No one would buy anything, and yeah, it was all money fanatics.
Where's she at?
Yes, everything's money. It does boil down to that. But you're in Sussex, right? Yeah.
England?
Here in Texas, I mean, we haven't been shutting down. I mean, the army that Omicron, whatever, the new variant, it spreads. It does. It really does. But it's non-virulent, or I don't even know how to pronounce it. In other words, it doesn't get you as sick. And I don't know, man. I just think that, I mean, we're not going to get rid of none of this stuff. We just ain't. And the economy can't keep shutting down.
Mrs. K, they want to know what part of Texas you're in.
I am in Montgomery, Texas.
Oh, no. I'm not in Texas. I'm in England. South England.
I knew that, but she didn't. Yeah, she's over there in England, and you like it like that.
Do I like it in England? Oh, no, not particularly. If my family weren't here and if I didn't have to stay here, I probably wouldn't. But I've not had any luck in trying to find a man, so yeah, don't think I'll be going anywhere.
Hey, Miss Kay, what? I almost made it to England. My sister invited me. At one point, they went. Her and my dad. They went to England, but yeah, I got work down here. But hey, I almost went to England. I don't know where they went, but they went all over.
I think you said once. Yeah. But yeah, it's a dive, really.
Man, I'd love to go there.
Well, if ever you get this way, just I've got space to put you all up now, and I've got a sofa that will sleep at least 8 people. So, and that's before you even roll it down. Oh, I love it. I love it where I am now.
Hey, that's a big old sofa. 8 people? Wow. Uh-oh.
Yeah, we got plenty of room in the barn. Might smell a little funky, but it'll work.
And where are you at, man?
I'm in San Antonio. Well, you're pretty familiar with San Antonio.
Yeah, you're my neighbor, man.
Yeah, well, you got East Side, you got Randolph Air Force Base, you got Brooks, you got West Side Air Park, you got San Geronimo Air Park, you got Bulverde Air Park, you got the Hondo Air Park. There's runways all over the damn place out here.
Hang on a minute, man. Is Ingram Mall still there?
Ingram, oh yeah. Yeah, it's kind of, they're all the malls are pretty dead. I mean, they just, once the COVID hit, they were the first thing to die. As soon as they, historically, they wouldn't build a mall unless there was a Sears. So when Sears bellied up, that was the death sentence of the malls.
But Ingram Mall's still there, right?
Well, the buildings are there, but I mean, like I said, they're kind of dead malls. I mean, it's a big structure, a few cars, and one guy that's having a hell of a time keeping the floors clean.
Damn internet.
What's wrong with your internet?
That's why the malls are closing.
Oh, yeah, the internet did these malls in big time. Anything you want, you can get it next day. Well, Amazon's, I would say, about 3 miles from my house. It's a huge, giant facility. I mean, it's massive, big.
You know, it's even cooler than that. Each thing I bought, I got it right then and there at the mall. I didn't have to wait 2 days. Oh, man. Yeah, life sucks, man, getting older.
I don't know what you're talking about, Willis. Amazon delivers within 45 minutes to an hour from my house. If I order it now, I can get it before we hang up. If they start delivering food, it's all over.
Yeah. All right.
I'm serious. I mean, just about everything you want at a decent price in less than 45 minutes. Cheap. Sometimes it takes my car longer to warm up.
Dang, man.
Well, I don't know what kind of system they have, but let's say it's 1 o'clock. I'll order something. Well, I've ordered many parts from my gas stations. And if I order it before noon, I can get it before 4:30 easily. It used to be next day or 2 days out, but shoot, they're quick.
Yeah, but can you go into the food court? Yeah. Can you go into a food court? No. Can't do that online, can you? Oh, wait. Oh, you can order food online. I forgot.
Yeah. What is it? Chili's orders Jim's Coffee Shop is online. Most of the restaurants are online. Chick-fil-A, Whataburger. Yeah, they're all 15 minutes away.
Yeah, but it ain't the same as going to a food court in the mall, man. And you know it's true. Yeah, going up in the escalator, going up to the food court or whatever. Yeah, man. I mean, man, that's what I'm talking about. That's what sucks about technology. It's putting that stuff, I don't know, man.
Yeah, well, the food court was a little different this year. They had a guy from India being Santa Claus. Thank you very much.
At least he thanked them.
No, I'm just kidding. They didn't have Santa Claus at the mall this year.
See, that's what I'm talking about, man. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. The nostalgia. I mean, yeah, times are drifting on, but what are we going to become? What, everybody just orders their food from home? Everybody orders their groceries from home? Is that what it's going to? Man, I miss going to the mall.
There you go. Sorry I was so long. I've done it. I put up a picture of my sofa. I knew I had one somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I really haven't gone inside and ate any place in almost 4 years. I just order it 10 minutes before I get home, and if I'm lucky, I can take it out of their hands.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I was trying to leave a little space in between.
Yeah, I was just... First off, it wouldn't let me put up a picture, and then I couldn't find the picture when it did let me put it up, and I'm like, whoa. Sorry, I was so long. But sorry I interrupted at the end.
Well, I couldn't get into conversation earlier. When you guys started talking about ballerinas, I said, there's no way I'm getting in this conversation.
We talk about absolutely everything. I don't think there's a lot me and Rocket haven't covered.
Whatever happened to that guy that was by the bayou?
Oh, yes. He was on at Christmas, I think. I did hear him. I can't remember what's his name?
Cajun.
Cajun Bear, that's him. No, I haven't heard him back here since.
Well, I was afraid to come back in this room and hear sad stories, but I'll be honest with you guys. I've lost quite a few of my friends. I won't go down the list. One guy that I thought was in the picture of health, and he got the COVID, was in there for 1 year, and then another guy, he went on a Monday, and 3 days later, he was dead with COVID, and I was going like, what? I know. So, it's still kind of spooky.
Oh, sorry, mate. There's a lot of people, lost a lot of people, yeah. It's a bastard, this thing, isn't it? Excuse my language, I'm sorry, my bad.
That's all right. We'll have to put you in timeout for a minute.
Well, maybe if I call it a boots instead, people might not think I'm being sexist. Lucas, have you heard anything about this chip thing Sweden are doing?
What kind of sweetener now?
No, Sweden as in the country Sweden, Sweden. I read a headline the other day that Sweden are now making it compulsory to have a chip in your arm that stores all your medical data to show whether or not you've had this COVID injection. And so instead of taking out all your documents and showing your passport and your vaccination cards, you just give them your arm and they chip it.
Well, a driver's license basically does that, although no police officer has a scanner for it. But I have my VA card, it's got my picture on it, and all they have to do is scan that. If they take me to the hospital, it'll give them everything they need. without me opening my mouth. I don't see any harm in it. You know, yeah, I think it would be a good thing. You would just walk up to your house and Google will automatically recognize the chip on your body and open the door, and the ground will open up, and you'll fall down this tube 300 feet.
Why they're not putting anything like that in my body? I've got my cards. I carry paper documents. I don't mind, but no, I'm not having anything like that done to me. I had the weather forecast for the next week here in England earlier, and apparently it's going to be really mild. We're at what temperature are we at the moment? Let's have a look. It is 10 degrees 10 Celsius at the moment, and they're saying next week that the whole country is going to get up to like 17 degrees. And I'm like, whoa, that's almost summer. We're supposed to be in winter over here at the moment. Scotland have got snow. Scotland and the north of England have got snow at the minute.
Well, the good thing I could see coming from it would be you wouldn't have to carry your wallet, number one. You don't have to carry your medical records. You don't have to carry that big old ring of dirty keys with you no more. You go to your car, it would start. It would recognize you. You go to your house, and if you haven't paid the bills, your electricity is off. I mean, I can see a lot of win-win. You wouldn't have to carry dirty money with you. You could get on an airplane and bypass all the paperwork that eventually go in that route anyhow. Besides, you could bypass all those agents that haven't collected one bomber ever since we put them to stop the bombers. Yeah, I could see a plus out of it. Win-win.
Oh, talking about bombers, apparently Buckingham Palace got raided. Well, not raided yesterday. There was a guy was lurking around in the ground, not Buckingham Palace. I think it was Windsor Castle. When it was in there, he had a bow and arrow. He was gonna. There was an intruder. He's been sent to a mental asylum now.
You sure that wasn't Prince Charles on one of his quaaludes?
Not so, the news say.
My wife says, why does this kind of stuff happening? I think it's always happened. Just with the internet and Facebook and Twitter and Twit and all this other stuff, we're just allowed to hear more and more of the craziness that goes on in the world. I mean, you see it. We see it when we go down the road. It's just, the more ridiculous it is, the more people like to broadcast it.
Rocket, we didn't get anything from you. No audio.
It won't hurt, Mrs. K. You just go up to your neighborhood pharmaceutical store. They'll inject you with this little glass BB. I have it on my dogs, by the way. If they get lost, they have their plates, but they can scan them, and they'll bring them back home.
I'm not a dog, though.
And see, once you get the tag, if you don't pay your traffic ticket, you'll just basically get locked up in your car, and they'll tow you away with the car and everything in it.
I don't have a car, neither.
Well, you see where I'm going with this. This is exactly what they want. You won't have to build any more jails. They'll just send you home and lock your own front door. Stay there.
Yeah, I see your point. Control.
Yeah, that's why I love electronics. If they can make it, I can hack it.
Okie dokie. Well, I'm gonna go play a game. I will love you and leave you for a short while. I will be back. Take care, Brocket. Nice talking to you.
I think he's burning his barbecue. I'll be listening in. Nice hearing your voice, Miss K.
Sorry, y'all. I'm having technical difficulties on my end. so just bear with me. I'll be here in a minute.
Is it your telephone internet or your internet?
I think it's my phone, man, because I got 2% on my thing. I ran it out. I did. But we were on a road trip. That's why we haven't been online for a while. But so we had this road trip. So anywho, it's been cutting out.
I'm assuming you have an Android. So you can go into About My Phone, and you'll find a little space there where it says Internet, and it says Reset My Internet. What it'll do is it'll disconnect you from whatever cell site you're connected to and try to connect you to one that's closer.
Yeah, because I'm supposed to, I guess I have 5G, but right now it's showing 4G. So I guess you're right. I need to reconnect some way. I don't know, but it's cutting out. So if I cut out, y'all, nothing personal.
Well, another thing is that once nighttime comes, you'll get a lot of moisture, and that humidity will slow the signal down. So only two things you can do is either stay close to the window or stand on top of your building.
Who else is all in here? Anybody else want to speak up? What?
It's supper time. They're probably feeding their faces.
Yeah, there you go, bro.
Well, I made a turkey for Thanksgiving, and then I made another turkey for Christmas. So don't ask me about any more turkey.
I do hams. I do briskets. Man, I cook. I love cooking. Outdoors. I like outdoor cooking. I'm a wood cooker. Just ask anybody on here that knows me on this channel, they know I cook. I barbecue.
I love barbecue. It's just that the older I get, I kind of have to back off the meat a little bit.
Well, ain't nothing wrong with that, I guess. Teach his own. I mean, I put the meat on, vegetables and all. I don't give a damn. I'll cook it all.
No, I just love it. I love barbecue chicken, barbecue brisket, barbecue sausage, German style. I don't know if you know where St. Hendricks is, but they make really, really, really good sausage. Better than, what is it? That other German sausage.
I don't know, man. I smoke my own. I like it. And I use, I always cook with wood. I mean, a little bit of charcoal. I don't do the propane. I don't do all that. I mean, I've cooked with propane, but that ain't my thing. I like to cook with wood. Wood gives it way better flavor.
Lucky my son's not here to tell you. You with wood, you're going to get a lot more carcinogens. What the heck?
I've lived with carcinogens all my life, man. From the paint that you smell in your house to the everything, man, to the stuff you eat in the grocery mart. It just is what it is, man. But I'm a woodcutter.
I know. I do a lot of commercial buildings. They're full of sheetrock and fiberglass and dirt one day. And you go back 2 weeks later and you can eat off the floor.
Yep. Here's what it is.
Kielbasa, yeah. Kielbasa's over here off of Nacogdoches Road. And I used to go by there. They used to tell me 2 or 3 boxes of cassava sausage, but the kids have grown and gone. And I don't have anybody to give the meat to. All the neighbors' kids are grown and gone. They're in the same boat I'm in. They're older and they really don't eat that much meat. Old neighborhood, old people.
Well, I mean, if we're going to throw it away, I'm just saying.
Well, during Thanksgiving, they cooked like 30 turkeys. I don't know how much chicken. I couldn't even see it was so much chicken. They cooked about 2 barrels full of sausage. They just had all kinds of food. I went in there, got me 1 little chicken, 2 links of sausage, and sneaked out the back door.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. You got the basics. That's all that matters.
Yeah, it was good, too. I didn't wait but 15 minutes, and I made myself a couple of sandwiches and then died. It was really good.
Man, that's what we do out here, man. It's all home cooked stuff out here where we're at.
One of my customers has a big Asian store. It's 7,000 square feet. He's always inviting me to eat there, but all they eat is like sushi and fried rice and egg drop soup. And I go, I already ate, thank you.
I hold them up, man. I love me some fried rice. Yeah. And then, well, me, I like wonton soup. Egg drop soup, I've eaten it before, but I can only go so much with that. I really don't like it too much. But, man, fried rice, dude. Yeah, dude. And stir-fried, like, beef. Oh, yeah.
Well, they have pork on a hoof, so you can imagine. They have the whole pig hanging and cooked. And they have fried duck. In fact, it's one of the few places you can buy fried duck.
Hey, we had duck at Thanksgiving here.
That's what you were saying. Tastes like barbacoa.
Well, Baby Kate, she'll eat some barbacoa, but she likes the good, true barbacoa. And you know what the true barbacoa is, right?
Oh, yeah. The head of the cow mixed with the brains and the eyeballs. Don't forget the tongue.
Yep. And then, but nowadays they only put the cheek and stuff
Cheek
like
meat.
that. Cheek meat
with barbacoa flavoring.
with barbacoa flavoring. That's the way they do it now.
Now, you ever come into town, I'll send you to the right place. It's on Fresno, off of Interstate 10. You go over the bridge to the left. There's a Molino in there, and I've eaten at all the Molinos in Texas. Just about anyone that says they sell barbacoa. But this place there, it's got really, really good homemade barbacoa.
Yeah. Karen, Baby Cakes, she'll eat barbacoa. I don't like barbacoa. I mean, I love me, and trust me, every town we go to, like if we go somewhere, the first thing we scout out is a mobile taco stand. That's the first thing we do. Because I'm fajitas. Even in the morning, I eat some fajitas. Now, she's a barbacoa fan. But it's got to be good, too. You know, she likes that real stuff. But every town or everywhere we go, neighborhood, wherever, we don't know, we hunt out taco stands.
Yeah, I had a bunch of engineers come in from Hawaii. We took them out for breakfast. We gave them chorizo con huevo, 7 steak, and rice, and 2 enchiladas. And that was for breakfast. And the guys were just screaming. They said, "There's too much food."
All right, that sounds good, man. That sounds good. Well, down here in Texas, I mean, we got a lot of taco stands. And they are the bottom. I mean, we get some good ones down here, man. I mean, for real. They be like, you know how you see all them restaurants on TV that are fancy and stuff? Well, these taco stands could be that, because they are they're good.
Yeah, I'll be listening in. I got to take the dogs for their walk. They're all dancing on the door.
All right, bro. You take care, man.
Yeah, I should do the service for the H&R blocks, Hondo, D'Hanis, Balfurious, Pleasanton. Oh, I know I'm missing a whole bunch of other little towns, Corpus, Uvalde. And one time coming out of Hondo, I got so sick at a taco stand that I never ate from a taco stand again.
I guess you flipped that coin, man, I guess, but I don't know, man. We've eaten at some good taco stands, man. I'll put it like that. Some of the best food we've ever eaten. I think we've had, and actually we got one pinned down right now. That's the best. And we go there a lot too. Well, yeah. Well, we'll go there when we can.
Oh, I know. I really don't know what did it. I mean, sometimes you get too close to an 18-wheeler, you'll breathe half their exhaust for the next 50 miles. It could have been anything. But it just was 2 minutes outside of Hondo. I thought I was going to die. I just did everything I could to get back into town. I had to sleep there for about 2.5 hours. Right around midnight, I said, I got to go home and put for a days. And ever since then, I carry Pepto-Bismol just in case.
I carry Tabasco sauce just in case.
Tabasco sauce? Joy, you got more guts than I do. I mean, if it works, it works.
Man, Tabasco sauce rules. That's my thing.
Hey, duties. I'm back. Yes, everybody gone to sleep. I've just made myself some more, a nice cup of coffee. And I'm taking a painkiller. So I hopefully will not wake up in pain in the morning or later on. I pulled the muscle in my arm several times over a few months ago. And apparently there is a name for doing such a thing. It's called dequervains tenosynovitis, I think. Tenosynovitis. Basically, I pulled the tendon lots of times, and before it could heal itself. So I'm paying for it now.
What, you make more coffee in this case?
Okay, I'll make it 8 and 7.
Sorry to hear that, Miss K, that they pulled your leg 10 times.
Hi, Maddie. And I did what? What you doing to my leg 10 times?
What are you doing, Miss K?
Yeah.
Hi, Maddie. It is 10 to... Oh, excuse me. 10 to 3 in the morning. I am just having a cup of coffee and taking some painkillers because I have a pain in my arm.
Well, no wonder you have a pain in your arm. You keep moving it 10 times.
Where does 10 times come into it? And what are you doing, Maddie?
Oh, I do at my dad's friend's house, do something. He's gardening and stuff. I don't have time to go to my dad's brother's house or not. It's 1:40 I was like that. It's afternoon down here. But yeah. I sit down in the chair and do nothing. Always.
Is your dad a good gardener? Have they got a big garden?
Yeah, my dad's friend is up Pommel and stuff. And if you talk about garden stuff, or his garden or something. But yeah. I'm on my dad's friend, you know, so I'm not done that. Playing dad's game. And he's fine. Because always I do.
Okay, well, you say hello to your dad for me. Tell him I'm waving a hand all the way from England.
Yeah, well, basically he comes back to his friend's house and stuff. I plays his card game. His friend. I'm playing right now. And stuff.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you're doing well.
Good morning, Sussex Downs Radio Link. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm good, thank you. Just chilling.
Morning. Digital identity document there from April. Did you know that people have had the boosters? The antibodies are escaping already, and they need a fourth booster soon. Yeah, next year you have to have about 3 or 4 more boosters, yeah.
Well, do you pay for that? I mean, for booster, for ID, etc., etc.
I don't. I'm not a sheep. A lot of these people on this channel are sheep, though. You know, anything the government tells them to do, they're even jabbing up on Christmas Day, leaving their families to eat the turkey while they're queuing up for a booster. Because the BBC and the government tells them to do so.
Straight in there, at the end of the convo, 10 to 8 in the morning. Good morning, everyone. I've been up since 4 in the morning.
It's all right, Paul. Well, were you one of those cunts who queued up on Christmas Day, mate? 12,000 people apparently on Christmas Day queued up for a vaccine jab. For a virus that's no worse than a common cold. Oh, I can't believe this, man. I can't believe how stupid some people are. Were you one of those people, Paul?
No, I wasn't. But, yeah, some of them will hopefully get through in the winter because of it. Very good, though, about the numbers, isn't it, that I've heard?
Well, you get more protection from a vitamin D tablet, a food supplement, and vitamin C than you do for these boosters. They only last a few weeks. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's a good reminder as well, thank you. So now I'll have my magnesium. I've been taking them all at once. Zinc, D3, omega oils for vegans and vegetarians, multivitamins and iron, and vitamin D. I try not to take them all at once, so what I'm going to do is I'll put them all on 2 shelves and then like pass them from one shelf to other. Yep, so I'm going to take some zinc.
You don't need to take them all at once. You only need to take, you could take up to 4,000 IU a day of vitamin D. If you take any more than that, then you could get kidney stones, which is really, really painful, and you end up in hospital. So do not exceed any more than 4,000 international unit tablet vitamin D. That's well known, that is. Takes a K2 as well. Takes a zinc, takes some iron, and take extra virgin olive oil, a spoonful, like the Mediterraneans do in a diet. All that lot will build up your immune system without a booster, without any vaccine whatsoever. It's an experimental vaccine anyway. The patent's not live until 2023.
Well, maybe, how to say, I didn't get any COVID since 2020. Any vaccine, any vitamins. Maybe I need to go out, more socialize, contacting with people.
Yeah, you got to go out and socialise, man. You can't stay at home. Don't do what the government tells you, staying at home, looking at 4 walls. That's no good. It's no good for anyone. You've got to be out in the fresh air, socialising with people. And don't worry about wearing a mask either. Fuck the masks. The masks are made of plastic in China anyway.
If you're having your recommended daily allowance of vitamin D, does consumption of vitamin D3 add on to the vitamin D recommended allowance?
The government recommends 400 international units a day on the NHS website, which is nothing. Absolutely nothing. Most doctors recommend 2,000 to 3,000 IU a day. A vitamin D3 supplement, it goes to your liver, and then your liver transfers it into what they call calcifediol, which is the chemical element of vitamin D3. It goes straight into your immune system. It builds up your immune system. It gives you T cells and antibodies. That's exactly what vitamin D3 does. It's for your immune system and your bones and your teeth. Do you know there's over 100,000 NHS workers that refuse to take the vaccine? Why? Because they see so many people coming into hospital with real bad side effects. That's why. And fair play to them.
Yeah, well, I think it's bad as well when they have a policy of not resuscitating when people could be resuscitated.
Yeah, DNR. It's people that are going on the ventilators, and they're not dying of COVID. They're dying of pneumonia. Lungs are filling up with fluid. That's exactly what they're dying from. They may have a bit of COVID in the system, but if people die of anything, like strokes, heart attacks, cancer, anything like that, COVID has got to appear on the death certificate. That's government regulations.
Yeah, so can they not get a DNR notice if they haven't got positive test?
Most of the DNR notices are going out to people that are coming here from old people's homes because they're not worth saving. Yeah. They're on their last legs, so they don't bother saving them. If you're like under 60, they'll try and save you, but if you're over 60 now, they won't bother with you, mate. That's the way it works now. And if you're really bad, they'll send you back to the old people's home where you just spread it like wildfire. That's exactly what happened last year. It's basically a cull. They're culling the elderly on this. And the youngsters as well. They're giving the youngsters an injection that gives myocarditis, which is an inflammation of the heart. The vaccine wasn't designed for younger people, it's designed for older people. Get your booster, get your booster, get your booster, get your booster, get your booster. Boris, you need to turn that little handle down at the back of your back, man. You need to change your script.
Yeah, I'm really behind on looking at the numbers recently in the UK. What's that like for the death numbers?
Well, the people that they're putting death certificates on, COVID on the death certificates, it's about 143 a day, allegedly. But I expect you to guarantee about 3/4 of them are not dying of COVID, dying of something else. They're fucking with the figures, man. They have done for years. So if you die of anything, within 28 days you got COVID, they'll put it down as COVID. Doesn't matter if you got it or not. Slightest little drop of COVID in your system, they'll put it down to COVID. Oh, it's a COVID-related death. How have you people fell for this? Eh? I thought British people were more smart and intelligent than this. Falling for the BBC, it's the ITV and Sky propaganda. Unbelievable. When you have to push something so hard, you know there's a problem.
Yeah, the biggest scandal is the Randox 21 quid a test, I think. What do you reckon?
Why would anyone want to take one of these tests where it's laced in, what's the name of that chemical? It's like antifreeze. Ethylene oxide. Those swab tests are laced in ethylene oxide, antifreeze, and they're made in China. You're putting that right up your nose at the bottom of your brain, and right at the back of your throat. Oh, people are so stupid. Let me tell you, mate, no one is putting anything up my nose, back of my throat, or up my fucking ass. I was not created to put on this planet to have things shoved up me, mate. No way. Oh, dear.
I think reasonably, though, they should up that limit to 76, shouldn't they? If that's the life expectancy on the age limit for the 60s, for DNR notices.
The moment you get over 60, you're on a downward spiral. I'm near 60. I'm not there yet. But the moment you are, it's like a dog. It's like a dog with life insurance, yeah? Once a dog gets over 10, yeah, the insurance companies look up and say, you've got to pay extra premiums now. Why? My dog's healthy. No, it's the age. You've got to pay an extra 25% now. And if the dog needs further vet treatment, you have to pay extra for the medication as well. It's all assessed on the risk, you see, young man. This is why people need to get themselves down to Holland and Barrett, places like that. Do away with the pharmacies. Just buy your ordinary stuff like aspirin and paracetamol, things like that. And get stuff like vitamin D supplements, vitamin C supplements, and fucking other things, man. Turmeric. Turmeric's really good for your system.
Yeah, and also it's 8:04, which means observed bank holiday. Lidl should be open. I think today's still the last day of surviving through the winter before we get to the new year. Have we got observed holidays in New Year as well? This is where people die the most usually. But they're dying less than they did last year at this time, apparently.
People in the old people's homes weren't dying of COVID. They were dying of a drug called Ramazepam, I think it's called. I can't pronounce it properly. Which is basically an opioid. It's like a substitute for heroin, methadone, things like that. It's when people in old people's homes are on their last legs. Matt Hancock was caught doing an interview. Have you got enough Ramazepam? Yes. We've ordered some more. We've ordered plenty. Old people's homes are killing machines. It's a production line for euthanasia. That's basically what it is when you go in an old people's home. You see them all in there. It's like lining up at Auschwitz, really. You may just well be on that fucking train to Auschwitz when you go in an old people's home. It's terrible. Terrible. The killing fields of Cambodia. Live at an old people's home near you.
Studies have shown that a healthy plant-based diet can... Benjamin Button, perhaps.
A healthy plant-based diet, that's exactly what the New World Order want people to eat. They don't want to do away with meat and everything. Eggs. You want you to eat what grows out of the ground. No, everything in moderation, young man. You could do a mix and match, but no, they want extremes, don't they? They want to get rid of dairy, they want to get rid of cow products, meat. They want to get rid of everything, man. They're evil. They're evil bastards.
We don't want to get rid of it completely, no. We don't want to have to do anything to other people, because some people, it's essential that they eat what's put on the table. Nothing better than vegetables. They want us eating broccoli. They want us eating potatoes. They want us eating healthy stuff, drinking water, plenty of water, taking all your vitamins. You can even go and have some sweets every once in a while. Skittles, Starburst, have a drink of pop, have a burrito. Burrito is even healthy, full of rice and stuff.
No, it's not all bad. The green stuff is good for you in certain conditions. Like, for example, when you get that New World Order term, cancer. It's not cancer, it's a fungus inside your body. A lot of people do away with the chemotherapy now. And they go with like the green juice, what they call the green juice. They juice broccoli, spinach, things like that. And that actually fights cancer better than chemotherapy. So it has its uses.
I personally overdo it on fruit, like Christmas time. For one of the days, I was so busy I only had bananas throughout the day. I just had like 6 bananas for the day. No else. Just 'cause I'm right lazy with cooking, but I'm going to get sorted soon. I've been sorted a bit at lentil cottage pies from Asda, are brilliant. They got vegan lentil cottage pies, and then Sainsbury's have got vegan chicken tikka masala, and they're both microwave meals in like 7 minutes. It's so good, but they're proper rare that they have them. So like a big part of my life just rotates around making sure I have them in stock.
It's 8:11, the annual time to enter the dream zone. A place where the imagination takes us for a ride. Welcome to the Dream Zone. An SDRL exclusive.
Just
see where we're at. We're ready to speak. We're ready to speak about what will be, about what will be, not what they want to see, not what they want to see, but what will indeed come, but what will indeed come in the coming times. In the coming times you have chosen to learn through. You have chosen to learn through dominion through power. Dominion through power, through aggression is actually coming to an end, is actually coming to an end. And the challenge of this, is that you've all believed, it was the only paradigm for rule. It was the only paradigm for rule. What will come in its place? What will come in its place will not be what you want either, will not be what you want either. Your idea of rule or power and authority, intend to be challenged, because you will actually invoke a new principle that will have to be addressed, What are you speaking to, he asks. What are you speaking to, he asks. I don't understand this teaching. I don't understand this teaching. When you move from one model to another, when you move from one model to another, and the model you choose to replace the old, and the model you choose to replace the old still has the fingerprints of the old upon it, In other words, it is chosen. In other words, it is chosen in obligation to change a system, based on one experience. Based on one experience, you call the old into the new. You call the old into the new by nature of being. In other words, the fragment of the teacup that is now embedded in the statue, claims the statue in energetic accord with the teacup it once was, When there is a great change of systems, there is usually a great call for glory. For some to be right, at the cost of others being wrong, But that is not what we see happening now. Instead, what we see is a level of hush, that you have not known, The clamor, the din of aggression has in fact been so loud, it's ever present in the field you've held, it's ever present in the field you have held. Aggression itself, in the ways you have used it, to dominate, to harm, to control others, is about to be attended to, at the level of individual, which means you're all going to encounter aspects, which means you are all going to encounter your aspects that contribute to this, and the collective. Now understand, friends. The collective has great authority. If you move one system, and then find yourself living with another, that you are not happy with, please see it as transitional. Not an outcome, and not an outcome that you will have to abide by, The old are releasing. The old is releasing the ways of being. The ways of being and change are present now, and you're having to learn through being in change. And you're having to learn through being in change. When one is in change, one not need to control outcome. One need not control outcome. One moves to allowance. She does the best she may. He does the best he may. In uncertainty, the confusion of the times you sit in. The confusion of the times you sit in are born in the old releasing, and the new seeking to configure, and the new seeking to configure without a basis. You are using the old as a basis still. If we don't have a government, whatever we choose must look like government. Whatever we choose must look like a government. We must comprehend in that way. We must comprehend it in that way, and you find yourself again in a system of control, that you find challenging, what ultimately comes What ultimately comes and will be is a new kind of expression, is a new kind of expression, the idea of respect. The idea of respect, inherent respect for humanity as a basis for all things, as a basis for all things must be understood as the new requirement for the survival of the species. For the survival of the species, you don't murder or neglect. You don't murder or neglect that which you respect, and have care for, How does this happen, Paul asks. How does this happen, Paul asks. I can't see, I don't know, I can't see it happening in my lifetime. It's actually moving there now. It's actually moving there now. You can't see it yet. You can't see it yet, just as you don't see the hand on the clock, just as you don't see the hand on the clock moving forward until the clock strikes anew, The new is present. The new is present, seeking to be born, and those being born now. And those being born now are actually navigating the energies of the higher that are present, without their feet stuck in fear, And what this means is, the entrenchment to all behavior based in fear, always a governance, old ways of governance, old ways of being expressed, that have their roots in fear, are disabled. Those of you that have known them, those of you that have known them perpetuate them unknowingly, but there are those now being born. Who don't hold the equivalency in their energetic field, Everything on this plane is the result of energetic equivalency, and you must understand this. And you must understand this if you were brought up in a world. If you were brought up in a world where you had to fight to get what you want, where you had to fight to get what you want, there would be a belief in scarcity. It would perpetuate normally. And you would perpetuate it unknowingly. Only one can get the job. Only one can get the job that I seek to apply for, Only one can wed the girl. Only one can wed the girl that everyone seems to want. Your ideas of what should be. So very moored in history. Claim an equivalency in magnification on this plane. So you get what you expect. When one comes to this plane. When one comes to this plane without that history embedded in the energetic field, when they're able to live beyond it, because they cannot agree to it, equivalency. In equivalency, the world begins to shift. He asks a question. Well, if the new get to have it, what about us old people? Aren't we doing this work? Indeed, the work that you are doing. Is a benefit to all. You're creating and supporting a template. You are creating and supporting a template for those who come. When the vibration of fear, is not the mandate of being alive, the expected requirement for learning, the world is made new. The world is made new. A world is renowned. By those who can perceive a new world, Who can perceive a new world is one who has been made new, or reclaimed, resurrected if you wish, in the high octave of the upper room, The upper room is a template. The upper room is a template, an organic template, if you wish, of what expresses beyond the manifest realm. beyond the manifest realm that you have known, that you have known. It lifts itself. It lifts itself because it is only lifting, because it is only lifting. Now, if you understand that the upper room coincides, that the upper room coincides with the reality you're expressing now, with the reality you are expressing in now. It is not someplace other. It is not someplace other, but a shift of vibration, where all things may be reknown, where all things may be reknown. You will actually understand. You will actually understand the true gift of this teaching, the true gift of this teaching, which is being as you truly are, without the fear or the need for fear or the need for fear that you have inherited, The new will be made. The new will be made. It will come into form. It will come into form. And many will say, yes, we see it. And many will say, yes, we see it before it is made form. Before it is made form, because everything is first made form. Because everything is first made form in the spiritual realm, and then brought into being, We are teaching you to do this. We are teaching you to do this, how to reclaim a world, how to support a new world, when we teach you tomorrow. When we teach you tomorrow, we intend to teach you manifestation. We intend to teach you manifestation in a somewhat different way, perhaps, than we have done, because the time is here. Because the time is here for you to truly understand purview, for you to truly understand purview, to stop being subject to the emotional selves, to the emotional selves that have been entrained in the lower fear-based octave, that have been entrained in the lower fear-based octave. All things may be made new. All things may be made new, and this includes your nature, and this includes your nature, your fear of that woman, or those men, those beings over there, anything that you imagine. Anything that you imagine may indeed be reknown, and we suggest will be reknown, and we suggest will be reknown as you say yes to the gift that you have been given upon your creation, What gift is that, he asks. What gift is that, he asks? Use of will and acclamation to the true self, or the source of your being, to acclimate to the source of your being. To acclimate to the source of your being is to allow it to be, and stop telling the world what it should be, and stop telling the world what it should be by your small self's mandate or edict. And let God be God, and let God be God, and let God be known, and let God be known, and let yourself be known in God, and let yourself be known in God, and all things as well, We wish to do an attunement. We wish to do an attunement. We'll do this with Paul, and we will do this with Paul, who is unaware of this. We spoke earlier of the garment. Which he recollects from his young years, the idea of garment. The idea of garment or robe or sheathing is symbolic in some ways, but it is also a coat. But it is also a coat of light that lifts the bodies, to itself. We wish to endow each of you. with this, if you will allow it, to receive this vibration. To receive this vibration is to say yes, to a new way of being, beyond the old, or beyond the old systems you agreed to, or beyond the old systems you have agreed to. When we bring this through, I am receiving the high garment. I am receiving the high garment, or high robe, You are simply agreeing. to what will be placed upon you, It is all good. It is all good, all light, all light, but it also has great power. But it also has great power. What is this, he asks. What is this, he asks. It deflects what is no longer true. It deflects what is no longer true. It refuses what is not true. It refuses what is not true. It aligns you to only what is true. It aligns you to only which is true. While this is an attunement, yes. While this is an attunement, yes, and we'll be teaching it in classes in the times we have, and we will be teaching it in classes in the times we have. This is its first invocation. This is its first invocation since Paul was a young man. Since Paul was a young man and accepting this journey and accepting this journey and this robe on the count of three. On the count of three, we support you each. We support you each in the reception of this light, in the reception of this light as robe, as garment, as shawl if you wish, as shawl if you wish, in light, and the yes that you give us. And the yes that you give us is all that is required, for its reception, on the count of one, now two. Now two, now three, be received by us. Allow us to be with you and allow the cloak to be placed upon you. Blessings to each of you. This is done. This is done. We're saying thank you each for your presence. Stop now, please. Go to questions if you wish. So I just asked if I could talk about this since they referenced me, and they're saying, if you wish. When I was about 32, 33, which is some time ago now, I had a little group that met at my apartment. It actually met for about 18 years, and I was doing this work, but it was before the guides were lecturing through me. They were doing invocations and bringing in energy. And for me, the work was all about the energy. But one of the things they used to bring through was a cloak. And I haven't heard it since I was that young. So they called it, when I first heard it many, many years ago, but I think they were saying that was a term that I was using at that age. And I don't know what it is. So that's what we got. So anything they want to say about this? Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. So I'll leave it at that. So that's just because I was surprised by this, not what I was expecting.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't understand anything of this.
Look who I'm listening to, just as you're talking. How funny is that?
I don't think it gives any sense.
Yeah, I'm catching up on the coronavirus COVID-19 channel. I think I'm like at the beginning of November on this, where I'm listening to you.
More or less susceptibles, then epithelial reproduction number will decrease. Basically, right. Yeah, then the voice in the background I recognized.
Yeah, sorry I can't talk to you at the moment. I'm listening to you in the history.
Yeah, you're welcome. If you are listening to the coronavirus, COVID-19, that is okay for me. Yeah, we could go to the Green Channel also, and I can explain all the thing there.
Oh, I was going to ask a question, but forgot what it was then. Oh yeah, how long do you think it will be till Omega? And also, is it better if Omega comes faster or later? Have you heard about a Zello legend called Patch, apparently? And there's also things like if you say certain words 3 times, they appear there or something. And stuff about some channels that don't obey rules or something.
Good afternoon.
This is Sister Stone's Real Link. It's time now in Australia. Time is 12:03 to 3 a.m. in the morning, but I'm not tired though. I will be tired, but I'm not. So, yeah.
Good evening, Sussex.
Sorry about that.
I noticed that both of your overs, the silent one and then the apology, were both exactly 8 microseconds.
Well, it's just that I'm quick to the draw. Now, you should have seen me when I was younger.
Adrian.
The scariest thing in this city is going by the hospital. I would say this town is about 65 retirees, 65% retirees. The closer and closer you get to the hospital, the scarier and scarier it gets. I see all these couples running around with completely black shaded eyebrows when they've come from the eye doctor. Half of them shouldn't be even driving. So it's kind of scary around the hospital. I don't know who said hello, but hello.
Oh, yeah.
So what's the temperature in Canada?
Hello, Miss Kay. Well, Canada's very big. It's even bigger than Texas. Where I am, it's -3 degrees Celsius.
And you don't have no rabbits in the house to keep you warm?
Oh, no. My daughter, Jedzia, refuses to let me have rabbits. She thinks that they are unsanitary because they don't poop in a litter box.
Elephants don't poop in the litter box either, but they're still here. What are we headed at? 67 billion people on the planet? I think we're just cockroaches and nobody wants to admit it.
Do you know anybody in Texas who has his own private zoo with exotic animals on it?
There was a guy here in town, his name was Gigi Gill. He was a big land developer, and I think he set aside about 500 acres. He used to have buffaloes, flamingos, giraffes. I got to touch a baby giraffe once. But when the mother got close to the fence, she scared the crap out of me. Sorry about that, but she scared me. But if you've ever touched a Chihuahua, a giraffe's skin is very familiar, very tight, very, really pretty up close. But when that mama giraffe gets near you, you start feeling like a flea. It's kind of scary.
I like giraffes. I consider you to be lucky to have touched an actual giraffe. Hope one day I get to touch a giraffe.
I tell you, you're missing the big one. You need to come down to Texas and touch the moon. I can honestly say I've touched the moon.
If I go to Johnson Space Center, I hope they would let me touch a piece of the moon. But I wouldn't want to get moon dust on my hand.
It's kind of, I've never taken a picture of it, but I don't even know if there's a picture of it on the internet. But they have a little platform. You can come up to the window and you can see all the larger pieces on display. I mean, they brought quite a bit of rock back. They're supposed to be the most precious things in the world. So worth more than diamonds because they're actual moon rocks. Oh, anyhow, so they got a little platform there. You come up to it and it's anchored down to the ground and it says, feel the moon. You can slide your hand in there and you can touch a piece of one of the rocks, the actual rock itself.
If the rock could fit in my hand, I would be very tempted to grab it and take it home with me. But I imagine that's the reason why they have a hole. You have to put your hand in the hole. Because if you make a fist and you're holding anything, you can't get your hand out. It's very smart.
Yeah, and it's anchored in there kind of like a diamond is. It's set in there with, I get a facet. Is that the right term? Yeah, it's kind of like a facet. It's stainless steel. And they've got it banged down like a facet, like a big diamond kind of. And you got to get there a little early because it starts to line up. People want to touch the moon. In Washington, D.C., in the Aeronautical Museum, they have a huge display of every historical airplane ever made. They have the original Kitty Hawk, the first one that flew, on display. They won't let you touch that one either. But I pleaded with the guard to let me touch it. He says, well, you know, I go at lunch in about 15 minutes, so what happens between the time I'm gone, I'm not responsible. And he walked off, and I was able to touch the Kitty Hawk. That was one of my childhood dreams. I was able to touch that actual real aircraft.
It sounds like in the USA, if you want to touch something and you're determined, you can touch it. You could touch anything that you can imagine. It can be a giraffe, a piece of the moon, the first ever successful airplane. There must be no limit on what you can touch there in your wonderful country.
Well, I'm just a little kid from the country. Eggs and chickens and dirty face. And I think I was pretty lucky to learn how to fly. All by myself. Just got in the plane and took off. Crop dusting was an inexpensive hobby down here in the valley, so one of the guys took me up about 2 or 3 times and says, "Do you got it?" And I said, "Yeah," because I had the passion to fly. And on the 4th trip, I took off by myself and have been flying ever since. It's a participant sport. You have to immerse yourself in it.
I heard you have to have a high income, because if you fly one of those planes for just 1 hour, it costs more than $100 in gasoline. Is that true?
It depends where you're getting the gasoline. What is gas? No, what is it called? Like $35 a gallon, something like that? For prop fuel?
I forgot. But
No, it's not that
it didn't
expensive.
cost me anything.
Doesn't cost anything if you know some people.
That is very good. That eliminates one of the obstacles for me to get into it. I thought it was very expensive for the fuel.
No, I think the only curveball that they throw at you, you do have to have $1 million flight policy. So if you do take your plane down and God forbid there's a
flight policy.
Is it $1 million? Not even $1 million?
I didn't have no flight policy.
Yeah, a lot of the guys here don't have flight policies. They just flew. But you had a
Take off, want you out of the way.
What was
That's your flight plan and disappear.
what was your plane built? Here in Texas, or was it built in Illinois?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Well,
Bought it up in Illinois.
Yeah, Illinois, they're cheaper up there. It depends where you get your plane, I guess, too.
Could I create a flight simulator with my home computer and start learning to fly a plane? Let's say if I got 5 monitors and surrounded myself with them to create the feeling of being in a cockpit, and I got the pedals, and I got what do they call it? A yoke. Could I simulate like a Cessna and start training just using my computer?
A cockpit and a yoke. Why were they given those terms? A chicken. I don't understand how they came to the decision to use that name to describe that part of the plane. Anyway.
Well, it's obvious. That's where the head rooster sits.
And lays the eggs with the yolk.
I guess it's slang for the yolk. If you've ever had an egg in a pan, you see that it never stands still. And the yolk, the stick on an airplane, is very similar. If you don't hold it, it moves all over the place.
Yeah, but still, like I'm saying, the relative definitions of a cockpit with a is completely irrelevant. I mean, I don't know. You know what I'm saying. I don't know, basically, but there must be a reason behind it.
Well, I think it's in reference to the honcho, or the head man, or like a cockfight. Yeah, that's why they call it the cockpit. That's where the big chief sits, the pilot.
Colonel Edwards, I think that you raise some very interesting questions, and when I have the energy, I will do some Google searches to find out why it's called a cockpit and a yoke, and I think Linus Tech has given us a very good starter of trying to understand it.
I think he may be partially right, because Just wait. Alexa, why is an aeroplane cockpit called a cockpit? Did I say that well enough?
According to an Alexa Ask contributor, the first known reference to the term cockpit comes from the rather barbaric sport of cockfighting and refers to the pit in which the fights occur. By the end of the 16th century, the term was being used to describe sunken pits or cramped, confined spaces.
Okay, was that my thing loud enough? Basically, what it was saying, in case you didn't hear it, yes, it originated from the cockfighting, and basically because it's a very confined small space, and something. Oh, sorry.
Well, that's what I thought. It's just slang for something. There's a lot of aeronautical terms that don't make sense. It's a jargon, like when you talk computers, it's a jargon. You talk airplanes, it's a different jargon. You get in the medical field and it's in Latin. I mean, everybody has their jargon so they can communicate. But back to the simulator, Edward, all you really need is 3 monitors and you'll get a good feel for it. But it's no substitute for the actual real thing.
I see what you're doing there, Edwards. Obviously, you're training yourself up in case you ever are in a situation when you are flying business class and the 2 pilots go down and you need to, take command of the controls so you can safely land the aircraft for all the souls on board. I remember you did say you were, I won't go into details, obviously, private and confidential.
Well, I think anybody who flies a lot, it's good for them to know the very basics of handling an aircraft. Otherwise, you're at the mercy of people, of the pilots, and we know sometimes they cannot be well, and they can faint, or they can have a dizzy spell, and then you might have to step in and help. But I would like to know the 3 modes of control. One is by wire. So you have controls in the cockpit. You push, you pull, you steer, and I believe it actually causes wires, cables, just like on a bicycle, to be moved, and that actually causes the flaps and the different parts of the airplane to move. Then the other kind, I think, is hydraulic. So it's not cables, it is hydraulic fluid that is compressed, which causes the movement. And the other one, I think, is completely electronic. Is the Cessna a fly-by-wire type situation, or is it hydraulic controls?
Both. They come 2 ways. But I think I can explain it. If you're going to be a pilot, go dancing. Really, it's a lot like dancing. You have to be able to feel the complete environment.
They always remain relatively calm. I mean, I was watching a film called 7,500, and basically, in fact, the entire film from start to finish is filmed in the cockpit. They don't even film the passenger section. The whole camera's in the cockpit the entire time of the film. And so obviously it's a low budget film. It's like $5 million a budget, which is nothing for a movie. But there's a famous actor in it, but kind of boring because everything was just in a small room. But yeah, basically what happens, some terrorists come on, they break down the door and they kill the pilots, and then they try to kill the co-pilot, and then they try and take over the aircraft, and the co-pilot fights back and regains control and all that. But yeah, and Edward, I think I did tell you my neighbour, he was still is, the captain of an A380 Airbus aircraft over at Heathrow Airport, but he sold his house a few months ago, and then in moved the person who gave me the trouble with the wall collision, which you very well know about. Anyway, and that's just a bit of background for Edward.
Edward, if you're going to learn to fly, the key word is inertia. You have to be able to bleed off your inertia. If you throw a ball or a basketball, you have to be able to know how to time it just right so it goes through the hoop. And the trick to flying is once it's in the air, it's not much trouble. The major trick is landing. You have to be able to bleed off your inertia. You come in too slow, you slam the ground. You come in too hot, You'll bounce off the ground, believe it or not. And once you do it properly and all the things are in order, you get a 3-point landing.
So do you fly yourself then? I don't like making assumptions, but it sounds like you may do.
Oh, I've been flying since I was 14.
What are we talking? Private planes? Commercial?
Private planes. The only thing I haven't flown really is a helicopter or a jet. I had two of my brother-in-laws. They were both jet flight instructors. They actually were head honchos for flying some of the fastest planes ever made in the world.
I would love to fly a Eurofighter Typhoon. I think that's like the coolest job in the world, that one.
You might as well ride the back of a tiger if you're going to fly a jet. They're for the top 1%. They're the best of the best at what they do. I'm not kidding you. They have nerves of steel, and the word cockpit is really, those guys are just, I don't know how to describe them. They're the top 1%.
Yeah, they're battling a lot of things, and then the G-force in a Typhoon aircraft is, commercial pilots don't have that kind of problem, But even when watching this film where they break in the cockpit, you think, oh, God, it's so easy. They just put on autopilot and they turn these little dials in the middle to change it to 2,800 and do the other dial, and they just sit back, change a dial to a different number. I thought, oh, I could do that, but obviously there's more to it. But, yeah. No. In England, we have something called the Red Arrows. Are you familiar with the Red Arrows? Well, I'm sure you would be. They are considered to be the best pilots in the world. Not in England, not in Europe, in the world. And the training they have is phenomenal. And most of those Red Arrows pilots, they are ex-Eurofighter Typhoon pilots. They would fly on the Eurofighter Typhoons and then they would go into the Red Arrows. The Red Arrows is considered above a Eurofighter Typhoon in terms of skill, maneuverability, and everything. You have to go through the Typhoon pilot phase of flying before you even get considered to be a member of the Red Arrows. So
I think Israel gets the big flag for that one. The Israeli pilots, they take off and land in the shortest spaces. They take off on highways. They take off on the beach. They take off on sand. The crazier the project, the Israelis have done it.
On sand? Wow, that's quite something.
All right, I got to get back to work. Edward, go get in the cockpit of a plane. It saved the money from the simulator.
I've been in quite a few myself. Okay, you take care.
I will go into the cockpit of a plane. There's a teaching airport very close to me. Thank you for talking with me, Lucas Tech, and enjoy whatever you're doing today. Hopefully it's flying.
It's like riding a bull. Yeah, it's a little scary. Yeah, you might break a couple of fingers, but you will survive.
There's another song, I Will Survive. It's by a woman. I forget her name.
I think her name is Diana Summers. And she was very good friends with Michael Jackson.
See, people are always good at naming songs and singers, and I'm very bad at that. I mean, I'm very talented in playing music and writing it, producing it, but yeah, how should I say it? I'm not a walking encyclopedia of singers' names and song titles, unfortunately. You would think so, wouldn't you? But that portion of my brain is not as strong as my creative and inventive side.
Did you ever see the movie Shine with Jeffrey Rush? About this pianist in Australia?
I was going to, but I was in a rush. No, sorry, bad joke. No, I didn't see it. And it wasn't because I was in a rush.
apparently he went insane trying to play a piece that's very, very difficult to play by Rachmaninoff. And he exerted himself so hard to master it that it caused something in his brain to break.
I've played a lot of Rachmaninoff and I can play it very successfully, but yes, his music is very complex. I mean, the most difficult thing about Rachmaninoff, really, is you need hands like a giant, literally. We're not spanning an octave, we're spanning maybe a 12th or a 13th chord, you know? Very few people have hands that big. Rachmaninoff had monster hands, and he presumed because he said, oh, look, my hands are so big, I can write this amazing music, very complex, and I can have maybe, I don't know, 5 or maybe even 6 different notes per chord. Let's say you are doing a B7 and you're kind of doing a diminished chord. But yeah, obviously he didn't really think about other people, that their hands may be smaller. And then as a result, of course, yes, people try to play things which the physical limitations of their hands does not allow them to play. And then, of course, they become mentally ill. Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, obviously, you can rearrange the music and change the chords to narrow it down. So, you know, you can play a C chord using maybe the dominant tonic and some mediant and miss out a few. And it'll still sound the same. You know, when you're playing that quickly, it'll sound the same, but it won't be exactly as he intended or wrote it. Most people won't be able to even hear the difference, but other people want to be pedantic and do it exactly to the note, and that can cause problems, definitely.
I need to go polish some silverware, so I will put Zello down. But it's been a pleasure talking with you, and I hope that you have a happy New Year.
Thank you. You too, Edwards. I'll look at that film at some point. Final thing, I watched a film recently, 2, which are very good. One's called, is about a drug company that misadvertised their drugs called Dopesick. And that's a Disney Plus TV series, which is very good. And lastly, if you have Netflix, there's a very good film called Don't Look Up with Meryl Streep. I don't know. So many famous actors in it. It's a very stellar cast, and it's a very, very good film. So I suggest you look into any of those two if you get the chance. Okay, I'll talk to you soon. Okay, bye-bye.
Had a lot of rain in the Midlands. Don't know if it's the same right across the country, but we seem to have had a lot of rain and flooding across the fields.
It's pretty much the same around here. It's not super rain, it's like misty rain.
Aye. We've had it all night, most of the morning. So, just driving where we've got the floodplains, and you can see it all in the fields. It all has to build up that we have these floodplains, although stupidly they started to build things on these floodplains, and for years and years, well, I suppose forever they've been floodplains, and that's how they've been, low-lying floodplains. So why they're building houses on them, I don't know. They do say that they're putting proper drainage in, but I don't think that would work, you know. I think, you know, you're going to get a real good downpour and the drains won't cope because they're already low-lying.
Yeah, so we've had it for the last week, maybe 2. Lots of rain, hailstones, lots of flooding. But yeah, that's the way it goes. Morning.
Come on in.
Hey, Paul. I saw a forecast the other day for snow around about January 7th. Going from, they had a map and it went in a straight line all the way down from Scotland all the way down to Brighton.
Stock up on a bit of food then, just in case we can't get out very easy to the shops. The Prime Minister's not banned us, has he, from going out? I know in some parts of the country people are banned, aren't they, from, I don't know when it is. Is it after yesterday that Scotland and Wales, they they can't do certain things. So I hope he don't do it to this country. There was talk on it a week or so back. They couldn't make up their minds.
Yeah, I suggest everyone get stocked up because we've got New Year's Eve holidays and all that, and the observed holiday on Bank Holiday Monday. I don't know, shops, probably be a lot of shops open, but they'll be like closing early.
I haven't heard anything about a lockdown or anything.
I heard Sajid Javid's ruled one out before New Year's anyway.
It's all right then, isn't it? Because he's probably making a mistake by ruling it out, because people will be meeting in nightclubs and stuff, won't they, in pubs? And I suppose in London, to bring the new year in, and they'll all be together and hugging each other and stuff, so it will spread. It's a mistake. It is a mistake to not ban it, but then again, you got to think of the economy as well. So they have to do a balancing act. Do they want to keep the economy going, or do they want to keep people healthy?
Yeah, it just makes me feel rather irrelevant as a human being, that's all.
I suppose it's give everybody the choice. Do you want to stay healthy, or do you want to enjoy yourself, I suppose? So people have got a choice to stay in, haven't they? You know, there'll be parties everywhere, but people like me have got a choice to stay in and sit at home watching the telly. We foolish people that go out, of course, hugging and kissing.
Yeah, like all the people going to London watching the fireworks. Yeah, well, people are idiots. They've shown that they're idiots, and they've shown just how much other people's lives don't matter to them.
Is there any celebrations this year? I understood that they weren't having them.
I haven't even heard. Don't care, I never go. I always watch it on TV.
The way I understood it, they're not having that big display that they have every year, so they were saying that there's no need for people to go down there.
Oh, that's a good start. That's a very good start. And think of how much money that's going to save the bloody economy as well. Normally costs millions to put that on.
It's become a prestige thing through the countries, isn't it? Where see who can put the best one on. That's what it's become now, that has. Which country can put the best one on display. So if we're not putting one on, others will beat us, but it don't matter. I've never seen it, only on the telly, never been down there. I'm usually at home on a New Year's Eve.
In future, we'll have to find a net zero alternative resource, renewable resource fireworks, solar powered ones or something. Yeah, that could be a good thing for a plan for the future. Does anyone want to start an eco firework company?
Don't really need fireworks, do you? They can do a countdown and big Ben bongs at 12 o'clock and you'll cheer and that's it, really. You no need for all them fireworks you have on that big wheel thing.
Well, it's cost them enough money when you think about it to get Big Ben up and running again, because that was undercover for ages, restoring it. When you start recognising all these things and then taking the money and putting it back into the economy, well, it makes us a lot richer.
Did you see that they found a time capsule from 1887 in Virginia?
I didn't know. When?
Yesterday, I think I watched a video earlier of them unwrapping it all. A sealed metal box, inside it, newspapers, books, coins, a guidebook of Virginia. I don't know if the books are even in print. The newspapers will be long lost though.
Just looking on BBC News site. Scots urged not to travel to England for New Year. Scots have been urged not to travel to England for New Year celebrations to get around the more stringent COVID-19 restrictions north of the border. There is no travel ban currently in place to stop people going to England when nightclubs are still open. I thought the news said they were going to be closed. But Deputy First Minister John Swinney said doing so would go against the spirit of Scottish COVID-19 measures. He said travelling would be the wrong course of action due to the serious situation with the Omicron variant. There is also, let's go back out of that. Scots urged, get boosted and enjoy the New Year sensibly, says the PM. Omicron becomes dominant variant in Wales. Omicron is now dominant variant coronavirus. Dr. Chris Jones said an additional 12,000 COVID cases were reported in Wales. Where was that other one I just saw? Something about the COVID tests not being warning over patchy lateral flow test supply. Pharmacists are warning of patchy supplies of rapid COVID tests following changes to self-isolation rules. Said demand for the lateral flow tests increased after changes allowed people with COVID to leave isolation after 7 days if they test negative. Anyway, yeah, I'm not reading the whole story, but it is worthwhile looking at some of these sites, you know, people, because it just shows what a bad how illogical people seem to be. Oh, and sorry, I just nearly spilt my tea.
Did you hear about Africa destroying millions of vaccines?
I did not.
Yeah, I don't know the reason why, but I heard also there's like 2% vaccinated. How mad's that? Like, what's point in us getting vaccinated when they're just not even bothering? They're going to be getting variants and yeah, and then I don't know why they destroyed vaccines.
When they're £22 each.
Well, on that story, that kind of makes sense with what I read the other day. I saw on one of the news channels that Sweden are, I did mention it on here, Sweden are making they're making a chip, QR chip with all your medical details on it, and they've been planting it under the skin of people's arms so that you don't need to show paper identification to show whether you've got a vaccine or a COVID passport. You can just chip yourself as you go in.
Big brother, that is Big Brother. Too much.
I'm glad you said that. That is also my opinion. It's an invasion of privacy, and there's no bloody way I'm having anything stuck under my skin like that. Apparently, Sweden are the only one that are making it compulsory at the moment.
Back on in a bit. I've got a big nip in the back.
Right.
My idea for eco-friendly fireworks is to use augmented reality. You can download a firework and other people can use the phones to view the fireworks going off.
Well, you've also got to think about the amount of people that are scared of fireworks. And apart from that, some people, imagine the amount of poor animals that are out there. People that have dogs and cats that cower under the sofa, cower and shake and whimper. They don't know what the hell a firework is or why we have them. So all they know is it's a huge banging noise and sparks and flashes in the sky. And of course it's dark as well. So I think fireworks are wrong. Really do.
Yeah, I do as well. Setting fire to wood just for entertainment when people are freezing in the winter. It's crazy. When I was a kid, I used to think it was wartime when fireworks were going off. I used to think like Pakistan and stuff were just the other end of town. At one point, I didn't realise that the world was so big. I thought, oh, that must be just a war going on or something in Iraq.
Oh, did you? I think a lot of babies don't even understand. You know, they can't. It scares the babies, scares the mothers because the babies are scared and won't stop crying, and yeah, never mind. They'll do what they will do, and people will still have kids regardless of whether or not we ban fireworks. But it's not just the kids or the animals. I know the amount of older people that it even scares, and the noises. Even if you can't get to see them, you can still hear them. And people let them off throughout the year just for a laugh. It's crazy. They said they were going to put a ban on it so that you couldn't buy them during the year or for any other time apart from special occasions like Christmas. But that never happened, did it?
It's better for the environment. But the only problem is, though, what do we do with all that excess gunpowder? There'll be like loads of bombs and stuff being made from it, probably.
Well, people can make gunpowder quite easily, I believe, just by getting a few different chemicals together. How do you think they make suicide bombs?
Hello, is there anybody out there?
No, we were all a figment of your imagination. Good morning. It is us. How you doing? And Dot, how you doing? You good? Whereabouts are you at? Don't need a specific location. You don't sound like you're up north. I'm in the south. Name's Miss Kate. How you doing? Oh, good. That works. Okie dokie. Back in a minute. Paul, Peter, I'm just going to make myself a coffee. I need to wake up.
Hello? Anybody there?
Yeah. Hello. Raymond, I think. Raymond? Hello, Raymond. It's Kate this side. How you doing? Welcome.
Hello?
Hi. You can hear us, can you? Hello, Raymond. Margot?
Might have his sound turned down.
Turn your volume up, Raymond. If you see the button changing colour, it means we're talking back to you. Yep. We're here. Where are you? Oh, okay. Thanks, Taffy. He was there when I looked in the channel a minute ago. But no, he ain't there now. Some people are just that, I don't know, stupid. And hello, Taffy. How you doing? Happy New Year, nearly. I hope you had a pleasant Christmas.
Hello, Taffy.
How was mine? Well, it was not as exciting as past Christmases. I actually opened a present. I didn't open it. Well, I opened a present Christmas morning. It just happened to be about 12:30. My friend gave me a present, so I told me not to open it until Christmas Day, and I didn't. How was yours? What did you get up to? Anything? Did you watch the TV? Did you put up any decorations? Eat lots of food?
Can I hear Tuffy talking?
Yes, if you look in the history, you can. But he isn't talking, he's typing. Yeah, it's got a bit boring, hasn't it? TV's crap.
I can't look at the history and typing while I'm hands-free, so I can't read anything. It all has to be done through voice and Vox.
He says, hello, yes, I was okay, thanks. How was yours? It was okay. His was okay. No decorations. TV was rubbish. Yes, it was. Seems all to be kiddies programs nowadays. Kiddies programs, cooking programs, and more cooking programs. Good morning. I can sing. Sorry, Edward, I just been making my tea, my lunch, sorry. I noticed it's I'm a bit late with that reply. Go on, Edward, give us a Christmas song. Morning, anyone? Hello, Sussex. Good afternoon now, even.
Gotta take the long way. I can't nip up Slash Lane because it's still flooded. And I'm not risking going through water. Not after the last time.
Where everybody am?
I think they're hiding under their COVID blanket.
Hey, Bad, now you're a voice from the past. How are you doing? How's Texas doing?
It's 72 degrees. The sun is out. Not a cloud in the sky. Yeah. A lot of people, I think maybe 10% of the population got scared, left. They're trying to outrun the virus. It doesn't matter where you go in the world, this virus is everywhere.
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, are you still doing, I think you used to run around taking care of convenience stores. What was it? I can't remember. You were always busy. You still busy?
I'm super busy. You know, there's this little thing called humans, and they won't stop populating. They're worse than ants. Just when you think you get rid of one pile, two more show up.
Yeah. At least ants are blind. You could sneak up on them. And it ain't against the law to kill them either.
Ants blind?
Well, you don't have to sneak up on them. When I was a kid, they had a magazine called Mad Magazine. And it showed this two cartoon pictures. The first picture said, Inventor's Office. The second picture was a scientist, and he was pointing this, at the bottom of it, it said Death Ray. He looks at the inventor and he says, Death Ray? Heck, it didn't even slow him down.
I remember Mad Magazine. I loved that magazine.
Yeah, that guy who wrote it, Alfred E. Newman, was the character in the front of the magazine, that doofus-looking dude. But I think that's kind of our society. We're a little crazy, but not totally nuts.
I just saw a cartoon somewhere that Alfred E. Newman was compared to somebody, and now I can't remember the guy's name, but they did look similar. He's in the administration somewhere. I can't think of his name, though.
Well, he looks a lot like Prince Charles.
Yeah, but Prince Charles isn't officially in the Biden administration.
Well, we don't know who's in the Biden administration. They just say he's in the administration. You notice he doesn't plant his face on TV every single day. When Trump was in office, about every 15, 20 minutes, we had an alert. Trump's going to the bathroom. Trump's getting on his plane. Trump's going to the White House. Trump's playing cards and got a Trump section of cards. Politics. Kind of silly. I think the best story I heard is Trump changes his own blankets on his bed.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, that's TMI. That's too much info. Yeah, granted, the guy's an old fart, but I don't know. I don't want to slide into politics. It's a quagmire. It's more like quicksand.
I agree. So how you been?
Well, life's treating me good. The front door's open. The 3 dogs are asleep. And I just finished making some chorizo.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. But I like dogs.
Well, I hear it tastes like chicken. I've never had dog. I've had a lot of different dogs, but I'm in the country. We got a lot of different things to eat here. If it moves, we eat it.
Ah, you're funny. I've never really had dog. I think I've had cat, but not knowingly. Just, some restaurants you can't trust.
Is it those restaurants with all the funny writing? You're going, I can't even read the sign. How in the heck am I supposed to eat the food?
That's right. Yep. Giant buffet, huge sneeze guards. Been there many times.
Yeah. And what's with all the elephants at the front door? Do they serve elephant?
Ride them. If you see them drive the cars, you can understand why they drive the cars so badly, because they're used to riding elephants.
There's all this mystery. How did they move these 200-ton rocks? Hello? They probably had elephants.
Well, you see, we use backhoes, but they use elephants.
I don't know. I've heard some of these Pakistani women yelling at their men. I know how they move those rocks.
I'd rather use a backhoe. It's easier to clean up after.
So what part of the country are you in?
I'm up in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to live in Michigan. I think my wife might be Pennsylvania Dutch. I doubt it. She's Jewish.
Yeah, I doubt it too. Pennsylvania Dutch are, well, they're different. Although I will tell you, COVID hasn't attacked them like it has the rest of the world, apparently.
Well, a lot of it has to do with exercise and diet. And, if you're not drinking and smoking and staying up all hours of the night, you got a good, healthy immune system, which, as we know already, most Americans don't. And, if you're in the military, they run you ragged, so you're either healthy or they kick you out.
I think in the case of the Amish, it's because they don't have radios and televisions.
You really think all electromagnetic waves would affect their human being's body? Then why would they introduce it to society? Maybe they're just killing us softly. Isn't that the name of that song? Killing Me Softly?
The Amish will take over the world.
Peacefully. They'll take over the world peacefully.
Be good. I like the Amish.
Yeah, you got to be careful with their terminology. Peacekeeping nuclear weapons. Yeah, they'll keep the peace. Oh, my favorite is the Christian militia. That's a good one. First they do the sign of the cross, then they shoot you.
Well, they're trying to make sure you go to heaven.
Isn't the Hubble telescope proving there is no heaven? There's some evil alien. They're searching for aliens. I hope you really know that. Yep. Evidently, they got a signal, and now they're trying to get a little bit better picture of who's sending us the goddamn signal.
It's Bly.
Yeah, it's probably Bly back there in his shed on the radio.
Heaven is another dimension.
Can neither be seen or heard.
Yeah, I see his name in the room, but I guess maybe I don't get up early enough to hear him talk. Texas is fine, But you're talking about the Pennsylvania Dutch. Yeah, they're hardworking people. And maybe that has 80% of it to do with it. They get up at 5. They take care of their business. They don't mess around. They don't drink, except on the weekends.
They do have a great reputation around here for being hard workers and knocking out a pole barn in no time.
Well, that's pretty good. Well, the Chinese can build a 40-story building in 1 week.
I'd rather be in the Amish-built one.
Yeah. What happens if there's an earthquake? How long does this 40-story building last before it's a pile of dust?
You remind me of my Arabic friends. They say, "You're actually going inside that house to live?" And I go, "Yeah. It's not a tent." I don't know. Some people get mad at me. They say, "Oh, you eat too much meat." I like steak, sausages, hamburgers, hot dogs, junk food. You don't see me sick.
Yeah, don't know any good for the animal, though.
Yeah, but there's plenty more where they came from. It's a little dry down here. We haven't had a whole lot of rain. And on the weekends, everybody gets mad because we have a fire ban. So what people are doing now, it was on the news, they're barbecuing on abandoned mall parking lots.
Any bears your way?
Pennsylvania Dutch. Yeah, they're hard workers. Got to give them credit for that.
Such a quite nice people, the ones I've come across in my time.
Well, I deal a lot with all different types of culture. Everybody's pretty nice, you know, until you borrow $20, then they all get mad.
It's when you don't pay it back is when they get mad.
Ask for another 20 on top of that one and say you'll pay 40 back next week when they get mad.
I'll gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
So during the 60s, we had the beatniks. They did nothing. And then we had the millenniums. They truly did nothing. And now we have the cell phone generation. Well, I rest my case.
I'm sitting behind me right now.
They're pretty good with applications.
No, you're right. Yep. If you need an app for your guitar, they can make it, but I don't play guitar. You know, one guy tried selling me an app to monitor my cows, and I said, no, I don't think so, that I need it. They'll be dead in a couple of years.
What are you doing to them?
Turning them into steaks.
So you are a vegetarian. You're just like one step off.
Well, as you get older, you're not supposed to eat that much meat. It's just kind of a bad habit in Texas. I had steak and eggs for breakfast. I guess you guys call it a 7 steak. You just take a real thin steak, put a little butter, charred on 2 sides, put some jalapeno sauce, about 3 eggs, some bacon, some beans. Yep, nacho cheese.
I love steak and eggs for breakfast.
Yeah, down here in Texas, we call it huevos rancheros, ranch-style eggs. They put a red jalapeno sauce on it. It puts hair on your chest. Austin's kind of scary. I walked into a grocery store and a beautiful blonde was standing right in front of me, and she had blue shorts on, and she turned around. You're right. It was a guy.
That happens. I had a friend who was in the Navy, served over in the Philippines. His commanding officer always told them on leave, check the trunk, make sure there's no junk.
It's funny you say that. One of my daughter's best friends was I think a captain. The first thing he did when he got out of the service, he got a sex transplant. Your tax dollars paid for that.
That's hardcore, man.
Yeah, well, it's kind of funny in a way that you should see them fight for what are we going to wear tonight? It's hard to find size 12 high heels. I don't even know if they make them.
Oh, I bet they do. If there's a demand, someone's making them somewhere.
What do they have? A stainless steel bar in there? so the heel won't break?
I can't answer that, but my work shoes have, well, not stainless.
I keep getting flooded by all these Chinese videos of all these girls. They really look cute. And I don't know what their age is, but I think their age has to be maybe 18 to 21 or 18 to 23. And I keep getting bombarded with, but it's hard to select one. They all look alike.
They probably say that about you too.
And no, I got a beard. They definitely can distinguish me. They look like these cute little Chinese dolls, and but it's okay. You need to listen to the audio of them. Once you hear the audio of them talking, it makes your hair stand up. But they are cute.
Did you say that you're from around Austin?
No, I'm from around Texas. Yeah, I've been cursed to travel from one side of Texas to the other. They had an earthquake up in Midland, 4.5 magnitude earthquake. That woke them up.
We get them here about once every 10 years. But if somebody didn't tell you it happened, you'd never know.
Well, I got my earthquake detector in the garage. It's nothing high tech. It's just a pipe that I put on the workbench. If it falls down for some reason, I know we had an earthquake.
Well, it was good talking to you again. I've got to go do something. I've been stopping in and out now and then, but I rarely hear anybody. I don't know, maybe I like you, I come in too late, but I never hear anything going on anymore. So, but I'll stop back another day. Nice talking to you guys. See you.
Yeah, you too. No, it's just the holidays, probably. All right, have a nice day. Have a nice New Year. Feliz Navidad. Auf Wiedersehen. Konnichiwa. Domo arigato. Y'all come back. Stay.
They're saying that 10 weeks after you've had the booster, it's only 30% effective. So you're going to have another. And then this is just going to go on forever.
Hello everyone on Sussex Downs Radio Link. How you doing? Long time no see. I'm very busy those days. Oh my gosh, yes. And maybe sometimes I just have time to talk on Telegram, on the Telegram group where people play games there. They are very nice games. Yeah.
I don't know why people get so frightened of a tiny little prick from a needle. I mean, I've had broken legs, broken arms, broken noses, and, that's some severe trauma. But a little prick from a needle? So we got to take a shot once every 2 or 3 months. Whoopee. Okay. So the government will be able to see you from outer space. Other than that, I don't see any harm in it.
I don't know about in America, but in Britain, that's 8 centuries of freedom just wiped away in 8 months. 8 centuries of freedom gone in 8 months.
Yeah, but you got to think of the big picture. The worst of the world is out there sick too. It's not just Britain or Europe or Spain or Russia. There's a lot of good people in the world. I know the Russians go head to head with the United States sometimes, but I've met a lot of Russians. Overall, people are good, until you step on their foot. And yeah, you might make them mad, but I have great faith in human kindness. We have a lot more similarities than we do oddities. Okay, so some people don't eat chicken. I'm sorry. I'm just a big optimist.
You don't need to apologise for your view. It's as valid as any. But the average age of people who die of COVID is 82. The average age of people who die of old age is 81. I mean, this isn't about COVID. It's about government control.
Oh, believe me, I'm quite familiar with government control. Being a Native American Indian, they brought us chickenpox. They brought us tuberculosis. They brought us bubonic plague. I mean, what else did they bring us? The common cold? No, I think it was already here. Yeah, if the buffaloes got a cold, you got a cold.
It's a way to get a digital passport on everybody, like in China. Once they've got that, they being the government, the elites, they can control anything. If you have your water too hot, your credit score drops. Eat too much meat, your credit score drops, and so on.
I don't know if you've heard me say this before, but I would say about 4 years ago or less, there was articles after articles after article about what were the United States and Russia and China going to do with its elderly, aging population. That we would not have the manpower to take care of these aging population. It's 5 to 1 or 4 to 1. 4 to 1 people taking care of this decrepit old lady and decrepit old man in a nursing home. Well, I think they got the solution for it. COVID. There's a sci-fi movie where they live in a utopian society, kind of like everybody lives in a mall. There's no elderly people. They float up and up until they get zapped by a laser. So anybody that gets too old gets zapped by a laser. It's a good movie. So we get zapped by a virus instead of a laser.
Yeah, Logan's Run, 1979, I think it was. So yeah, it's just a massive overreaction. They want digital passports. That's what they want, the government.
Yeah, but overall, humans are pretty nasty, dirty little animals anyhow. I know I'm getting a lot of people with their hair standing up, but we are. I mean, Jesus Christ. It's hot down here in Texas. When northerners come down here, they go, oh my God, I'm sweating. Really? When the virus first started, they said, oh, we're waiting for winter to come. The winter will kill it. Nah, didn't happen. Oh, we're waiting for summer to come. The heat, 110, 115 degrees, it'll kill it. Nah, didn't happen. Nasty little booger.
Is it nasty though? Because in Britain, they always talk about COVID, people who've died with COVID, not from it. They never tell you who's died from it.
Well, I think if you have a weak immune system, you have a weak immune system. I only have what they call a symmetrical lung, meaning that one's just a little shorter than the other. Never knew I had it. Went into the military. I wheezed and coughed and made my way through it. I was 4 years in the military and got out. About 10 years later, I discovered I shouldn't even gone in the military. They would have forward F me, but they never x-rayed my lungs until I got out. But they gave me 100% disability for being in the military. Whoopee, I get a couple of $100. I don't get a lot of money for it. You're right, it was Logan's Run. It's 82 degrees out.
Noreen.
Hey, Sussex Downs Radio. Anybody out there on the channel tonight? Sorry, I didn't get that. No, sorry. We only speak English on this channel, I'm afraid.
Really? In the U.S., we only speak American.
Yeah. Americanese. It's like English, but with subtle differences. It's really quiet in here tonight. Very quiet.
This is Sussex Downs Radio Link.
Oh, dudes, we only speak English. We don't speak anything else. Can you speak English? you come in talking another language again after you've been told twice now, I will have to stop you from talking for a little while.
Hello, Miss Cave. How are you?
Yo, Maddie, how you doing? I'm all right. I'm getting a bit tired now, but yeah, I've had a busy day.
Okay. It's so hot. It's so hot outside today, and tomorrow's so hot too.
Only for a few months.
And stuff.
It sucks.
But it's really nice outside.
How much it would suck to have to.
I just said watch Netflix and lie by bed and stuff.
Your whole life.
And tomorrow go to the beach and stuff.
Oh, wow. I wish I could go to the beach. Our beach isn't very good over here. It's full of stones. Have you got sand on your beach? It's not nice weather to go to the beach here either. It's warmer than it normally is, but it's going to get cold again soon.
Yeah, our beach got sand and stuff. But yeah. It's like tomorrow's the same one again today.
Don't worry, everyone.
And stuff.
I think I know where this is going.
My mom's cleaning the kitchen. And mom's cleaning the cupboards in the kitchen. She had also lots of baby's mouths in there. I think it was in the box. I think in the box. It shows what's it called? But yeah, that's my brother's job. He gets home, put in the bins. Baby mouses. I thought I didn't like mouse at all.
Do you not help your mum do the cleaning?
Mom's doing cleaning on the cupboard, but I'm too scared to go in there because of mouse. Because I don't like mouses and stuff. I used to do the dishwasher in the wash machine, always I do. But yeah, in the cupboards, no. I'm too scared because I don't like mouses. That's the thing, because I don't like mouse.
Oh dear. No, I don't like mice either.
And then in the cupboard, in the cupboard, in the kitchen is in the, what's it called, Fargate Fisher in the box, the old babies is, and stuff. Hopefully died in the bins because it's so hot outside in the bins and stuff.
Oh, it doesn't sound too nice. But, yeah, well, hopefully they'll disappear.
Maybe not really. I put in the bin, Gary hopefully he's died. I put in the bin because it's easier. I can't keep in the box because it'd be more mouse.
I'm sorry.
And so, because the cupboard really smells every time I open it and stuff.
Hello.
Yay, Bucket. It's 1 minute past 3 a.m. over here. I'm just playing my Nintendo Switch. I got Mario Kart for Christmas. No, not Mario Kart, Mario Party. It's doing my bloody noggin in. Games just keep going on and on and on. How are you anyway? You alright?
Hey, yeah. Miss K, are you a vampire or something? Hey, but, no, seriously, Mario Kart, yeah, I was good at that game. But we got Galaga. Yeah. Have you ever heard of Galaga?
What's Galaga?
It's an old game. It's back in the 80s. It's a shoot 'em up, like a space game type thing. But anyway, yeah, almost like Space Invaders in a way, that type of thing.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that used to be on all the free games, didn't it?
Yeah, thing we got our grandson. It's like a little miniature arcade game because he likes Pac-Man, but it just so happens that it has Galaga on there too. It has 3 games, or actually it's got 4 games. It's got Galaga, and it's got Galaxian, and it's got Pac-Man, and it's got Pac-Man, some other kind of Pac-Man that's, I don't know, it's almost like 3D looking.
Oh, it got a nice little package there.
Yeah, well, he likes his tablet better than he does the video games, so we kind of hijacked it, me and Karen, and I got the high score. We've been seeing who can get high score. So far, I'm winning.
Oh, good. That's a good example for your grandkid. Yeah. No, I'm not a vampire. I've just got I've just got a sore bad muscles in my arm, and I've gone to bed too many times, refused to take painkillers, thinking it would get better, and of course I like sleeping curled up in a ball with my hand under my pillow, and of course my hand gets twisted while I'm asleep, and I wake up crippled. So yeah, help taking a painkiller before I go to sleep kind of stops that from happening and makes me sleep better. But yeah, I'll be going to bed soon. I'm just having a cup of tea.
Man, quit all that yawning. You're making me yawn now. Hey-oh. See? That stuff's even contagious all the way through radio waves and stuff.
Watching the news at the moment, yeah, yawns are contagious. Got to stop myself from doing it again now. Yeah, but I'm trying to turn my Nintendo off because I can't finish this goddamn game. But it's got these little joy pads that you need to Joy-Con things. You need to use to play it, and it's just sitting there flashing at me, so I've got to turn it back on to exit out the game. It didn't work, so, and then I can turn it off again.
Man, quit yawning. I know you're tired, but quit yawning.
What time is it over there? About 10, 11?
9 o'clock.
And how has your day been? All right?
It's been great. I haven't even gotten out of my pajamas, man. Monday I start back to work, so I've been off.
No, I wouldn't have gotten out in my pajamas either if my mum and dad hadn't called me to ask me over for dinner. I'm like, really, I don't want to, but yeah, okay, just to make you happy.
I've been just enjoying the time off. I know, like I said, Monday back to the real world. So I decided, you know what? I'm going to make this day where it's a do nothing day. Do absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, what's really bad is when you can't even be asked to get out of bed and or get up and get dressed and washed.
So what are your plans for New Year's?
I don't have any. Might see my parents. But about it.
Oh, well, we blow stuff up down here. We just blow stuff up and shoot fireworks at each other.
You just be careful doing shit like that. It'll come back and bite you.
Well, hell, I got COVID nipping at my heels. Might as well shoot some fireworks off.
How's that going to help?
Well, hopefully this New Year's 2022, hopefully it's a little bit better than 2021.
Well, we can live in hope. It's a matter of getting everyone to do the same thing. It makes me laugh how people can say that their independence has been taken away and they won't even wear a mask. It's like when you wear a mask, no one can see your face, admittedly, but isn't that a good thing?
Well, probably for people like me, yeah. But, you know, teach his own, man. You know, just stay away from me. I am what I am. I'm a hermit anyway. But yeah, actually a mask enhances my features.
Yeah, I can go with that one. Oh, this game, it takes ages to load up. Got to sit here waiting for 5 minutes. Same thing every time. Now I'm stuck. It's because I'm using the wrong bit. It's better. I'm in now. I'm going to be up here playing this and sleep forever. Sleep in the daytime.
So you got Mario Kart?
No, Mario Party. It's got all of the Mario, Bowser, Luigi, Mario, Peach, Rosalina, and all of the other ones, and they all play together.
All the old characters.
Yeah. Anyway, I have got to be going out by 12 o'clock tomorrow, so I better get into bed. Just going to play this game.
Yeah, it's addicting, ain't it?
Right, lovely. Good night. I'm going to bed. Bye for now. Morning, Peter. How are you doing? And nearly Happy New Year's Eve. Hello, Tappy babe. How are you? Haven't heard a lot from you lately. Hope you're okay, darling.
Apparently, there's a guy in Colorado keeps waking up with a plane parked in the driveway, and 3 times now they've had to tow away the plane, only to find another plane parked there later on, a different plane that they had to tow away again, and they're complaining that they're getting to work late.
Really, I had to listen to that twice. Hello, Paul. Good morning, sir. How are you, darling? Oh, he lives in Colorado, does he? Does he live near an airport? Does he live near anyone with big storage centres, I wonder? Wow. How do you reckon that keeps happening? Do you reckon someone's playing a prank on him, or is it a moment? Do.
Yeah, I think it's possibly a prank. But then I looked up, I tried to find more information, and I found lots of people report having planes blocking the driveways online. Someone was saying this type of plane is very easy to move, and the person was saying it's hard to move. And I thought, actually, it's probably not that easy to move. You've still got to get a tow truck and stuff. And people were saying Pixar, it didn't happen. But yeah, I can't find much more information on it. And then I was looking up tardigrades in supercomputers. And that's it now, we're up to present day.
Wow. Blimey. Did they have to pay to have it taken away, I wonder?
I once cheaply bought something like 30 old school televisions, broken TVs, something like £50. I didn't pay much for them. For a photo shoot, I just wanted like loads of TVs stacked up with static screens for a photo shoot. And this was years ago. We decided to like put a old school portable TV in a tree. And a few days later, the council took it out of the tree. And so we put another one in, and we kept on doing it, like just over and over again until we had no TVs left. It was so funny.
That's strange. Yeah. There is a polar vortex approaching, apparently. Our weather system's going to go a bit tits up. And do you reckon the weather system has anything to do with stuff like that?
Yeah, I think Al Kabi said everything's connected.
I got a brief bit of information here saying a new warning wave will start in the stratosphere, putting the pressure onto the polar vortex. The warning will be initiated by strong weather patterns in the North Pacific and the North Atlantic, which combined together will help to further unlock the colder weather over North America. The polar vortex is without a doubt one of the key weather players during the cold season. It's strongly connected all the way from the ground up to the higher levels of the atmosphere. Every strong change or especially disruption of the polar vortex can have a profound effect on the weather development. This is why we take great notice of the activity or lack thereof high above in the stratosphere and monitor it regularly. Before explaining what is up with the polar vortex and our weather, we will quickly learn some simple things. What exactly is the polar vortex, how it forms, and why it's so important. But yeah, some nasty, weird things supposed to be happening in the weather system this year.
It feels warmer though than it was a month ago.
I've been seeing the weather forecast has been saying that is due to low pressure, high pressure, the jet stream, vortexes, I don't know. Let's have a look here. See, every year as we head into autumn, the polar regions start to receive much less sunlight. This means that the North Pole starts to cool down, but as the polar regions cool, the atmosphere further south is still relatively warm as it continues to receive energy from the sun. You can see the solar solstice on the image below when the polar regions receive little or zero solar energy compared to regions further south. So the temperature drops over the polar regions, so does the pressure. As the temperature drops over the pole and the temperature difference towards the south increases, a large low pressure or cyclonic in brackets circulation start to develop across the northern hemisphere from the surface layers far up into the stratosphere. This is known as the polar vortex. No easy quick way of describing it, but ends up with a layer called the stratosphere. It's a much deeper layer, and it's around 30 kilometers, 18.5 miles deep, and is very dry. This is where the ozone layer can be found. You can see layers of the atmosphere on the image below with the troposphere and the weather on the bottom, and stratosphere with the ozone layer above it. These layers are important because meteorologists talk about the polar vortex and its influence. In most cases, they mean the higher altitude stratospheric part, but the entire polar vortex covers most of the bottom half of the atmosphere from the very ground up. Goes on, vortex is spinning above the weather, it's still directly connected to the lower levels and can shape our daily weather. I put up a couple of pictures. This one shows the image, shows a typical example of the polar vortex around 30 kilometers, 18.5 miles altitude in the middle stratosphere during the winter season. Doesn't actually explain in a very easy form how it works, but sorry to go on, I will put up a picture instead.
18 miles up. Hopefully it just passes over us. We're in that blue bit, aren't we? It's quite bad, quite close to it.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know what's... Has that got anything to do... Ow, oh, ow, 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 ow. Oh, I can't bend my wrist. Sorry, ouch, that hurts. Ooh. They said something a while years ago, didn't they, about the South and North Poles switching and us becoming warmer and Australia becoming colder. I don't know whether that's, excuse me, still on the cards to happen.
You know, there's a bill going through UK Parliament that is basically recognising that crabs, lobsters and octopuses have nervous systems. I don't know what the bill's going to say, but yeah, I think it's going to be a big change in the world of crabs, lobsters and octopuses.
Well, yeah, they're all affected by the weather, aren't they?
Yeah, but I think previously they thought they couldn't feel pain, but apparently some researchers have proved that they can feel pain. So now there's a bill working its way through British Parliament.
What are they going to do? Charge the crabs money or something? Set up a charge for them? How do they expect them to pay it?
I think they're going to try and protect them because they're saying they've got a nervous system. I think it covers all invertebrates, so it'll make it illegal to maybe kill them in a certain way.
Now, in my eyes, they should have thought about this centuries ago, but there again, they didn't know about this stuff centuries ago. Oh, people just don't have enough respect for anything else. People are greedy, try to take everything that they can and disregard stuff that they shouldn't be.
It would be amazing though if they got lobsters to start paying tax.
What would they pay with? I don't know.
Well, lobsters could do, because they've got built-in scissors, haven't they? They can do all the cutting work.
Oh, don't tell them that. They'll be setting them up as office workers soon.
These lobsters come in here and taking our scissor jobs. There must be a way to like sort of line up all the animals into a production line. Have a bamboo plant at the beginning. A lobster can cut it. Do you get me? Lobster cutting. Just have it like that. Easy. If you can get a lobster in a box to cut a bamboo plant like once a day, then you don't have to cut it. You get your own bamboo cut up by a lobster, pack it up, sell it as firewood.
don't know if I don't think a lot of people use snuff fires nowadays. Everyone has gas, excuse me. Gas central heating. Yeah, but I don't know if I'd buy a. You'd have all sorts of bacteria reasons why you couldn't do that, I think.
Oh, looking at the world's oldest animals, found out there's an immortal jellyfish, and the oldest woman in the world turns 119 in 3 days.
119? Wow, I didn't know people lived that long. That is, yeah, definitely a world record.
Yeah, Japanese woman. Someone's lived to 122 and 164 days, a French woman. Adam, from the Adam and Eve story, he lived for 956 years, I think. Which also, if you believe the Bible, God said to Adam, don't eat that apple because you'll die today. And Adam then died at the age of 956. So that's why some people believe that God built the world in like 956 times by 7. So it took him about 7,000 years for God to build the world. Is what people say. Some people.
Didn't the world have to be built before he put Adam and Eve on it?
Yeah, like, God built the world in 6 days, chilled on the 7th day. But God said to Adam, don't eat the apple or you'll die. So if God was right about that, he said you'll die today. You'll die before the day is over. And in them years, a day was 956 years.
Yeah, I've heard about Adam and Eve and eating the apple. Well, whether you believe it or not, I have no idea whether it's true. All these stories are just put there in, what, millions of years ago. And we will never know. I'm watching Ninja Warrior UK. This will be interesting. There's a guy with one leg doing the challenge.
Unless he's in a hopping contest.
You got any plans for New Year tomorrow? New Year's Eve? Anybody? Yeah. Hopefully staying at home, not going out. I shouldn't really ask if you've got any plans, should I? It's not it's a bit of encouragement that we didn't need.
I'm currently trying to remember my nephew's name for the Christmas card that I'm meant to write. I was bad at that.
I didn't send many Christmas cards this year, I tell you. I think I gave one to my neighbour. I sent a lot of them by text.
I remembered the name.
Afternoon.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, that bloody shark game.
Well, you can leave it well alone now. I'm a good 300, 400 in front of you.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get anywhere near that. For some reason, every time I get past 700, unless it's meant to do that, I'm not sure, the game starts jumping and going really slow. Very delayed. I don't know if it's meant to do that, if it's part of the game, or whether it's just the RAM getting used up. I haven't found a way around it yet.
No, dear.
Yeah, that's annoying me. Gravity Ninja's annoying me as well. That's a horrible one, that is.
Not too keen on that new one.
I haven't attempted the new one yet. I'm still looking to go on the older ones.
I see on the news they're doing stuff with the old Nightingale hospitals again, which they turned into old people's homes or something, I think. They didn't keep their purpose that they spent millions on, did they?
Yeah, they kept very quiet about those. I didn't know what they did with them. I haven't seen the news. Are we still kind of expecting possible lockdowns after New Year or not?
I don't know. As far as I know, Boris was leaving it up to people's, leaving it up to them what they wanted to do, but telling them to be considerate and not do anything that, you know, would have untoward problems. But whether or not they listen to it, I guess that's our last chance. I read that Sweden are doing the under the skin chip thing in the arm so that you don't need to, so that you've always got your passport, COVID injections and whatever up with you, so you don't need to carry the cards. And I really don't think he wants to do the lockdown thing because he's realised what the tax system goes down, and money just isn't very well distributed. And I can understand that because shops have been going into furlough and whatnot. But isn't it bad when your own Prime Minister takes something like the economy, and it's not bad really because the economy keeps the world going, but it's putting that over people's health and well-being. Should have thought of that from the beginning, shouldn't he?
Well, I don't know. People have got to take responsibility, as I said before. I think there's too much on the government. Silly little things we expect them to do and deal with. Well, really, we should be just doing it ourselves and, you know, being treated like children on a lot of things. Yeah, oh well. I'd imagine they just kind of have to make it so they can't be sued. So they basically got to word it in such a way where, okay, everybody, take precautions, stay safe, you know, and say it in such a way that there's no comebacks on them. That's probably the only thing they're concerned about, being dragged through the courts.
Well, I've said this since the whole thing started. No one's got respect for anyone else, let alone themselves. Put themselves before other people. People need to start learning how to have manners and respect and decency. Common decency wouldn't go astray. If we had all of that, we wouldn't be in this situation anyway, because people wouldn't think, well, I can't be bothered doing the test today. I'll just go out because I want to go out. And as for all these lockdowns, I think people have taken them far too much to heart, and haven't accepted that the reason that we're actually having these lockdowns is because they have no respect or anything for each other. Common courtesy. That's what I was brought up with.
Yeah, different times now. I was watching the repair shop last night, and just going to show sort of how attitudes with children have changed over the years. They had this gorgeous little 1930s cooker set, and it was miniature cooker set, and it was made out of metal, polished tops, and it had little mini chrome and steel kettles and pots and pans and everything else, and it was designed for a child, little cooking play set from the 1930s. But it had real burners, so you could put methylated spirits in the little burners and light it, and it would boil water and basically cook. The oven would work. You could cook 2 fish fingers in it, and you could cook a pot of peas and boil some water. And I thought, God, you can't imagine any parent leaving their 7-year-old, and I think she said she was about 6 or 7 when it was given to her by her nan. But you can't imagine any child playing with that nowadays. Real fire, being given the responsibility to take care and not burn themselves.
Well, yeah. I went to see my mum and dad over the last few days, and Mum got talking about the weather and shopping, and because we were talking about the snow that might come down from Scotland. I saw a while ago, a few days ago, there was a report that said beginning of January, 7th of January onwards, we're going to go for a really cold snap, and snow has been forecast on this particular map that I saw from all the way from Scotland down to Brighton, and in a straight line right the way down the country. And I got my mum talking about the storm of 1966. Going back then, she was about 12, and she was the one that had to. Everyone else was, I don't know, they couldn't go and do the shopping. She had to go out and do the shopping, and the snow was up to her waist and people's waists, and it was really bad. And we were just talking about it, and yeah, there's no way you could even trust a kid, or not that a kid would know how to do or what to do to pay for the shopping and get it home nowadays, let alone, kids were so much more clued up that we may have had less in those days, but the knowledge was there.
No, it's a case of having to, isn't it? Not knowledge or nothing. It's just back then we didn't have delivery services and everything else, so it was a case of having to. Right, anyway, back in a minute, just come pop in the shop.
Okie doke.
1963 was the bad snow.
Sorry, 63, I believe. And hello, good morning. Yes, Robin. Do you remember that storm? I wasn't alive at that time, but yeah. Apparently, there's a lot of people seeing a lot worse weather conditions than what we're actually experiencing at the moment.
63 was a very long winter, and the snow was. I was living in Hampshire, and it was actually 10 feet deep in places. Even the tractors couldn't get through it, and it just went on freezing for about 6 weeks, and we survived. But it was a case of eating anything you could get, really, in the country, because the roads were just closed. Back to you.
I remember that they do say that storm was worst in living history up until the last year or two, and not even that could have beaten it, really. But I remember the most snow I've ever seen was 6 to 7 inches high, I think, when I was living up in Mansfield in the Midlands.
Oh yeah, this 63 was the worst, and then 1947 before that. And there's been a few years, hasn't there, with like in 2010. I was in the west of Ireland, and it was about 2 feet deep in places, but nothing since.
No, well, I'm reading a report this morning. I think I've just closed it, actually. Here we go. Here it is. Saying a warming wave will start in the stratosphere, with the polar vortex being temporarily displaced, which relates vaguely back to a story that I read a while ago, saying that Australia and the heat over the country, over the world, is going to change the weather conditions. So apparently Australia's going to become colder and we're going to get the hotter weather. That kind of does kind of ring true in a lot of ways from what I've been reading lately.
It's all going crazy. They keep cutting down the forests and wondering why there's floods, and one thing leads to another. I don't know if you watched that program on the other night, Extinction. It was scary enough, the way things are going. And in 50 years' time, there'll be no insects and very few birds and not many mammals. And that's going to be bad for all of us. But because people are money hungry and every big tree represents a few $100. Yeah, crazy stuff.
Not to mention the elephants, the tigers, all the animals that they kill for different reasons. China like using different parts of the ivory, I know, different parts of different animals. They cook them up or use them to say they have different tonics for them, don't they? Which I think is a load of balls. But yeah, it's not just the trees, it's the aeroplanes with the sulfur going into the air or whatever it is. And yeah, it's deep sea stuff that we do, the way that we're making the poles disintegrate, melt. It's crazy world.
We need some aliens to come in here from a more advanced society and organize things. I think that's the only way out of it, because the governments have all gone cracked. So that may happen. It's not that far-fetched. There's been a few things that have happened that they can't explain. So we'll just I just hope that to live long enough to see the tide turning, so to speak, because it's if things are going downhill at the moment, especially with this bloody COVID. Not that that's that serious, but it's a bit scary, all right, when your relatives have it. What's it like around where you are?
Pretty bad. My neighbour had it a while ago. She was asymptomatic, had no symptoms, but there's a friend of mine said she had a cold. I'll not be seeing her in the future for a while. It's but again, that's another thing which is not taken into consideration. People's knowledge of germs and how much more cleaner they should be. Obviously, it can't be too clean, because then that causes its own issues. But people don't seem to consider the fact going to see someone else when they're not well is a hazard, and every time that you pass that disease on to someone, it also changes. Hence the other variant of the COVID, the Omicron. Where the hell this COVID came from in the first, whether it was a bat, whether it was the wet market or what, I don't know. But China haven't ever been the cleanest of countries, have they?
Yeah, scientists have been looking into the wet markets, and it seems more and more likely that that's where it started. And the fact that the animals are all stressed, very highly stressed in those places, and that's when apparently they release the virus from their bodies, and it somehow or other went into humans. Yeah, not very pleasant places, and some of the stuff they do there is horrific, but I don't even want to talk about it. Anyway, I'm looking out at the rain here. It's been raining all day, and it's difficult to go out and do anything. I got to feed some. I got 11 cattle, 11 cows. They're all looking a bit hungry. So I better go and do something about it.
Okay, well, thank you for popping in and having the conversation. That's really good talk. Interesting stuff. All right, catch you later. Be safe.
7-3s, bye for now.
Yeah, thanks again.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
I hope you had a Merry Christmas too, Rex. And 2 more things. I hope you enjoy your New Year's Eve celebrations. And I also hope that you have a good 2022.
Hey, thanks, dude. I hope yours is absolutely wonderful. Better than the last. Up and onward. That's where we gotta go. Up and onward. So you think we'll make it to orbit by the end of the year? I hope so. Oh, that was a reference to the SpaceX. You know, catching a rocket and all that.
Oh, yes. SpaceX Technologies is working on their Starship rocket, which is, if they succeed, it'll be the most advanced rocket ever built, and with the able to transport the largest payload to low Earth orbit and beyond. So I'm certainly watching that with great interest, and I hope they succeed. The latest news that I have is that the Federal Aviation Administration of the United States government postponed their permission to do another test flight to May. But yeah, they're going to try to do their first orbital flight, but landing it in the ocean off of Hawaii. No attempt at recovery.
I think somebody in the administration wants something. I don't know what it is, but they want something. That's what I think that's going on right now. So, yeah, they said it's going to come in January, you know. And then they're like, oh no, it'll be a few more months. Yeah, right. I don't think so. Because, well, NASA without politics, that's what SpaceX is. And that's his whole thing. You just keep the politics away. Just go from point A to point B. And that's all you need to do. You don't care about legacy technology. Just get there. But somebody's playing games. Who knows? They probably want a ride, you know. Let them give them a ride. That's okay. Let them get up there. That's okay.
Rex, where have you been hiding all this time?
Work harder. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. A lot has happened since I last spoke to you. Too much to even know where to begin to explain. But besides that, how are you? not heard from Dawn in a bit of time either. Do you still keep contact with her? You know, outside of Zella on a personal level, is she doing okay?
No, it's been a couple of years. So what's been going on with you? You know, how you doing?
Couple of years? I don't think it's been that long, has it? I hope not. I hope my life has not gone by that quickly. God, that does sound depressing.
And you still a technician at the same place, or did you move on? A little shake up in the island. You know, how you guys doing with this? Corona this, Corona that, and everybody's freaking out. Well, we're all gonna die.
I've been thinking the other day, all the network broadcasters, media outlets over here, well, around the world, I guess. So I've just been thinking, the last 2 years and a half, okay, roughly, let's say the last 2 years and a half, every single goddamn day, all you hear is COVID on the news. Every single day for the past 2 years and a half. And when I've just thought of it that way, I thought, my God, I've had enough of all this. Really.
I know, right? I'm numb. Just numb. Oh, man. It's okay. So how you been doing?
No, I've been doing okay. But when you put it in that perspective, you think, you know, that's enough. I get the message. I understand there's a virus, there's a COVID. I don't need to be told every day on the radio, every day on the television, every day in the newspaper for the past 2.5 years. I think it's just a bit, how should I say it? I don't know, it's changed the world. It's changed everything, hasn't it? It's you would have even thought. But yeah, so how are your children? I can't remember if you split up with your partner or I don't know, but if you did have one or you don't, or I hope they're okay. Either way.
Yep, all things are good. There was a question. Oh yeah, did you guys? How's Brexit going along? Oh, everybody's freaking out right now. Did that go through, or did you guys finally stop it? I'm just wondering.
No, it's weird. My computer was paused on a YouTube video that's been paused for about 3 hours, and the page has just automatically refreshed itself. Let's play it. It shouldn't do that. That's Anyway, sorry. It feels like someone's hacked me. It's very disturbing. Brexit. What? I don't have a clue. You don't hear about that anymore in the news. They don't talk about it. All you hear is this COVID thing every single day. Oh, the Australian border has been closed to incoming tourists. The French-Canadian border, blah, blah, blah. Not French-Canadian border. You know what I'm saying, you know. That's all you hear about. Brexit. I'm sure if you Google it, you can find some information. But mainstream newspaper, news, radio, television, nah, we've not heard anything about that for the past, I don't know, year at least. Only been a good year since they've talked about that mainstream. Yeah.
I count their success by the amount of people who are wearing masks in the car.
Oh, I still wear my mask when I go out. I mean, I've not had any vaccines, but I just take care of myself. Don't go to restaurants. What's this? Thunderbird needs to do regular file maintenance to improve the performance of your mail folders. This will recover 980 megabytes of disk space without changing your messages. To let Thunderbird do this automatically in the future without asking, please check the box below. No. Okay, I'll compact now. But I won't do compact automatically. Okay, what's going on here? I've got an email from somebody. How exciting. I've got an email. Ooh.
If I may, I believe what Rex was referring to, and I don't think you quite caught it. He's referring to people alone in their cars with the windows closed wearing a mask, which is utterly useless because there's no risk of infection from oneself in one's own car with the windows closed.
Oh, I was distracted by the computer. I've got to go to the post office. Okay. The only way in which I could envisage that would be a good practice is, let's say, let's put it this way, okay? Let's put it this way. Let's say somebody's ill or self-isolating or has got COVID, and there's a small garage that services vehicles and does MOTs, and there's a car parked in the way of the ramp, and they don't have much space and they can't work on the other cars because the car they've just repaired is taking up space in their small garage land. So the owner can't come to collect it because they have COVID, they're not allowed to leave, so they have to drive it back to the owner. And in that case, I would suspect wearing a mask would be beneficial to both the car mechanic and the recipient, in case he inadvertently coughs and leaves tiny little splatters of saliva on the handle of the car or the dashboard, and vice versa, if it wasn't his vehicle. That's the only time I would think he'll be applied, but if it is your own vehicle and no one else uses it and it's just you and you're wearing the mask, well then that is a bit, how shall we say it, a bit illogical, a bit stupid.
I just hang around with Lysol in my hand. And anybody comes within 6 feet of me, I just spray them. Door opens, spray them.
Develop an anti-COVID spray, and you just go and spray it on people's faces.
Yes, straight in the eyeballs. That'll kill the virus.
Please don't say that because my eye hurts. I banged it against something. It's just like the eye socket, but it hurts in the eye. It'll go away soon. I do stupid things sometimes, and I don't always learn. Yes. Oh. I've got to go to the post office, so I'm going to charge my phone before I go. And Edwards, if you're still here, if I've got enough battery, I can take remaining pictures of the Christmas market that you so much like, with all those magical lights and chocolates and cardigans.
Oh, you don't need to go make an extra effort for me, Colonel Edwards. You've done more than your share to make my Christmas brighter by showing me those 24 pictures of the Christmas market you went to the other night. I very much appreciate it.
I've only done 1/4 of the Christmas market, Edwards. There's still a lot more outlets and stalls in which I need to photograph for your pleasure in viewing. So if I do have sufficient battery, which I'm out 48%, I hope that is ample for the volume of photography I will need to take and submit to you. If so, I will do so, and I will inundate you and basically crash your phone. Your storage will max out. Basically, it's but I think it's worth it. Definitely, it's just one of the, how shall we say it, the side effects, or one of the unfortunate things that happen. I would suggest, Edwards, you delete all your photos or your files or your text messages, delete a few apps so you've got enough storage space, because you're going to have incoming.
I will do exactly that. That's very good advice. I will prepare for an incoming inundation of Christmas market photos from... I believe you didn't send me any photos yet from the southwest sector of the Christmas market.
That's off limits to basically, it's only people with ample clearance, personnel and security do guard that very strictly. I don't know what they're hiding there, but I suspect it's something of a government level. I think it's a bit of a cover-up, a bit like Area 3954, I don't know, in America, with I think they're harbouring space aliens in there, Edwards. All this military protection surrounding the perimeter. I suspect there's something big, something greater going on that we actually don't know about.
Aliens. I think if there are aliens, I don't think it really matters, because they haven't done anything. you know, and what are the odds of us living in a specific time when they will reveal themselves? Astronomical.
The aliens are going to save the planet in the near future. I was just thinking how different your conversation was to my environment. I'm feeding the cattle here.
You are? You on the farm there? In England?
Island, and it's raining the whole day. And 11 hungry beasts here, which are tucking into a new bale of hay, you know, the big bales. Different surroundings, I suppose.
I did see a bale of hay with a crucifix on it earlier today, and I thought to myself, Christian Bale?
Yeah, he was a character.
I believe all four of us are in different environments. Colonel Edwards is somewhere near London, England. You, my good sir, are feeding cows on the island of Ireland. Our friend Rex, I think, is somewhere in Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken, and here I am in southern Quebec.
That is a good mixture. I like that. Makes things interesting. And it's starting to get dark here. I don't know about you.
A splendid eclectic mix, sir.
Tell me, how green is that grass? I'd actually really love to know.
Yeah, I haven't got a very good signal here. So it's working now, I can see that. Yeah, well, we're just feeding what they call haylage, you know, bales of what was grass and is now quite sweet smelling hay, really. But it's not hay like you'd get in the square bales, as you know. It's sort of in airtight bags.
Hey, I like to eat on my little bale of straw.
Giant Weetabix.
What is the difference between hay and straw? My guess is that straw is not very nutritious. It's not green, it's more dry and used as a kind of padding or bedding.
I see, Edwards. Okay. So you use straw for padding and bedding, whilst you prefer to eat the hay for its nutritional content value. I understand. Okay. That's very sensible, Edwards. Very sensible. Well done.
Can't eat straw, can you? That's just for sleeping in.
I only worked on a farm for a few months, and I didn't learn that fine point. I would like to know.
I'd like to know, does she really love me? That's the song, isn't it? I need to go to the post office. Why do I keep telling myself that?
We need to ask the farmer. Straw and hay, what's the difference?
Oh, the mouse doesn't work. Why does the mouse not work? I think I know why.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me get back to you. Well, straw from oaten straw would be probably a lot tastier, and the animals do eat it. They'll eat any kind of bedding straw if they're desperate, but they prefer hay. But of course, straw doesn't get damp and mouldy as quickly as hay, so you can leave it on the floor as they used to in medieval times in most of the houses, I think. It is edible. All straw is edible, but perhaps it's not so nutritious. I think that's the main reason.
That makes sense. Tell me, do you have a lot of grass out there? On the TV, I always see this green, beautiful grass island. Oh, we lost you for a minute, sir. Give that man a new cell tower. Does anybody know why did they change the icon of Zello into that square thing? It doesn't say anything to me.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It means nothing. It doesn't symbolise anything. Yeah, it's a bit
Abstract.
I have some speculation about it, and it goes as follows. Whenever you have a large organization and you have upper management and mid-level management, and somebody gets hired, you are the new brand coordinator for Zello. So they hire a new brand coordinator because the previous one, sold their house and now they've got $1 million and they're just taking it easy. So the new brand coordinator comes in and they have to do something. They can't just sit there and keep the machine going. They have to prove to the people above them that they take their job seriously, they're putting in effort, and so they'll say, proposal for an updated logo. And then everybody will celebrate that this new person is really taking the job seriously, and just get some momentum. So I think a lot of changes, when they change, there's a phrase, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So when they fix things that don't need to be fixed, it's usually that kind of thing. In internal office politics, somebody just trying to show that they have competency.
Exactly. They got woke. We got a bad reputation for a minute there. So they have to erase it. January 6th. Oh my God.
Did you know any Zello people who were involved with that? Usually they have things about like 3% in their profile pictures, in their profile description.
Oh, I don't know. I heard some nonsense. Some people were going back and forth on a couple of channels about all that nonsense, but no, not really. I think that's why they changed the icon. They just want to, have a different look or a different... they want to shed some of that politics. And the new logo doesn't say Zello. It doesn't say anything. It's just a square. It's like, sometimes you watch a movie and the movie's about like an international company, and they show you the logo of the international company, and it's always extremely generic. Sorry about that. That's what it looks like.
The letter Z or Z has 3 strokes in it, and that logo has 4. It's like a Z that is styled as a square, and it just really upsets me.
I think it's the Illuminati. Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Even if you explain it to me, okay, I understand, I acknowledge it, but still, at a glance, it doesn't say anything. Nothing whatsoever. Oh, how's your Tesla doing in wintertime?
I don't own a Tesla. I used to work for an electric vehicle taxi company. I was a driver for them, and they leased a fleet of Teslas, and they charged more slowly in the wintertime. And there were some times where, not for the Tesla, but for the other electric vehicles like the Kia Soul, you'd have to remove the ice from both the coupling part from the electric charging side and the more so on the car side. Sometimes ice would build up and you'd have to actually chisel the ice out so that you could connect the charger. And the vehicles charged more slowly in the winter and discharged more. They held less of a charge. And that company ended up going bankrupt because they could not compete with Uber and the regular gasoline-powered taxi fleet.
Yeah, that would be a hard business, especially back then. Now it wouldn't be so bad if you just owned Teslas, as opposed to the other ones. Yeah, Tesla fixed that problem. They actually came up with an upgrade. If you had that kind of a problem, you just call up the service Tesla service and come out and they'd fix it for you. And then of course the new ones, they're all updated. I think there was actually 2 updates to that. I think they actually have a warming strip by the charger now, to where it warms up, the panels where you plug it in, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm very happy to hear that. That's the Silicon Valley model of product development. They just keep getting user feedback and use the feedback to improve the next version of the product. I like it.
I watched a YouTube video about a guy who he used to work for Tesla, and he said that on the first day of Tesla, on the first day of work, you walk in there, they grab your phone, they install like 5 or 6 apps on your phone, okay, on your personal phone. And those apps, that's basically where your jobs come from. So you basically, every morning you get a list of, let's say, 20 different problems. And you can pick and choose what problems you want to solve. So you pick, let's say one of those problems and you start working on it. And you can go anywhere, talk to anybody, and that's your job to find a solution for that problem that they're having. And that feedback comes directly from user experiences and things of that nature. I thought that was fascinating.
That makes me very happy to hear that. And I didn't know it, and I'm glad that you shared that with me.
And one other interesting thing, he said that what's different about Tesla with their secret software is actually, he called it validation. And basically what it means is, if you come up with a solution or fix to the car, usually with most automotive companies, if you come up with a problem, it takes a year and a half before that solution is validated. With Tesla, they actually came up with basically a self-validation, or a piece of software that will automatically validate a solution, or validate your solution, indicating basically whether it would break the system or not, or whether it would work or not. I don't know how, I don't know what kind of software it is or how they go about it, but somehow they can validate whether your solution is basically won't break the rest of the car. And that's their secret sauce. There was a gentleman who came up with a way to charge the vehicle faster by using basically thickening a cable or 2 cables in the Tesla vehicle itself. So he ran that solution through this software, and it validated that this would work. And so that day he actually implemented the solution by basically making 2 wires thicker, thereby charging the car, I think 50 watts more. I think it went from 100 to 150 watts.
I'm very happy to hear that. If you can model a system in a computer with a high degree of fidelity to reality, if it's a very accurate computer model and it tracks very well with the real world system, then you can test out those changes on the computer model. And you can also track to see how accurate does the model predict the real world. And then you can get increasingly confident that, so, you could envision them having a computer model of their vehicle that works in a real physics engine, like the one that Unreal Engine, they can test out changes there in the computer world first.
So when it breaks down in the computer world.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. If your model's correct, you can implement those solutions. But if it's off, well, you know, then it's off.
Well, you have real world, then you have the computer world, and then you have Disney World.
Hey, long time no hear. How's it going?
Been busy.
Oh, well, that's healthy. That's good.
Yeah, somebody must be selling a bunch of Aztec magazines or something. Everybody's down here is coming looking for gold. There ain't no gold in Texas. I think they're a little lost.
You should sell them some NFTs. There you go.
NFTs. What are those?
I believe he's referring to non-fungible tokens, a kind of digital asset that lives on the blockchain, mostly the Ethereum blockchain.
So you buy this thing for $1, but you can't get $1 for it. I think I'll pass.
Hey, if you convince enough people that, well, it'd be worth a lot of money someday, then the price goes up. There you go.
Am I right in thinking 10 years ago you could buy Bitcoin for 60 euros and the same is now worth 40 or 50 grand?
You're close. I got mine for 25 cents a Bitcoin. I think I put like 10 grand into it. Okay, it was a deal.
It's like a good one.
No, it was just a deal. It was cheap. 25 cents. I go, wow, how could you go wrong?
Yeah, I don't think it was ever that cheap here. Maybe we just didn't hear about it in time. Yes, big mistake not getting into that.
Well, I hope you bought a lot of them.
Oh, no. I know guys that put 100 grand, 200 grand. I know guys that threw $1 million in it. No, those guys did good. Yeah, I'm still driving a truck, and those guys are driving Lamborghinis.
Hey, you should have put your money in Tesla when I told you, bud. I think it'll 10x again, actually.
But back to your digital simulation. Yeah, we use simulators in a lot of different things, like airplanes. But it's still no substitute for the real world. Rain, sleet, snow, dust, sand. When they went to Desert Storm, the first thing they discovered was the carburetors all got flooded with sand. So they used nylons. They went out and bought all the nylons and jury-rigged them over the intake, trying to keep the sand out. High tech.
I went to the air show a few years after all of that. I was talking to the pilot, and he said that those air filters these expensive air filters that you buy from the auto parts store, the NK, to where it's basically they take they put oil in the medium, and with that oil it's able to attract a lot more. It's supposed to filter out contaminants a lot better going into your engine. Well, apparently that's what they started to use on the helicopters, and it worked out because they were starting to get plugged up.
I find it interesting, though. Edward was talking about the connectors freezing up. Well, of course the connectors would freeze up because it got metal contacts. I guess the way of solving that, they should have made an inductive coupling. Put a couple of coils on one side, a couple of coils on the other side, let the magnets stick to it, and you wouldn't have to have any contacts.
Yeah, they had 3 different upgrades. Not sure. I know they did. They're doing it through heat strips. Whether it's inductive or not, I'm not sure. But that sounds pretty good. Try on air, right?
Well, the battery that everybody wants is sitting on Mars. Yeah, it's a deuterium um, pellet. I think it's the size of 4 or 5 pieces of sand, and it generates enough heat to keep that Mars rover going for the next.
I think that's so awesome. Using spent fuel.
Really?
Hello, hello, hello. Happy New Year's Eve.
Ja, Hubert, I think you hotkey. Yeah, Hubert, this is Pelon here on Sussex Down Radio Link. I think you hotkey some times here, so just saying to you, so you're aware of that. Pelon here.
Thanks, MB. I'm trying to play a game, and I couldn't get into to save him.
Hello. Hello. Is anybody here?
Hello. Good morning. Yes, there are people here. I'm sorry I had an extremely long night, and I'm late taking my tablets and all sorts. I'm normally awake a lot earlier than this. My apologies, darling. It's Miss Kay this side, down in the south of England. Yeah, I'm in Brighton. How you doing?
Oh, that's great. Well, actually, I'm speaking from North Africa, like the eastern part of Africa. I'm speaking from Egypt.
Well, if you are Egyptian, my darling, I praise you because you sound very English. You've got a very good English accent. If you're not English, then it doesn't matter. That's fine. Oh God, wake up. I've only literally just got out of bed. Hey, you sound good. How you doing out there? What's the weather like? Is it cold? Is it getting colder? Or are you still nice and warm? Oops.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, actually, I'm not English, but for some reason, I got to be speaking this way, so I think it's not bad to speak in English after all. I get to meet some interesting and very nice people like yourself. Yeah, it's getting colder, but I don't really think it's gonna be that cold as South England or in Europe, anyways. Like when it's so cold here, it's around 5 degrees or something Celsius, but that doesn't count as cold as negatives or close to zeros.
Yeah, well, I used to live in Cyprus, just across the sea from you. I know how warm it gets over there, so it's a shame that it's not so warm at the minute. It's pretty chilly here too, mate. Temperature, where am I? Let's find the temperature. Rain alarm. 14 degrees at the moment. 14 degrees-ish. We can. So I've only just got out of bed, love. But yeah, my eyes aren't opening that much at the moment. I'm sorry, I sound awful. Yes, not too good here. The weather's been a bit of an issue. Had a lovely summer-ish, but it's very misty here today, foggy. You look out the window and it's all misty and white looking, cloudy. We had a lot of rain lately.
Well, the new year's coming with everything with it. A little bit of cold and so much of joy. Hopefully 2022 will be way better than the ones before, and as well without COVID for sure.
Oh, don't we all hope that? Yes, indeed, my love. Yes, indeed. We can only ask for better, can't we? I can't imagine it getting a lot worse. But life seems to be like a lot of films that I've seen in the past. You say, oh, wow, that was a good film. Oh, what a good story. But, you know, life has become just like one of those, except for it's not a good story, it's a horrible story. Well, thank you for finding our channel. I don't think I've ever heard you before, but well done. Thank you for coming in, and welcome. This is Sussex Downs Radio Link, and we are in England on the south coast-ish, just about everywhere, all across the world.
Oh, thank you so much. And by the way, it doesn't have to be a sad story or anything. Everything with all of the good and bad in it is just balancing everything out. Like I recall in 2020 when I started to work, I actually got out of college and started to work, and it was nothing. It sounded like the end of the world, but by the time everything started to balance out, and here we are somehow taking an advantage of COVID. Nobody would ever imagine that this could happen. So yeah, nothing so horrible, nothing so good. It's just how life works. But yeah, thank you for welcoming us, and it's so interesting and nice to talk to you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, bless you. Oh, love. I like people that have an interesting outlook on life. That is something we don't hear over here very much at all lately. But yes, you are very right. It's probably just me having a morning head and slept too long. Yeah. And positivity is what we need.
Well, I would tell you something that would ease your entire day. I'm working full time in a company that does not give me much of a time. So I work like 8 to 9 hours a day, and overtime 2 or 3 more hours. And as well, I study in a university in a different country, but online, for 6 hours. So what's left for me is supposed to sleep, eat, and do everything in it. Even though I found a way around this, so it's so intense, so difficult, but the best, or let's say the thing that I found easing the day, is when I wake up in the morning, I get some honey, dissolve it in a cup of water, and drink it, then that's it. But it gets my edge in the morning. I get everything positive starting from this cup of honey dissolved in water.
Man, you've got a good way of looking at life. Well done. Well, congratulations to you, and thank you. It's been a pleasure meeting you. You've definitely helped change my life. Yeah, thank you for those words of wisdom. That is, I shall take that forward with me and use it very well. Thank you. So, what is it you'd study at college? Pussy, morning Peter, morning Taffy. Happy New Year. New Year's Eve.
Morning, Miss Kate. Yep. Oh, yep. Still morning for the next 4 minutes. Yes. Happy New Year. Yeah, we should all be on tonight. Oh, no, I won't be on tonight, will I? I won't be on tonight at midnight, sorry. Don't think I will anyway. Happy New Year to Taff as well, if he's on there.
Well, I think it's a bit early to say Happy New Year yet. Tonight's going to be different, isn't it? I don't know if they're letting everybody do the firework thing, the celebrations at the Thames, or we're in London. Like, I wouldn't think they would be. Maybe it's going to be a bit different, isn't it?
I don't think that they're doing the fireworks this year, are they? I'm sure they've been cancelled, but people will still go down. I bet, is it Trafalgar Square where they traditionally meet down there? I think that's like the focal point.
I don't know. I've never done it. Just watch it on TV normally.
That's right. They have that thing on the big wheel, don't they? The fireworks everywhere. But I think they're saving money. Well, I don't think it's to save money. It's to discourage people from turning up. But people will still be down the pubs there, won't there? There's big nightclubs and such there, aren't there, where people traditionally go. I'm not sure if they're all going to be open and how many people they'll admit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either, but I've never been. I just watch it on TV. It's safer. And it saves me having to travel all that way too.
Do you have one where you live? Where they, I suppose they do everywhere, because when I used to live in the middle of Leicester, at 12 o'clock, you used to hear the fireworks going off from the city centre, loud as anything, and I was quite a few miles away. You could still hear them.
Yeah? Oh, can't down here. But everyone has their own celebrations down here. Let their own fireworks off most of the night. It's horrible.
Do you know, I went past a shop yesterday selling fireworks. I've never seen it before. But this shop, never noticed it, but it was there, and it was just only selling fireworks. So perhaps it's only open for a week. One of those, what do you call, fold-up shops, paper shops or something. And they're selling fireworks like mad. There was a queue outside. So when it comes near the time, they'll be letting fireworks off and all sorts, won't they? I should think.
It's not nice for animals. Poor animals don't understand. Or kids.
No, that's the thing, isn't it? Everybody get their animals in because they won't know what to do. Fireworks are going off all around them. They won't know where to go. They'll find hiding places.
Yeah, I remember when I used to have a dog, used to cower under the sofa and shake, or they bark, and you don't get to hear the fireworks. But they said they were going to do something about the fireworks and stop them years ago. Got better for a few years, but people still do it. I think it's wrong.
Ever since I can remember, they said they're going to stop firework production, stop selling them and ban them, but they never have. Because it never used to be New Year, did it? I never used to hear them at New Year when I was younger. You only heard fireworks on Guy Fawkes night. It's the only time you could buy them.
Yeah, it just shows how much life has changed in the last 10, 20 years or more.
It sure has, right. I'm going to nip round my place because my aerial's just come a few minutes back. I ordered an aerial. I didn't expect it to come so quick, but it's here, so I'll go and put it on the pole while the weather's fine. Might be able to speak to more people then. We're decent aerial up. Might get a bit further than Nottingham.
Hey, Peter, sorry, darling. I had a phone call. Oh, I did a test yesterday. My first test up the nose and down the throat. And it made me cry. Wow. Well, it made me want to laugh, but I had tears rolling down my eyes because, yeah, it was, I had to blow my nose and wipe my eyes afterwards. Do you get that?
This is Assistant Spinnerlink. And I lie in my bed and do nothing. I watch the Netflix or some movie I'm watching, so yeah.
Hey, Maddie, Happy New Year to you. I've just been watching Australia have their fireworks on the TV. What a nice display that was.
Eating is it's crazy and stuff. My dog used to it now, all fireworks and stuff. I don't watch it. I'm so tired and stuff. Nothing like that. I'm not even been watching some movie and stuff. I'm so tired yesterday with my carer and her kids and her other sister's kids go to the beach yesterday and stuff. I'm tired. But yeah. What are you doing, Miss Kay?
It's my afternoon here now, my lunchtime. I'm playing the game and I'm watching the news.
My parents are awake. Always my parents go to bed 10 o'clock and sleep, but no. I have a sunburn on my back a little bit, and I can't wish that far sunscreen on my back. I've got three sunburns and stuff here. One on my shoulder, one's on my back, and two on my shoulders. I think underarms or something, I don't know. No. I guess I come back home and get a cold shower and take the germs out. What's it called? That paper. And Mum used the little spray bottle I got. Really take the germs out and stuff.
Sussex. I just got out the shower. Well, obviously dressed and stuff. I walked into the front room and Hong Kong have just gone into New Year. And as they started letting off all the fireworks, did anyone see it? A little, I don't know if it was a plane or something in the background, but it put its lights on twice. You saw sort of bing, boom, bing. So it's like, the aliens are here. It is the year.
I'm just watching it now. It looks mad, doesn't it, with the projections as well on the buildings.
And they got real orchestra going in there as well. I've never seen them show the orchestra playing with the fireworks in the background. Hi, Paul. Happy New Year's Eve. Yeah, I saw Australia had a good show as well earlier on.
Do you have any resolutions? I'm currently doing push-ups. That's one of my resolutions, is to do at least 30 push-ups a day.
My resolution is not to catch COVID or Omicron. But apart from that, to stay healthy and be happy, because God knows how many more years I'll have the chance to do it. Do you know if we're doing anything this year, Paul? I wouldn't expect that we would. If we do, I guess it will have all been set up by now, and it would just be shown on the TV. I don't imagine them letting people go into down the River Thames and watch it all, or wherever it is they do it in London.
Sorry, I'm so late coming back. I'm not sure what's going on in London this year.
Sussex Downs Radio Link. This is TriStar L1011, wishing everybody on channel around the world a very happy new year, if it's not already happened for you, and all the very best for 2022. From the northeast Essex coast, United Kingdom, TriStar L1011.
TriCare 1011. You're clear for departure.
Cheers, Chris. Right, back at you.
Thanks, Bly, and also to the guy who gave me clearance for takeoff. Will do. Wind 30 knots at 05 degrees. Thank you.
I hope you have a good new year from Burnley.
Thanks ever so much for that. Hope all is well in Burnley, UK. Yeah, thanks a lot for that. I hope the weather's okay up there and you're going to celebrate tonight somehow or the other in these terribly stressful times. Cheers for that.
The runway should be free. Just as soon as Santa Claus stops feeding his reindeer, he'll get off the ground.
Yeah, well, we have reindeer problems here, and we're trying to clear them from the runway 27. I've not even had anything to drink yet either. Runway 27R, but it's just not that. It's the sleighs as well. You know, it's a terrible mess all over the place.
That's a 10-4. We'll get a couple of LEDs on those reindeer so they won't get hit.
Yeah, that might be a sound idea, actually. After we take the fire trucks down there just to clear them out the way, we should be all right. Looking from the TV, changing the subject very slightly, it seems as though they had a good time in Australia. Slightly before that, in New Zealand, in Auckland. Pyongyang seemed to have done quite well. Loads and loads of fireworks, but no food in that country. What a bonkers place that is.
Well, we'd have to redefine, blah, blah, blah. You have to define food. I mean, some people in the world are still eating snails.
That's very, very true. So perhaps they're eating better than we are, in which case, because the firework display was quite impressive. But then again, politically, I think it may be if it was intentional. But yeah, going round to Hong Kong, they seem to have done quite well. Gradually creeping nearer inexorably towards the UK. Whereabouts are you?
I'm in a small little town called San Antonio, Texas. It's just a corner or a couple of blocks away from New York.
Oh, right. Okay, fantastic. Hope all is well there anyway. And warm regards to everybody in your neck of the woods. You'll be celebrating presumably about, 5 to 6 hours after us then?
That's a 10-4. Yeah, it's been kind of quiet in the morning. I've never heard it so quiet in my entire life. I think people are scared to go out. Temperature here is 68 degrees. It's drizzling very lightly. There's a cold front moving through.
All right, okay, interesting. Yeah, well, we're sitting over, I think it's an occluded front at the moment, but the temperature is unseasonably high. I think we may have even broken an all-time record, whatever that is. Very warm, relatively, for this time in November. I think the tops was going to be about 14 degrees C. So whether that actually has broken any records out here, but yeah, you seem to be in the warmth of things, even though you've got the drizzle. So certainly no snow in your area then. Wouldn't expect there to be though.
No, we don't have any snow. If we need snow, we have to go buy it.
That's the safest way. Okay, look, I'll sit on the side. Lovely to talk to you, and I hope you have a great new year when it eventually comes around and the whole world is then covered in 2022. I'll stay on the side for a short time and see who's around, and wish you all the very best. So 73s.
10-4. Don't forget to let go of those fireworks so they don't go off in your hand.
Roger Wilco.
What a lovely place and lovely pictures. Good job.
Hello, Sussex Downs Radio. Happy Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve even.
Happy New Year's Eve to you as well, Miss Kay.
Dr. Zed, how are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm all good, all good. Just waiting for the next few hours to pass. Yeah, see the fireworks on the telly. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, hoping this year is going to be a better one than the last two.
I imagine mine is going to be the same as it was last year.
You're full of joy this evening, aren't you?
Yes, yes. Well, I'm going to get back to my work here. I'm trying to finish a few things up before I get into tomorrow.
Nighty nighty.
Evening.
To me, and I'm gonna let you do.
Happy New Year, Sussex.
Yeah. Hopefully you're having a good countdown. It's nearly 1:30 in the afternoon over here. So happy New Year's for all those.
Hello. Hey, Australia. How you doing, Ian? And hello, Brocket. Happy New Year, both of you.
Happy New Year, Miss Kay. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to Australia, too. We almost are there. We got about a little less than 6 hours, and we'll be there. Y'all, the world ain't ended over there yet, has it?
Hello, Miss Kay.
Maddie. How you doing? Happy New Year, darling. I saw your fireworks on the TV earlier this afternoon.
Yes. No, here in New Zealand, yep. Yeah, well, let's just say my countdown was 3, 2, 1, and off to sleep. Yeah, just setting up my tent. It's going to be drag racing tomorrow. Yeehaw!
Happy New Year, Miss Kay.
Happy New Year, Maddie, my darling, and say hello. Happy New Year to your mum and dad as well for me, please.
Yeah, well.
Well, my connection keeps popping in and out. So, like I said, when I can say it, Happy New Year's, y'all.
Yeah, I'll be there in a minute. Hold on. Happy New Year to you too, darling.
Well, the way I was, that's why everything keeps homing in and out.
Happy New Year, everyone.
And the east coast of the United States is about to celebrate their New Year's. As right now it's about 11:57 in the PM. I am 1 hour behind them. So it's 10:57 PM where I'm at. So my family should be having fun about now. It's now 11:58 their time, so it should be getting crazy. Philadelphia usually goes all out for the new year, especially near the Art Museum and Penn's Landing. They float barges out on the river at Penn's Landing, and then they shoot fireworks from the barges. At the Art Museum, the Philadelphia Art Museum, they line up. They have a lot of trucks that they pull in behind the Art Museum, flatbed trucks with fireworks displays installed on the trucks, and out in front of the Art Museum is a concert going on, usually something fantastic, and it's a massive yard. So I'm sure there's a really big party there. If you're curious, Google Philadelphia Art Museum New Year's party. So that will probably show you something. And maybe they even have live cameras up. I'm no doubt somebody's live streaming it. There may be even cell phone data shortages right now. It's now 11:59 p.m. So Happy New Year, everyone, from America.
Sure is quiet in here. Well, Happy New Year's from San Antonio, Texas. This is what it sounds like here. Hello.
Hello, guys. Happy New Year for us. Hello. Good morning. Somebody here?
What's everybody up to on the Sussex Downs radio link?
Hello, hello.
Hello.
How's your New Year's going, brother?
All good, thank you. Happy New Year.
Was that you, Paul, going up and down the neighborhood burning cars?
Do you know, on New Year's Eve, there was someone near me, a kid had a firework go off in the face.
Amateurs. Man, we used to blow stuff up all the time. And actually, the fireworks we get nowadays are wimpy, man.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with you. They hardly have a fizzle and they hardly have a bang. But the graphics look great.
Well, they're politically correct fireworks. That's what they are. I don't know, man. It just seemed like when I was a younger kid, it seemed like fireworks were stronger, I guess. I don't know. I tried to blow up an ant bed, dude, and the ant bed won. I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about, but
Yeah, it's kind of hard to talk about, even amateur fireworks, without getting in some kind of trouble. We usually get chemistry sets, and with these chemistry sets, you could boil the different roots and they would produce the different oils, including kerosene. And then it could tell you, one of the best things in the chemistry set was how to make a smoke bomb, and the other one was how to make a stink bomb. All the good stuff that any kid wants to make. Now they say that it's too dangerous for kids to be dealing with chemicals. Give me a break. But you can go to Mama's nighttime dresser and find probably over 1,000 pills in there.
I don't know, man. I've seen some pretty retarded kids on TikTok. Man, I think, man, yeah, you probably should keep some of these chemicals away from some of these kids nowadays, because they're retards. Oh, wait, I shouldn't have said that. Huh? Oh my God.
Well, you could go to any mom and pop grocery store and get a box of sulfur for 10 cents. You put a little sulfur and a little nitrogen, and the rest was history.
Well, I'm just saying, man. Us kids, we ran wild. I mean, don't get it wrong. I mean, we were not your fireworks safety gurus back in them days. We were like the complete opposite. We were everything that a safety guy hated, because we we shot each other with fireworks and everything, boy. We was on, man, back in them days. And actually, our fireworks were a lot more powerful. I don't know. I shot off they call it M1000, M1000 or something. I remember M60s and M80s. They were way more powerful than this M1000 that they got now. Yeah, man, we went to war with our fireworks. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, our best gag was to put a potato in somebody's muffler, stand back about 600 or 700 feet, and wait for them to start the car. Eventually, the car starts, and it either blows out the potato or blows out the muffler.
Yep, I remember those.
No, I was reading about how they burned almost over 100, was it 600 or 700 cars in France? Talk about kids with an attitude.
We never got that wild. I mean, we did blow some stuff up, like mailboxes and stuff. Not this past New Year's. Oh, and by the way, I tried to be on here on New Year's, but I kept getting, I was way out in the woods. I'm home now, but earlier I was way out in the woods, so I wasn't getting no internet. But I tried to be here on New Year's. On y'all's New Year's and our New Year's. Just that was a disclaimer.
You poaching?
Yeah, it was pretty noisy here. More and more people have moved into the neighborhood, and it got pretty rowdy.
I mean, we had fireworks, but the neighbors' fireworks were a whole lot better than ours. They had some nice ones, man. They had the rich people fireworks. Boy, it was nice.
Well, the skies were lit up from east to west, north and south. I mean, people went a little crazy, but they had a ban on fireworks. It didn't stop anybody.
Well, folks are getting tired of being banned here in America. You know, it's getting old. Been played out. Yeah. It is what it is.
Well, I'm doing a lot of reading, and they're right about on the edge of passing the mandatory MOTE, M-O-T-E. It's a acronym they're going to use for injecting everybody with a little microdot. This microdot will tell you instantly whether or not you have the virus. So when you go to the airport or you go to any large institution, they won't have to scan you or anything. It'll read this instrument to let you know whether or not you're sick or have a fever.
Yeah, man. I pass on stuff that that I'm not sure of, and that's one of them things. But besides that, I don't fly nowhere anyway. I stay to the ground. Yeah, I'm happier on the ground. So I don't go to airports. I don't do none of that. And if I travel, I do it on my own.
Well, flying's pretty safe. It's just whoever you take on the airplanes, you got to watch out for. I mean, most of the pilots and most of the people that get on an airplane are pretty level-headed. You have to understand the dynamics, the physics, the whole mechanism of what keeps an airplane in the air. But then you get somebody, I'll leave it at that. You just get somebody on there that wants to go berserk because they're inside a canister and wants to open the door. That jeopardizes everybody else's lives.
And there lies the situation. Stuff like that, I mean, didn't they fly damn planes into the towers with box cutters? Now, here's the thing, man. I don't care, man. If I'm up in a plane, I would like to think. I'm pretty sure I would, man. Ain't nobody, because if the plane goes down, we're going down with it. I'm going down like a Viking. I'm going to try to kill whoever is trying to take down the plane. That's just me.
Yeah, but it's not that simple. It's not that open and closed.
It'd be open and closed if I see somebody with a box cutter that's trying to get into the cabin quarters. That's open and closed to me.
Ever since they put that extra security system in place to stop terrorists getting on an airplane, they haven't caught one terrorist.
System must be working.
I don't know.
Well, like he said, the system must be working because he's right. Actually, we ain't really had no terrorist stuff so far, knock on wood. I don't want to say that, well, I just said it. But anywho,
It's a pain when you got to fly, but you know, all these procedures that's been put in place have obviously, I think they've saved many a flight from crashing through terrorism.
I agree. That's a good thing. Can't have too much, man. You can't compromise your pilots. I mean, you're how many thousands and thousands of feet in the air? Yeah, you don't want your pilot going down.
Well, flying's the easy part. It's landing where it gets tricky. You're bringing in this flying rock, coming in at a little over 300 miles an hour, headed straight towards the ground. You know, if you hit it too hard, you'll plow right into the ground. If you hit it too lightly, you'll bounce off the ground. It's got to be hit just right.
It's what they're highly paid for.
Yeah, what they have is practice, and a good feel for the instrument.
Well, that's why I'm a machinist and I'm not a pilot, because I would probably doom everybody if I was to try to do that. Hey, I played video games, though. Pretty decent on them. I've made parts for aircrafts, actually, on a machine. Yes, I have. But I've never actually flown an aircraft.
Well, I've never flown or driven a tractor, but I eat the corn. I don't know if it's the same thing.
Hey, on Grand Theft Auto, I got an airplane on Grand Theft Auto. I'm pretty good flying it, man. Yeah. I'm just saying. I don't know. It's pretty... It seems pretty realistic, I guess.
Well, dimensional. You know, an airplane takes a lot of things into effect. Pitch, yaw, roll, and then exos factor. That's a good way of saying that at any minute, anything could go wrong.
All right, well, who on here has ever flown an airplane?
I flew a Cessna under instruction.
I've flown an airplane.
Wow, man.
I never cared for Cessnas. I don't like the way they maneuver in the sky. It feels like flying a trailer. The tail's always got to be pitched up. The nose has to be pitched up constantly. You can level it off very little. The approach is kind of awful to the runway also.
I were in a Cessna 152, I think it was. But I had the instructor sitting next to me, of course. He landed it, and he took off and landed it. He just let me hold play with the controls while it was in the air.
I would have took it up to about 15,000 feet and then stalled it. See which way it rolls, either to the left or rolls to the right. Each airplane has its favorite way. The pilots will usually tell you, this plane rolls a little bit to the left or it favors a little bit to the right to get the idea of where it's going to stall at. And then after that, you get a good feel for the plane.
I kept getting tailed off because I kept losing altitude too fast for some reason.
Well, a Cessna's a flying rock. If it don't have any power in it, it just wants to come down. 14-to-1 glide ratio or 12-to-1 glide ratio. It's not very much.
Wow, man. I'm just sitting here listening to y'all. That's a trip. I wouldn't know nothing about it. But it sounds cool.
Oh, don't get me wrong. It's a lot of fun. You just have to stay alert. It's like driving a truck or a car. Just a little bit more to watch, that's all. Well, you better bring your plants in. It's 23 degrees in Lubbock, Texas right now.
The roses will survive.
That's funny, roses. All we have down here is nothing but cactus. Yeah, it's a participant sport. If you're flying a plane, it's a lot of fun. If you're just sitting in the plane, not so much.
I prefer to take the train if I've got a choice.
I really don't know why trains are not popular in Texas. I mean, we have them. I mean, they fly by here about once every hour on the hour, but I don't know if they're expensive. I don't even know what it costs to ride on a train from here to Houston or Austin. But I guess it's just cheaper to jump in your car and go.
Trains roll, mate.
Yeah. In this country, it is expensive to travel by train, though.
I was forever trying to get us to ride the buses. They called me one time for a survey asking me what I thought of the transit system. I said, well, I don't know. I haven't ridden the bus in years. For one, they smell. And number two, they smell.
Man, I ain't rode a bus in so long. I live way out in the country, and it doesn't smell.
Yeah, I was trying to warn you. There's a cold front coming in. You might want to bring the cat in for the night.
Actually, as you were saying that earlier when you were talking, that's what we're doing. We're bringing in plants right now. Because we got that freeze. We're about 60 miles north of Houston.
Don't forget to cover your pipes.
Houston, we have a problem.
Well, the problem in Texas is we're not prepared for cold weather. The houses are poorly insulated. I would say 80% of the population still runs around in blue jeans and T-shirts all year round, especially like right now.
Well, yeah, because the temperature's been in the 80s. It's been like 82 the whole holiday season. It's been like in the 80s. And then all of a sudden now we got one coming through. It's going to be, I guess, like a pretty steep drop. But now last year, oh man, I've never ever experienced no thing like that, man. That was wild.
Well, I don't know. I've seen hurricanes, snow. We don't get tornadoes that far down here, but if we do get them, they'll usually hit north of the city. Then I've never had a. I think it was in '87. There was a tornado that hit the west side of the city. That kind of shook everybody up.
And what is your city? You out by Houston?
No, I'm in San Antonio.
Oh wow. Well, yeah. Well, we've been through many hurricanes down here. Me and baby cakes. Yep.
Or like we'd like to call it, tortilla flats. They're showing Kill Bill where she puts the snake inside the suitcase full of money. He opens up the suitcase and it bites him in the face. But I got news for you. If you get bit by a poisonous snake, it doesn't take that long to die.
Oh, I'm sure. We got poisonous snakes all around us, but we live with them. That's just how it is. The roots done went through there, babe. We're putting plants in for the freeze, and the roots went through. Wonderful pots. Oh, that's right. San Antonio, man. Just now clicked on me. I remember you were telling me about 99.5. Y'all still have them there? KISS? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you still pick up KISS on your radio. It's a 1,000 watt transmitter at nighttime.
Yeah, I don't know. I was talking about the radio station. But, hey, it reminded me of our old radio station here. And actually, y'all outlasted us. KLOL.
Well, amplitude modulation, better known as AM, hugs the ground. What is it? Yeah, it's vertically. It's got a 250-foot tower. It's one of the largest towers around here. I mean, we got some big towers, but this one's about 250 feet, and it's arrayed. It's basically pointing north and south. I think there's 5 of them. I think they're quarter wave antennas. You would have to have a 500-foot tower to be just half wave, and a 1,000-foot tower to have a full wave. And I don't think we have a tower that's 1,000 feet in the air.
Well, I know where I live, where I'm at right now, I don't.
Well, it's hard to have really large towers around the city. Too many military bases, too many helicopters flying around.
Now, I got some tall trees out here. I got some tall trees way up there.
Well, just don't stand underneath them during an electrical storm.
Well, we might be getting that pretty soon when that cold front comes through here. It's supposed to be barreling through here.
Historically, it comes in like a roar, goes out like a roar. I call it a 45-minute storm, but that 45 minutes can be a little rough. It comes through here every year. Rattles all the fences and knocks down a couple of trees. I'm keeping an eye. I've got 2 ones. I'm making sure that the tops would get cut off.
Yeah, I hear you. My thing is, it's going to go from. I mean, what it was like, high 82 or 81 over here where we're at, and it's going to drop that steep of temp.
Well, I got everything. I got my kidney beans and my chili and my sauce. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to get up early and just brew up some chili.
Yeah, baby cake made black-eyed peas, bacon, homemade. Oh, yeah. It was good, man. And then, what do you call it? Corn-fed beef. Yeah, it was good.
Well, they had 5 pounds of country cut pork ribs. I think they were going for $20 at Costco. But they had cut so many of them, they dropped the price down to $15. I almost bought some yesterday, but I might swing by there late tonight and see if they're still there. I'll just throw those in the oven, let them cook real slow overnight. Some kidney beans with some pork sausage. Yeah, I think by the afternoon I ought to be dead.
Oh, man. Cook that real slow? Yeah, that's going to be good.
Yeah, I just wrap them with aluminum foil, spice them on both sides, and throw them in the oven and forget about it.
Forget about it.
Yeah, instead of wasting a lot of heat trying to keep the house all warmed up, putting the stove on low, they'll just balance out. The dogs will curl up underneath the blankets and sit there and watch a movie and fall asleep.
Yeah, you're in San Antonio, so that cold's going to hit y'all first before it hits us, right?
I don't know. We might both get it at the same time. It's coming in at about a 45-degree angle. So you're north of Houston. Yeah, you should get it within 30 minutes after us. But you did the right thing by bringing in the plants. You have any Epsom salt?
I think we do.
Yeah, just put about a teaspoon of Epsom salt in some water and feed them a little Epsom salt with some water, and your plants will love it. I don't know, what kind of plants are they? Just plants, bushes?
All kinds, man. I'll take a picture here in a minute. Hang on.
You have any Vicks in the house?
Talking about the mentholatum rub or the Vicks cough thing?
No, the Vicks comes in the bottle. Take a little bit of that Vicks and wrap it around some paper, tie it around the base of the plants, make it like a little bow on each plant. That Vicks will keep the little white bugs, what do they call them, aphids, from eating your plants from the bottom up.
I didn't know that one.
It's good for being a farmer too long. Yeah, we know all these little tricks. You know, avocado, you take the shell of the avocado, let it dry, sit out there for about 3 or 4 days, break it up into morjeta, which is a grinding stone. And you take the avocado and feed that to the cattle and the dogs, and that's a natural dewormer, and it cleans them out before they go to market. I could go on and on. There's just all kinds of things they do in the country. 5:33, sun's going down already. My trees have dropped all their leaves. I guess that's a good sign.
Yeah, it's kind of normal this time of year. Man, I got leaves everywhere.
Well, my grandfather's one of these that used to read the trees, and he says if a tree holds too many leaves, then you're in for a bad winter. If it drops all its leaves, then it's going to be a mild winter. Somehow they know.
And so far it has been, that's for sure. I mean, we got a little thing coming, but that's to be expected.
Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. I'm going to go order some food.
Wimpy. Oh, yeah. Made of cheap stuff. That's why.
Hey, Miss Kay. Happy New Year. Happy New Year for you, your family. Good year for us.
Oh, Happy New Year to you too. Thank you, Sebastian. I hope it's a much better one than we've been having.